Calling all SCP Foundation staff. Calling all SCP Foundation staff. This is Dr. Theron Sherman, anomalously broadcasting from Site-42. Do you read? We are checking in on the Critical Hazard Assessment team, that is the chat, to make sure you guys read our signal before we start this show. If you enjoy the stream, make sure to like, share, and subscribe using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube account. Please do not share the stream with your public-facing account, Steve. All right, we are coming to you live in 3, 2, 1. Hey there, Foundation staff. Good to see ya. I'm Sherman. This is Billith. Introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Billith. I'm that guy who writes those articles that people don't like. Hi.
Haha. Public opinion. And today is part 2 of our reading every SCP-7000 entry, which, dear God help us, have doubled since last week's stream. There were 84 when we read, and we read 20 of them last week. Now there's over 150 of them.
Yes, that's not what I was expecting, but I don't know why I didn't expect that, because we get a lot of them.
And so we have decided to pace ourselves. Instead of doing 12 hours every week and killing ourselves for this, we're going to do 6-hour streams from now on and see if we can chip away at these.
Yes. Hopefully we don't collapse from exhaustion from 6-hour streams a week. The 12-hour ones, I'm not so sure. I was getting on the brink there. Towards the end there, I was like, ooh, I'm asleep.
Well, especially after Ekronak's hour-and-a-half long reading.
Yeah, that was good though. That was a
Which
good
you
one.
did justice, and it was a good article.
Yeah. Though I do think that there's something to be said about tagging out if it gets to be too long. So
we're gonna work on that teamwork thing this week for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we get started, just like last week, we are doing this to help out our buddy, Dr. Cimmerian. Dr. Cimmerian's, house collapsed last couple weeks back.
Yes, it did. Just right. The one thing it's supposed to do, stay upright. It did not do that. So we're trying to fix that situation with some monetary donations.
There are a lot of questions on if and how insurance on their home loan will or will not cover this.
Yes.
And I mean, hopefully they do, but insurance companies are. So maybe they'll come through, everything will be hunky-dory, but just in case, we're helping out Sim to cover in case they don't, as well as other personal expenses that the insurance won't cover. Things like possibly medical, possible personal property that they don't have pictures of for the insurance people. It's a whole process, and if we can make it easier for our buddy here, then we'll have done a good job.
Absolutely. And we're doing good. We're just over $3,000 now on the GoFundMe out of our proposed goal of 15,000. And we'll be linking that throughout the stream
and if you made it to the end of last week's stream, you will have noticed that we finished on Dr. Cimmerian's entry for the SCP-7000 contest, because it is very, very related. Yes,
quite. So that means if you want to take us off with what is this? Alcoholics Anomalous. That's it, by J. Kilbaum.
That's right. Let me move over to the screen's browser. Take it down, in order of posting. And Alcoholics Anomalous by J. Kilbaum. Let's get it looking aesthetic on our screen. All right,
it's good. I like the layout already.
Oop. Let me put Billith back. Let me lock Billith. We want to shrink this screen. Whoop. So it fits. It's a big wide boy. Curses. Alright, well, we'll just... we'll deal with that. I'll make this just as small as you can. We'll deal with my top bar.
I believe
there we are. We can now see the whole screen from the top.
Perfect.
Item number SCP-7000. Classification Level 3. Confidential. Containment Class Keter. Disruption Class Eki. Risk Class Danger. Special Containment Procedures. Nope, not yet. Containment setup inside of OSCP-7000 as requested by SCP-7000. That is a fine wet bar you got there, my friend. Assigned Site, OSCP-7000, Site 52. Site Director Harold Loeski. Research Head, Dr. Mari Schmidt. Assigned Task Force, Mobile Task Force, I don't know that Greek letter 10. Codename, Last Call. Now, Special Containment Procedures. Due to the unpredictable nature of the SCP-7000-A anomaly, SCP-7000 has a high probability of containment failure. The following containment procedures are tentative and experimental. Final containment procedures are to be established by Research Head pending adequate analysis and observation of SCP-7000 and SCP-7000-A. SCP-7000 is to be convinced that it is currently taking part in a year-long alcohol treatment study along with 6 other non-anomalous participants. SCP-7000 has been given strict instructions to be within off-site containment block premises at all times. Footnote, otherwise known as OSCB, unless otherwise authorized. Time spent at OSCB, designated research hours, shall total 148 hours a week, with the remaining 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. 20-hour period designated as off time. Off time must be requested by SCP-7000 and authorized by research staff. During off time, SCP-7000 is free to leave OSCB and connect with friends and family. Mobile Task Force Blank 10, codename Last Call, a joint task force operation consisting of specialists proficient in containing and apprehending green-type anomalies, shall keep a 3-member covert mobile surveillance team on SCP-7000 during off time. SCP-7000 is to have monthly psychological evaluations with Research Head. OSCP-7000, a former 9-unit apartment building located 5.6 kilometers from Site 52, shall be maintained and monitored via live personnel and CCTV feed to Site 52. OSCP-7000-1 shall, at all times, aside from adequate supplies of upgraded Class A1 furnishings, food provisions, and toiletries, be stocked with assorted liquors, mixers, beer and wine, as well as appropriate glassware and bar hardware. For a more comprehensive list, please consult the master list. Oh man, I'm gonna have to build my own bar now. Let's open the shopping list. Items subject to change based on availability and as requested by SCP-7000. Soft goods. 1 750 milliliter bottle each. Jameson Irish Whiskey. Macallan 18-year Scotch. Sazerac Rye Whiskey. Kettle One Vodka. Beef Eater London Dry Gin. Fortaleza Reposado Tequila. Los Siete Misterios Mezcal. Smith & Cross Jamaican Rum. Plantation 3-Star Aged Rum. Devon Calvados Apple Brandy. Remy Martin XO. Pierre Ferrand Dry Curacao. Ming River Baijiu. Antiqua Formula Russo Vermouth. Lillet Blanc. Aperol Liqueur. Campari Liqueur. Green Chartreuse. Amaro Nonino. Luxardo Maraschino. White Creme de Cacao. Creme de Banane. Creme de Muir. Pernod Absinthe. 1 each. Angostura Bitters. Orange Bitters. Peychaud's Bitters. Liber & Company Orgeat. Rosewater. 12 bottles of rotating wine selections, including but not limited to Old World, New World, Young, Vintage, Red, White, Rosé, Sparkling, and Dessert. A 24-bottle case of rotating select beers. 6 dozen eggs. 2 kilogram bags of raw cane sugar and white granular sugar. 4 kilograms each of a selection of seasonal and off-seasonal fruits, berries, and herbs, including but not limited to lemons, limes, oranges, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, mint, basil, and Luxardo cherries. 4 liters each of a selection of fruit juices, including but not limited to pineapple, pomegranate, guava, and ginger. 2 liters of heavy cream. 2 case each 24 packs of club soda, tonic water, Coke, Diet Coke, Sprite, ginger ale, ginger, and beer. A 25 kilogram block of directionally frozen clear ice. hard goods, 1 dozen each, highball glasses, double old-fashioned glasses, martini glasses, rocks glasses, beer stein, Bordeaux stemware, Burgundy stemware, 6 copper mugs, 6 tiki mugs, 2 Boston shakers, 2 Hawthorne strainers, 1 fine mesh handheld strainer, 2 glass cocktail mixing glasses, 3 standard issue bar spoons, 1 Beechwood blender, 1 motorized juicer, 1 3-compartment sink, 1 Hobart brand single rack dishwasher, 6 microfiber polishing rags. So, Billith, quick pause. This is your bar. What's your drink of choice?
Let's see. Probably, I mean, they're probably with Remy Martinic, so I'm not going to make a mixed drink out of some of this stuff. It's a little bit upscale for, like, making a mixed drink.
See, I am a Scotch neat guy, so the Macallan 18 year is a good day for me.
That's a quality Scotch, for sure.
Although with all the rum and the assorted fruits and curacao, I could get really into my Florida man mixed drinks in that vibe.
Yeah, I could see that being a thing for sure. I mean, if I'm going to go for a mixed drink, it's just going to be like Malibu, coconut rum,
there it is.
Fruit juice. You know, it's good.
All right, so let's see why our friend here is so bougie. SCP-7000 shall take up permanent residence within OSCB-7000-1. 6 of the remaining units in OSCB-7000, OSCB-7000 2 through 8, shall be occupied by 24/7 live-in Mobile Task Force, whatever that Greek letter is, 10 personnel members in plainclothes. The final unit, OSCB-7000-9, shall function as a laundry room with emergency breach equipment embedded within its walls. Mobile Task Force members are to act as neighbors and fellow participants within the mock study. SCP-7000 never to be administered analgesics, barbiturates, or any local or general anesthetics. The only CNS, central nervous system, depressant-suppressant allowed in SCP-7000 system shall be ethyl alcohol, henceforward referred to as, quote, alcohol. SCP-7000 shall be in possession of a standard issue blood alcohol concentration armband monitoring system, BAC-AMS, and is to maintain a BAC of at least 0.04 at all times, with the only exception being while under the duress of a PAR, post-alcohol recovery, i.e. a hangover. As soon as PAR begins to subside, SCP-7000 is to resume alcohol consumption. SCP-7000 may be, on its own volition, be allowed to partake in caffeine and cannabis consumption. However, the attempted use of any other controlled substance, including but not limited to cocaine, MDMA, psilocybin, and LSD, shall be interrupted and dissuaded by a present Mobile Task Force member. Should SCP-7000-A emerge, this would constitute a full containment breach. In such a scenario, protocol relapse shall be initiated. See Addendum 7000-A. Description: SCP-7000 is the designation for a 1.8 meter tall, 73 kilogram, 30-year-old Caucasian human male named J.D. Jack Daniel O'Kinney. SCP-7000 is a semi-active, emerging Class 4, Phase 3.5 green-type phenomena. Footnote, reality bender, a term originally used by the GOC, later adopted by the Foundation. That manifests as a subconscious psychosomatic ontotelekinetic protection mechanism from within and independent of SCP-7000. SCP-7000-A is effectively suppressed from assuming its active state when SCP-7000 is under or recovering from the influence of alcohol. The biomechanics of this suppression result from the breakdown of alcohol by way of the ADH, alcohol dehydrogenase, enzymic pathway resulting in the formation of acetaldehyde, which is then broken down by the ALDH2, aldehyde dehydrogenase, most notably the mitochondrial form, enzymatic pathway, and into subsequent acetate. Reference 1, Alcohol Research and Health, 2940, 245 through 254, C. 2006, Dr. Samir Zakari. Kant countermeasurements alongside concurrent blood samples collected from SCP-7000 show that higher concentrations of acetaldehyde and acetate correspond to lower fluctuation readings measured in the Hume field produced by SCP-7000-A from SCP-7000. DNA analysis of SCP-7000 reveals that it has rarefied ALDH2 mitochondrial DNA gene variation that is consistent with findings from recent studies. such as What We Know So Far, answering the question of what, how, and why, green types, a modern compendium of research and analysis and emergent biomorphologies, 3242-56, C. 2017, Dr. Mari Schmidt. Correlating the green type phenomenon to the ontokinetic relationship with matter on the quantum level, see QHT, Quantum Hume Theory, an ontokinetic look behind reality, C. 2016, Dr. J. Wentworth. This has given the Foundation more insight into how green types form and function. Note the 3D rendering of SCP-7000's ALDH2 enzymes over here. Currently, SCP-7000 is unaware of SCP-7000-A and its dormant abilities. SCP-7000 is extremely cooperative with SCP staff and personnel, whom it believes are leaders and fellow members in the mock alcohol study. The Foundation became aware of SCP-7000 following a distress call sent by an on-site field agent from the Surgery Center of Long Beach Memorial Hospital, Long Beach, California, on March 18, 2020. Discovery and Acquisition. Incident 7000-18-3-2020. Forward. At 0300 hours 13 minutes on March 18, 2020, SCP-7000 arrived at Long Beach Memorial Hospital's Emergency Trauma Unit via County EMS transport following a severe motorcycle accident. SCP-7000 at the time of arrival was fully responsive and cooperative with hospital staff despite suffering critical trauma. Injuries included 12 rib fractures, 8 right 4 left, 8 right 4 left, a collapse of the right lung, complete fracture and displacement of the right clavicle, displacement of the right arm socket, second-degree road abrasion on 40% of back epidermis, third-degree road abrasion on 15% of back epidermis, and possible impact concussion. Comments from CHIP citation record. Motorist Cesar Cortez observed suspect Jack D. O'Kinney speeding up the northbound 405 freeway, merging from the carpool lane 1 to the left passing lane, lane 2. Suspect was estimated to be traveling in an excess of 90 miles per hour, 145 kilometers. Suspect lost control of the vehicle. Both vehicle and rider impacted the roadway. Mr. Cortez claims to have observed a bright red flash of light as the suspect fell. Mr. Cortez stated that he slowed his car down to offer assistance. However, suspect had already picked the motor vehicle back up and was riding it off the freeway. Mr. Cortez followed suspect and contacted 911, who intercepted the suspect at a nearby gas station. Whereupon officers' examination of suspect's injuries, EMS was contacted for transport. Upon anesthetic sedation, in preparation for surgery, hospital staff performing pre-op procedures reported noticing a substantial drop in ambient temperature. This temperature difference followed SCP-7000 and the surgical team, led by Dr. Emmanuel Muddy, as they brought SCP-7000 into the surgical unit. From witness testimony provided by hospital staff present at the time, upon Dr. Mahdi's first incision to address SCP-7000's protruding clavicle, the lights began flickering and SCP-7000 began to move. Hospital records showed that EKG and O2 readings dropped. SCP-7000 then became mobile. Witnesses describe a faint red glow surrounding SCP-7000 as it rose and levitated off the operating table. Witnesses at the scene recall seeing SCP-7000 raise its hand and begin to suspend Dr. Mahdi into the air. SCP-7000 then proceeded to throw the doctor against the far wall. Witnesses describe all the metal within the room began to collapse and fold under some unknown force, as SCP-7000 walked through a large circular hole in the near wall that was not present before the procedure, with said hole closing after SCP-7000 passed through. Hospital security personnel were dispatched to intercept, however, were quickly overwhelmed, their tasers reportedly dissolving or liquefying in their hands and causing severe burns. One SCP field agent, Agent Lincoln Short, was on civilian duty as hospital security and immediately notified command. High Command, aware of a potential green-type threat, immediately sent out a high-priority anomaly acquisition order to all available Mobile Task Force agents in the area. Mobile Task Force Something 12, Temporary Rapid Response Team, codename Sedation Services, was assembled and dispatched to Long Beach Memorial Hospital within 32 minutes. Mobile Task Force Random Greek Letter 12, AAO. Urgent by order Mobile Task Force High Command. AAO 77701. Distribution A4. All available agents in area. Date March 18th, 2020. Mission overview. Field agents within Long Beach Memorial Hospital have encountered an unidentified threat. There is a high probability that it is a green-type anomaly. Mission is to secure threat target by any means necessary. Mission objectives: 1. Find viable ways of engaging target. 2. Incapacitate and secure target. 3. Return target to Site-52 for containment. 4. Assist any survivors. 5. Set stage for amnesticization and disinformation teams. Team designation: Sedation Services. Tactical Operations and Command: Lieutenant Stevens, Jack. Rendezvous: 33.808 degrees north, 118.187 degrees west. Date: March 18, 2020. Time: immediately. Requirements: high-level operational equipment and weaponry, multi-spectral goggles, personal and standard deployable SRAs, FBI SWAT uniform and patches. Operational duties: Operation: state and local law enforcement have been told that Long Beach Memorial Hospital is currently under an active shooter emergency. Law enforcement has been given orders to secure the area around Long Beach Memorial Hospital, assist with evac procedures, and is to arrive at rendezvous within 30 minutes. Team is to reconnoiter the affected building and secure the target. Area of engagement is limited to Long Beach Memorial Hospital. Rule of engagement is solely incapacitation and suppression of target activity. Operation is to take no more than 1 hour. No later than 0500 hours 15 minutes. Team is to pull out with the target in hand and await exfil. Should more of the manpower for threat suppression be needed, team is to call for exfil immediately. Team leader will be Alpha 1 with Alpha 2 as secondary. Should dissolution of the stated hierarchy occur, team is to exfil. A and D shall be briefed on primary witnesses. Please send your ready response. That's cool. We don't get a lot of order sheets for the task forces. I like that. And I dropped my pen. Mobile Task Force -12 Operation Transcript, March 18th, 2020. Mission pretext: all 6 Mobile Task Force 12 personnel. Footnote: Alpha 1 and 2, Beta 1 and 2, Delta 1 and 2 arrived on the scene by 0400 hours 5 minutes. Mobile Task Force Leader Alpha 1 made contact with LBPD Police Chief Wally Habesh. Alpha 1 was briefed on current situation by posing as a member of an FBI SWAT response unit. After brief, Alpha 1 joined the rest of the Mobile Task Force. Recording devices were switched on and formal target retrieval commenced. South-facing public surveillance of Long Beach Memorial Hospital at 0400 hours 35, 18 on March 18, 2020, under nighttime infrared. Note the glowing distortion in the north center corner, revealing SCP-7000's location within the NICU. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Rise the standard formatting. Material will be scrubbed for brevity and non-applicable items. Data will be timestamped only when applicable. Audio transcripts will appear as speaker call sign speech items. Visual transcripts will appear as HFC, helmet camera feed, call sign, action items. SCP item will be referred to as target. Signed, Stephanie Willis, Department of Standardizing, RISA. Begin transcript. Alright, Billith, we've got Command, we've got Alpha 1, Beta 1, Command, Delta 1, it's probably Beta 1, Beta 2, Delta 1, Delta 2. You want to take Betas and Deltas, and I'll take Alphas and Command?
Sounds great.
And I'll take Hebish when we hit the bottom as well. Alright, so at the top, begin transcript. 0400 hours, 19 minutes. Sedation Services, eyes hot, nods on. Sir.
Sir.
All HFSs come online. Okay, from what Chief Hebish knows, target was last seen on CCTV in the NICU before footage was cut.
Safe to assume target is the cause?
Let's go with that. HCF Alpha 2 shows Alpha 1 produce a hospital map. The NICU is located on the 2nd floor, center back of the building. We will navigate hallways in a W formation. 1's on the left 4, 2's on the right aft. Site clear, all room thresholds crossed. Once to the center elevator, 1's will go with me up the stairs, 2's will ascend via elevator. Once both teams are up, we'll move down this hallway, down the back end to the NICU. No engagement with the target. Got it?
Copy.
Copy. Command, permission to proceed? Granted. Let's go. Beta 2 camera follows Beta 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 1 through the automated doors of the hospital entrance. Beta 2 looks behind to see Delta 1 and Delta 2 in close formation. Delta 2's camera follows the rest of the group, looking behind the empty lobby. They pass a gift shop on their right. Some customers can be seen hiding behind shelving.
Please stay hidden and shelter in place, everyone.
Alpha 1 camera scans past an unattended lobby and information desk. Feed passes through 2 doors and into a corridor. Beta 1 camera shows Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 as they pass the check-in area. Delta 2 shows all the members pause outside the elevator stairwell entrance. Alpha 1 signals with 2 fingers to his eyes, then 2 fingers up, and points 3 fingers to the elevator, and then there again to the stairwell door. The team all nod, and Delta 2 presses the elevator call button. Delta 1 camera follows Beta 1 and Alpha 1 up the stairwell. Alpha 2 cam shows the elevator doors open. Alpha 2 steps in, turns around, and is joined by Beta 2 and Delta 2. Delta 2 presses the second floor button, and the doors slide shut. 0400 hours, 27 minutes. Alpha 2, are you stuck in the lift? It's been a minute. Negative TL, we feel as though we're still traveling up. Advise. Looks like you got a case of the nesties. Nest, non-Euclidean space-time, areas of time and space that have been anomalously disported. Go ahead and get Sarah. Mobile Task Force slang for SRAs, Scranton Reality Anchors. Got it, copy. That thing must have taken the elevator. Strange. Beta 2 cam shows Alpha 2 remove an SRA from his field pack. The SRA is a large cylinder, 7 centimeters across and 15 centimeters high, with foldable tripod legs on the side. It contains a single red button on top.
Why is that strange?
Why would you take the elevator if you can just float or fly through the floor?
Good point.
Delta 2's cam shows Alpha 2 setting up the SRA at the center of the elevator. Alpha 2 presses the activation button, and all 3 are shaken off their feet.
I guess we finally stopped at the second floor.
Alpha 1 cam shows the secondary team emerge from the elevator. 0400 hours, 32 minutes. About time. You're telling me. Back on mission, team. Sir. Alpha 2 cam shows Alpha 1 motion down the hallway. At the end of the corridor, a red incandescent light can be seen. Alpha 1 opens and closes his fist, motioning for target acquisition. The team all nod. Delta 2 follows the team in formation down the hallway to where the red light is emanating. All stop short at the glass NICU observation window. All cams show target seen standing among the infant incubators. It has its head down and eyes closed. Streams of fluorescent red-white particles are seen coming up and out of each incubator. All streams are seen converging into target's open palm, and all infants are heard crying. Target is in a state of undress, and its clavicle can be seen slowly moving back into position inside its body, and the abrasions on its back are slowly healing. What the? Command, you seeing this? Roger, TL. Please advise. Can it see you? Unclear, sir. How do we proceed? What is our collateral risk here? Contain at all costs. Mitigate loss. Copy, Command. Team, 4-corner pincer. Alpha 2, take forward. Alpha 1's cam looks at the team and opens and closes his fist. 0400 hours, 38 minutes. Alpha 1 cam shows Delta 1 and Delta 2 enter the far left door first. They remain low to the ground and set their position at the back 2 corners of the NICU. Alpha 2 cam shows Beta 1 and Beta 2 enter the far right door first. They remain low to the ground and set their position at the front 2 corners of the NICU. Alpha 1 cam shows Alpha 2 move in high through the far left door, cut through the middle of the room, and approach the target with weapon raised. Drop to your knees. Do it now! Alpha Cam 1 shows target raise its head, and with its eyes still closed, it turns in Alpha 2's direction. Now! Get down! Get down now! Alpha 1's cam shows target raise its hand in the direction of Alpha 2. A large wave of energy can be seen pulsing through the air and knock Alpha 2 to the floor. His weapon discharges as he falls. Bullets ricochet around the room, shooting out all the glass walls as an immediate and intense red light encircles each of the incubators. One bullet grazes Beta 2.
Ah, fuck.
All right, Sarah, boys. Alpha 1 cam, each of the members in the corners of the room deploy their SRA. Upon deployment, a small compression wave can be seen overlapping in the middle of the room where target is standing. Target is seen struggling, with patternless bursts of red light emanating from its body. Gaps in the space-time around the target form.
Got him.
I don't know. Don't they usually pass out at this point, TL? Alpha 1, target still has its eyes closed. The green type effect is possibly subconscious. Wake the target up. Delta 2 cam shows Alpha 1 pursues a cartridge of smelling salts from their field pack. Alpha 1 struggles to walk through the SRA fields, however soon makes it to the target and activates the salts. Within 3 seconds, target's eyes open, the red glow surrounding it dissipates, and the target collapses to the ground. Feed shows Delta 2 turn to their SRA and turn it off. Beta 1 Cam watches as Alpha 1 walks over the target, secures it in handcuffs, and picks up the body by way of a fireman carry. Whew! That was fun. You okay, John? I'm good, boss. Just a little shook. Good. Command, ready, exfil. Copy, Alpha 1. Copy, Alpha 1. Good job.
Always nice when no one dies on these things, you know? Even the kids seem fine.
Footnote, all SCP-7000 affected incidents will be marked and tracked for possible further studies. See Addendum 7000-B. Yeah, that was a strange one, huh? No one, not one civilian seriously hurt? Huh. Delta 1 Can follows the team back down the stairs, through the lobby, and back out the entrance. Multiple law enforcement personnel engage with the group, including Chief Hebish. Chief, we got orders from our team at the Fed to run this guy immediately up to the field office at Airport Plaza. In fact, here's our ride now. We'll be having a special envoy coming in to debrief you and your teams. Beta 1 Cam watches as a 2-vehicle transport convoy arrive. Well, thank you for getting him. Anyone inside hurt? Very surprisingly, no. Just lucky, I guess. Timestamp 0400 hours 56 minutes. End transcript. Mission summary. Target was acquired successfully with no casualties. Target, now in possession of Mobile Task Force-12, was given the designation of SCP-7000. SCP-7000 awoke after 2.15 hours of travel. Little was said by SCP-7000 besides mild complaints of PAR, the hangover. Site-52 was contacted and put on standby for arrival and intake. Archived emails. March 18th, 2020. From Mari Schmidt to Harold Loeski. Date, March 18th, 2020. Subject, Anomaly Assignment, SCP-7000. How about I take Mari emails, you take Loeski emails? So you'll take this one as a start.
Sure. Yeah. Perfect. To Schmidt Mari at secure.scp.foundation. From Loeski Harold at secure.scp.foundation. Date March 18th, 2020. Subject Anomaly Assignment SCP-7000. Good morning, Dr. Schmidt. I know this is last minute at all. However, we have a potent green type en route. Given your expectation and knowledge in the field, the council has selected you as head on this. While last minute is never the way I personally want to go do things around here, I do see a great worth in having you lead this project. Please find attached data surrounding the subject. Regards, Dr. Harold Loeski, Director, Secure Facility 52, Extension 52001, Level 4, Office 1, Secure, Contain, Protect. Attached files, LBMMC-CCTV-18-03-2020, MTF, I missed it, was that Sheet 12, Operation Video 1803-2020, background file, Jack Daniel O'Kinney.
Is that what that is? That's she?
I don't know. I saw someone in chat mention that, I think. I'm going to look it up.
Well, thank you to chat.
Yes,
if that's what that is.
It is correct. It is correct, yes.
Sweet. To Loeski Harold. From Mari Schmidt. Date, March 18, 2020. Subject, regarding Anomaly Assignment SCP-7000. Good morning, Director. Last minute is fine. Been meaning to dive back into that world. Do we have an ETA for the subject? Cheers. Dr. Mari Schmidt, PhD, Researcher, Secure Facility 52, Extension 52042, Level 3, Office 26, Secure, Contain, Protect.
Right. From Loeski Harold to Schmidt Mari at secure.scp.foundation. The subject is Anomaly Assignments SCP-7000. Mari, glad you're on board. Transport is about 2 hours out. Should give you some time to get your mind around it. Let me know if you need anything. Regards, Director Harold Loeski, Director, Secure Facility 52, etc., etc.
From Mari Schmidt to Loeski, Anomaly Assignment. Director, will do. Cheers. Dr. Mari Schmidt, onward.
Great. From Schmidt Mari to, it's also yours.
Oh, this one's me again, all right.
Yeah.
From Schmidt Mari to Loeski, date March 18, 2020, subject SCP-7000 first interview. Director Loeski, just finished scanning through all of this info. Few things really stood out. One, the anomaly was only active after sedation and while being penetrated by a foreign object. Two, from the extensive background of the subject, it seems that it survived many, quote, near-death experiences. The anomaly possibly functioning as a protective mechanism. 3, given that waking the subject up during the mobile task force op negated the anomaly's effects, it is possible to assume that the two, subject and anomaly, function independently. Which leads me to my craziest point. 4, the subject uses an inhibitor to suppress the anomalous phenomena. Alcohol. My thoughts for first interview are to get the subject hooked up to a blood alcohol monitoring system and see what happens to the hume around it. Thoughts? Signed, Dr. Mari Schmidt.
Right. 2, Schmidt Mari from Loeski Herald. Subject re SCP-7000 first interview. Mari, independent functionality between the anomalous power and the power body. That's a new one, and basically allergic to booze. A little too outside the box, don't you think? Regards Dr. Harold Loeski.
2, Harold Loeski from Mari Schmidt. Subject re SCP-7000 first interview. Sir, given what I saw in the video, and the way that the anomaly almost resisted 4 SRAs at close range, we could be looking at the emerging power of a Phase 4 Class V green type. Usually at this stage we would clearly know about the subject, but it has stayed hidden under the radar. Usually by now we'd be sending in large-scale mobile task forces and dealing with huge amnestization campaigns. This green type has its own built-in containment, a flaw. A green type that has a flaw is one that we can exploit to not only study how they use their powers, but how they develop. Just humor me on this, okay? If the interview doesn't go as I predict, we'll look at other options. But if it does, I want full approval on my experimental containment procedure. Attached is my needs and budget. Yes? Dr. Mari Schmidt. Attached files. SCP-7000 proposed conprox.
2, Schmidt Mari from Loeski Herald. Subject re SCP-7000 first interview. Mari, well, you did write the book on them. Go ahead. I expect a report within a day. I'll approve after that. Regards, Director Harold Loeski.
All right, interview logs. Primary interview, SCP-7000, March 18th, 2020. Open interview transcript. Boop. Date, March 18th, 2020. Time, 0800 hours, 15 minutes. Location, standard interview room / observation room 13. Research head, Dr. Mari Schmidt. Research assistant, Dr. Morgan Eskew. Security detail, Sergeant John Abramov, Mobile Task Force She-12 Alpha 2. Forward, SCP-7000 arrived at Site 52 at 0800 hours, 10 minutes, March 18, 2020. Subject was ushered in through back route hallways on Level G and into Standard Interview Room 13, which was connected to a one-way mirror observation room. SCP-7000 was restrained and fitted with a blood alcohol unit. A cont counter was placed in the corner of the room, with data being fed to the observation room. SCP-7000's blood alcohol content at time of 0800 hours 15 minutes was 0.049%. Under direction of research head Mari Schmidt, SCP-7000 was not interfered with until her discretion. Begin transcript. So we have Abramov, Schmidt. How about you take Askew and Abramov, I'll take Schmidt, 7000 and... Abramov is Alpha 2, so you take Askew and 7000, I'll take Schmidt and Abramov. Sound good?
Perfect.
0800 hours, 17 minutes. So we just let him sit there? That's the plan. Seems a little boring, no? In this line of work, you are lucky when things get boring. Camera, Askew laughs. Besides, how often do they stay boring? You got a point there. Team is silent for 1 minute, 12 seconds. Well then, I've had an early, long, and painful morning. Anyone want a coffee?
Sure, I'll take one.
Abramov turns toward Schmidt. Her focus is solely on SCP-7000. You? Huh? No, I'm good, thanks. Suit yourself. Abramov leaves the OBR.
So, what do you think?
About what?
It.
Unremarkable so far, but we'll see. 0800 hours, 30 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.033%. Hume levels, 13/55. Cont counter beeps. Schmidt smiles. 0800 hours, 35 minutes.
Okay. I've been quiet long enough now. I want my lawyer.
Oh, 800 hours, 37 minutes.
Seriously, hello? I know there's some shit DA or someone behind that little window.
Oh, 800 hours, 40 minutes.
Come on now, let's just get this over with. I fucked up. I was drunk. I rode. I crashed. Well, I don't remember the rest. But come on, my head is killing me.
Oh, 800 hours, 45 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.025%. Hume level, 13 over 55. Cont counter beeps. Oh, 900 hours, 15 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.019%. Hume level, 8 over 89.
Dr. Schmidt, what do we see? We are seeing a significant drop in ambient Hume around subject, and subject's radiant Hume is increasing.
And the BAC?
Diminishing.
Knew it. Keep monitoring.
Ma'am.
Oh, 900 hours, 32 minutes.
All I want to do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I want to do is have some fun until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard.
Nice. 1000 hours, 45 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.011. Hume level, 2 over 377.
Ma'am, individual Hume just started to skyrocket. 377.
377? What? Shh, that was faster than I anticipated. We need alcohol fast.
Okay, not fun anymore, people. I want out.
Camera feed in room starts to distort and turn to static. The room starts to bulge outwards. SCP-7000 starts to radiate a faint light that oscillates between red and blue. SCP-7000 seems unaware of this. Schmidt picks up the landline and dials. Harold, director, yes, no, please, no time to explain. Yeah, the report will... Please, Harold, shut up for a moment. You've still got the 50-year scotch I got you for your 10th? Yes, that one. Hush, you still keep it under your desk. Schmidt waves to Abramov to go and retrieve the liquor from the director Lewinsky. Okay, perfect. I'm sending Abramov to get it. Give it to him. Because otherwise we are going to have a major case of the what the fuckies. Bingo. Yes. SCP-7000 will... Okay, good God. Give him the bottle. I'll get you a new one. Abramov returns with a half-empty bottle of liquor and hands it to Schmidt. Schmidt walks through the SIR OBR door. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jack. May I call you Jack? Feed returns to normal. SCP-7000 turns to face Schmidt.
You can call me whatever you want.
SCP-7000 blinks very forcefully.
Shit.
What?
I fucking meant to wink at you. Used both eyes.
Schmidt hides a muffled laugh as she lifts the bottle up to SCP-7000.
What's this?
Little something to take the edge off. You have been complaining about your head pounding, no?
And you've been listening the entire time, no?
Schmidt nods and proceeds to unfasten SCP-7000's restraints. SCP-7000 grabs the bottle.
Oh, shit. Good shit. Quite the offering. You're not police, are you?
No, but we can gladly go get them if you want. SCP-7000 takes a drink from the bottle.
Nah, we good with this. So, who are you then?
Well, Mr. O'Kinney, we are a research group wanting to study individuals with chronic alcoholism, and the DA referred us to your case this morning, so we have dibs on you before they do.
You have my interest. Go on.
You see, it's your lucky day. We are in the position to offer you a spot on our 7-person clinical trial. You'll have your own unit, access to any liquor you desire, 1 free day a week, no living expenses, and we'll supplement your income for lost wages. All you have to do is agree to come with us today, wear this monitoring equipment at all times, and keep your blood alcohol content at an agreed upon level.
I don't know. That sounds all too good to be.
Your record will also be expunged of all previous incidents.
You got a deal. I go home and get my stuff?
You will be departing to the study straight from here. We will have our associates do all the heavy lifting with personal effects. You will also be required to meet with me on a semi-regular basis for evaluation.
Well, that only sweetens the deal even more.
I think that's all I need from you. We will relocate you when your unit is ready. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of that bottle.
Sure thing. One question.
What's that?
What's your name?
Oh, I'm Dr. Schmidt. Mari Schmidt.
Nice to meet you, Mari Schmidt. You can call me JD.
Schmidt exits the room. SCP-7000 takes another drink from the bottle. 1100 hours. Blood alcohol content, 0.21%. Hume level, 21/21. End transcript. Researcher summary remarks. SCP-7000-A's Hume levels gradually settled as its BAC increased. By 1300 hours, SCP-7000 was sleeping and ready for relocation to OSCB-7000. Mobile Task Force Something 10 was mobilized for the extended operation. SCP-7000 seems completely unaware of his abilities as well as his situation. Possible chronic alcohol consumption has hindered some critical thinking and awareness. Experimental containment procedures were summarily approved by Director Loeski. Here we have a pretty graph of the SCP-7000 preliminary test results. Blue bar being blood alcohol content, yellow being area Hume ratings, and red being the SCP-7000 Hume level. Isn't that pretty? Over time. Interview 1, SCP-7000, date March 28th, 2020. Open interview transcript. Date March 28th, 2020. Time 1200 hours 15 minutes. Location Psychological Examination Room OBR-15. Research Head Dr. Mari Schmidt. Research Assistant Dr. Morgan Askew. Security Detail Sergeant John Abramov. Forward. SCP-7000 was given 1 week to assimilate into their containment unit. Activities of note while in containment included, but were not limited to, drinking, cooking, eating, sleeping, watching television online streaming services, writing, drawing, playing music, listening to music. Of note, SCP-7000 seems particularly unaware of how much it actively consumes during periods of high inactivity. It would seem a lot of what compels SCP-7000 to drink is apathy. Begin transcript. 1200 hours 15 minutes. Blood alcohol content 0.13%. Hume level 19/32.
What's up, Doc?
Good day, JD. How are the accommodations treating you?
Oh, just fine. It's like I never left my own place.
JD, per our agreement, you are allowed 1 approved day off per week. You haven't submitted any requests. Why?
Don't really have anywhere or anyone to go see. I kind of got everything I need or want in the apartment, so no real need. Guess I'm a bit of a loner that way.
Let's get into that, shall we?
Into what?
Well, this is our first monthly psychological meetup.
Oh, alright, if we gotta.
We gotta.
Where do you want to start?
Let us start at the beginning. That's a good place.
Okay, then. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void.
No, let's start with your parentage.
Yeah, I figured. Well, my coming to being was all sorts of mixed bag sort of thing, plagued with luck, both good and bad on both sides. A trend that continues to this very moment.
How so?
I guess you could say that I'm like a black cat with 10 lives. Not even sure how I made it this far.
We all have our own struggles, JD.
Well, mine was polished in platinum. I was supposedly conceived on St. Patty's Day, 1989. At least that's the story my dad always liked to tell. Was supposed to be a Christmas miracle, a good old-fashioned little Jesus. Had a due date on Christmas Eve, and then early on, the universe immediately conspired against me.
In what way?
You got my medical records. You should know by now I was not a Jesus baby.
Yes, but that's what these sessions are about, JD. You experiencing your relationship with your feelings and past.
All while drunk? Seems kind of counterproductive.
That's the angle of the study, and the stipulation of your expungement.
Okay, fine. Well, as you know, I was born on October 13th of that year. A fucking Friday the 13th, 10 weeks early.
Severely preterm.
Yes, and the bad luck only gets worse from there. The umbilical was around my neck 3 times. I was suffocating. I had pneumonia. I was barely alive. Spent the next 8 weeks fighting for my life in the NICU.
Do you know how your parents took this?
They didn't even name me. They didn't want to give a name to a soul that was not long for this world. My mother was worried, inconsolable. My dad, I'm not sure. He always prayed every day, but sometimes I doubt it. Sometimes I feel like he didn't want a weak, frail son like the one he was given. I was supposed to be a strong Jesus baby, and he got a black cat.
But you obviously came out the other side, though.
Did I, Doc? Whether it was by chance or by my dad's praying, whichever, I did survive. But doing that every day since surviving.
Then they named you?
Yeah. After I came home, my dad and my uncle went out for a celebratory night on the town, in typical Boston Irish fashion. Together they polished off 2 bottles of Jack Daniels. You can kind of guess where the name comes from now. It's no wonder I find work behind a bar. It's the literal through line.
The connection is strong.
My mom always hated that telling of events, but it's the one I go with. Helps explain more of my present composure. I mean, seriously, how more on the nose can you get? A Boston, Irish, Catholic boy named after a liqueur? They might as well have named me Predisposition.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be. It's funny as fuck. You gotta laugh at the absurd things, otherwise you'd go insane.
I don't see your surviving birth as absurd.
Oh, but Doc, it isn't at all absurd. We exist against our consent and play the cards we're dealt with when the house clearly has the upper hand.
1,200 hours, 30 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.1. Hume level, 16/40. For being inebriated, you seem to have a very strong way with words. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I used to read a lot when I was younger. Wanted to be a writer. Loved philosophy.
SCP-7000 shrugs. Well, it definitely makes this interview less monotonous than it could be.
What? Are the other guys not providing a stimulating work environment?
The other... Oh, you know. I can't really speak of any of the other participants, doctor-patient confidentiality and all. Safe to say you were one of my more interesting patients, without a doubt.
Rad.
SCP-7000 forcibly blinks. Was that supposed to be a wink?
Just for you.
Let's move on to your early childhood.
Oh boy, let's. What do you want to know?
How was it? Any other stories of survival? Random happenstance? You say you're a black cat with 10 lives, how you figure?
Well, I was always getting into trouble. Accidents, minor, but enough for my parents to notice and put me on some hyperactivity meds and mood suppressants.
Really now?
Always found the fastest way of going downstairs was to tumble. Somehow I was always getting caught 20 feet up in a tree. So many others, but all the memories are a blur. Getting your kid hooked on stimulants at that age will do a number on your memory. I do have a few weird memories, though I'm still not sure if they're dreams or not.
Why is that?
There was a brief time when I was little, I was convinced I could fly.
How so?
Remember this day. I think I missed my medication, so I was just being a hyper crazy little shit with the next door girls. We were maybe 7 or 8. I was running around my driveway at full clip, which had on a steep 30-foot decline. I'm talking a sharp drop. I wasn't paying attention. I was just whizzing around before I knew it. I had sped off the driveway with about 12 feet of air between me and the pavement. I started falling, but before I could hit the ground, something caught me, and I flew. I veered off to the left and landed safe on the driveway.
Schmidt straightens up in her chair. Did your friends see this?
I can't remember. I tried to talk to them about it, but they seemed to lose that part of the day. I think I was young, and being off my meds made me confuse my dreams with reality. I've had a lot of flying dreams since then.
Any other weird memories? Any that stick out from around that same time?
Well, shortly after that, my parents got divorced. It did a number on me. I still remember the night they had the big fight. My God.
SCP-7000 starts to cry. JD, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. But if you can, you said you like writing. Could you write down what happened that night? SCP-7000 nods, its face swollen in tears. Schmidt hands it a piece of paper. Take your time. 1,200 hours, 30 minutes. 0.09% BAC. Hume level, 16/40. SCP-7000 spends the next 35 minutes writing. 1,300 hours, 5 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.09%. Hume level, 15/41. SCP-7000 hands Schmidt the paper. Schmidt reads over it. Seems like you've internalized a lot of this pain. Do you blame yourself for your parents' separation?
No. I blame myself for not being strong enough to stop it.
That wasn't your call to make, though, JD.
But it affected me nonetheless.
1,300 hours, 8 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.08%. Hume level, 12/50.
Dr. Schmidt, Hume is rising. That cry may have sobered it up a bit faster than expected.
That's understandable, JD. I want to thank you for opening up and being a part of this study. You are heard. I think our time is up for today.
Thanks for listening to my diatribe, Doc.
You're very welcome, JD.
Till next time.
SCP-7000 forcibly blinks. See you next month. 1,200 hours, 55 minutes. That's behind the last timestamp. That's weird. Are we going backwards in time? Blood alcohol level, 0.08%. Hume level, 11/57. End transcript. Research summary remarks. SCP-7000 shows markings of a highly intelligent individual, despite the body-brain damage caused by alcohol dependency and trauma. It seems to take interpersonal relationships very emphatically, often blaming itself and the universe for misgivings. What is interesting, besides the one strong example given, is the lack of typical green-type evolution. It is possible that the medicated state that SCP-7000 was put in during its early years helped suppress early Phase 1 and Phase 2 development. It is, however, unclear how such strong disturbances in the Hume field could come from a completely unpracticed green type. What is very notable from its writings is the concept of SCP-7000's shadow entity, and the connection that can be made to Jungian references of the shadow. Footnote: in analytical psychology, the shadow, also known as ego-dystonic complex, repressed id, shadow aspect, or shadow archetype, is an unconscious aspect of the personality that does not correspond with the ego ideal, leading the ego to resist and project the shadow. In short, the shadow is the self's emotional blind spot. As Jung had noticed, individuals first recognize, then merge with, and ultimately assimilate the shadow, leading to a full and actualized, evolved self. Next interview will attempt to see if, as SCP-7000 matured, so did the SCP-7000-A effect. Attached file, SCP-7000, March 26, 2020. What? Again, isn't this... The previous one was March 28th, so we've gone back in time. I wonder if these are just typos on the timescale. Or maybe this was writing from before that. That could be right. Alright, this probably isn't an issue then. That is you then, the shadow. This is JD.
Yeah, it looks like generally they do continue to get later in the timeline as we go on.
Good.
Okay. So this is me?
Yep.
All right. I was maybe 7, maybe 8. All I know is that it was a warm summer's night. One of those nights you get in the middle of June in the north of the eastern seaboard. I remember the sky was dark and full of low-hanging clouds, the kind that would reflect the distant city's glow. And although there was no rain, the clouds lit up with the heated flashes of angry lightning, but the bolts never touched the ground, as if the lightning itself, too, was afraid of the brewing war in the downstairs bedroom. Mom and Dad were fighting again. I'm not sure if it was Dad or Daddy then. I don't really know. I haven't spoken to either of them for quite some time now. And in the middle of my daydreaming, I was awoken by Mommy's cries for answers and my father's pleas for peace. The quarrelsome banter came up through the floorboards and out of the walls as muffled murmurs. My only hope is that my sister, in her room further down the hall and further away, slept soundly, innocently unaware. A flash of lightning lit the area behind the curtains, and a rumble moved through the house. Unsure of whether it was the weather or whether or not it was them, I sprang to the window and rolled back the curtains. Being so close to the wall amplified the indistinguishable spats of my parentage. Their incessant bickering merged with the sound of the wind outside and together and howled like damned lamentations. The fear of the wind, the fear of thunder, the fear of storm, of familial dissolution swam madly in my young mind. I decided to do something. I prayed. I prayed to God, the same God my father had. If he had saved me, he could save us. I prayed for him to take away the fear of wind, the fear of thunder, the fear of storm, of dissolution. I prayed for the voices to stop, for them to quiet, and for something. With my prayer finished, I looked up as a flash of light pierced the sky, and I found it a sign. Had it worked? Had God heard my words? Had I finally found providence? When the sound of thunder rocked the house, I saw a giant towering shadow against the backdrop of the distant glowing city. All was quiet in the house, and the wind had subsided. The shadow stared at me. I stared back. Was this God? Had I summoned him? Had I saved my family? I heard my mother wail once again and my father scream. His voice shot through the shaking wall. I heard a door slam, a car start. The wind picked back up in the sky once again, filled with sound and illumination. I looked to the shadow and asked, why? The shadow stared back at me and said, you are not a god. You cannot stop the wind, the thunder, or the oncoming storm. I started to weep. I started to cry, and as I did, so did the shadow. And as it did, it morphed into a vision of myself, until all I could see was my own reflection in the window. I've carried the shadow every day since. Yeah. Yeah. Sherm, your mic has died. Sherm, your mic has died.
Oh, my mic was dead for the whole thing. Drat. All right, I'll go back real quick. My bad.
It's all good.
4/26/2020. Time 12:15. OSCB-7000-1. Dr. Mark Schmidt, Dr. Morgan Askew, Sergeant John Abramov. In the past month, besides previously established behavior trends, SCP-7000 did little of note. Within the month, SCP-7000 only requested one period of off time to receive a haircut. All other time was spent within OSCB-7000. Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, Sergeant John Abramov, and SCP-7000 formed a quick bond, often leaving their respective units to drink, sitting in foldable lawn chairs, set up in front of OSCB-7000. The pair would drink and converse for hours. Topics of conversation would include life experience, niche science topics, and the, quote, study program. Sergeant Abramov, by order, was covertly drinking non-alcoholic beverages. However, on occasion, SCP-7000 would mix a cocktail for the both of them. The following interview was conducted in OSCB-7000-1. Begin transcript. 1200 hours 20 minutes. Blood alcohol content 0.23. Hume level 21/21.
Welcome to my humble abode.
SCP-7000 spins in a circle, gesturing to the unit. SCP-7000 stumbles over their own gate. SCP-7000 quickly recovers.
Ta-da!
Not much of trick, is it, JD?
No, I guess not. But you know what is a great trick?
I think that's a typo, not much of a trick, I think, but moving on. Oh, what's that?
How I make a great margarita. How great I make a margarita. I'm going to make you one.
No, JD, it's fine. I'm working. Our monthly meetup, remember?
How could I forget? And I look forward to these with all my being.
Well, let's get started then.
First, margarita.
SCP-7000 grabs one of the shaker tins on the counter. SCP-7000 pulls a measuring jigger out of a kitchen drawer, then grabs a plate of salt, 2 items of glassware, and 3 bottles off its display. SCP-7000 pours the ingredients and begins shaking.
See, the trick to the perfect margarita is simplicity, quality ingredients, and proportion. 2 parts Repto, 1 part Sirocco, and 1 part lime. That's it.
SCP-7000 stops shaking and rims the glassware with salt from the plate. SCP-7000 then strains the cocktails into their respective glasses and fills them with fresh ice.
Most people want to overcomplicate things, like adding lemon juice, orange juice, agave, or blending it. You name it. Those things still don't beat a well-thought-out classic. Here.
SCP-7000 hands Schmidt a glass.
The perfect margarita. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, that's quite good.
Thanks. It's like I'm a professional bartender or something. Everything has its purpose. The lime and the tequila do their dance, with the Sirocco coming in on the back, and the salt really brings out the sweetness, kind of like life, you know?
In what way?
You know, going through salty, bitter times can make sweet things stand out so that much more. Salt highlights the sweet.
Schmidt smiles. Speaking of life, let's get back to yours. Where we left off was early childhood. I want to fast forward to more formative years.
Aren't all years formative?
In a way, but I want to know about the years where you started to figure out who you wanted to be.
Lady, I still barely know that, but I guess we could start in high school.
If that's where you want to take off, go right ahead.
Fine. So my sister and I were shuffled around from mom to dad to mom, off and on, sometimes with relatives, sometimes with family friends. We never really found our footing. By middle school, I was already drinking pretty proficiently. My grandfather had taught me early on how to make a screwdriver.
Why is that?
So that he didn't have to get up and make it himself. Just have me do it.
I'd imagine that would have a big impact on you.
It helped me more than anything. See, I never went to the same school for more than a year from 6th grade on. When I first entered high school, I was a loner, a weirdo, but I wanted to fit in so bad. So I actively developed a strategy to do so. I would learn how to make really good drinks. That's one thing that all high schoolers want to be part of.
The popular crowd?
Parties.
Ah.
So I would study classic cocktails, learn how to balance booze for good drinks. Then I'd go to parties, make amazing punches and such, and get people to like me.
Seems like you researched your way into the in crowd.
Absolutely.
So would you say that mixing cocktails is your way of letting people know you want to be liked by them? Schmidt looks at her cocktail.
I guess you could say that.
SCP-7000 forcibly blinks with both eyes and then stares at Schmidt for 10 seconds. You're staring. Weren't you taught that it is rude to stare?
Oh, yes, I know, but life is short, and I'm not in the business of denying myself a chance to take in something beautiful.
Schmidt blushes and looks away. JD, let's keep it on the track, won't we?
You got it, Doc.
So along the same lines of what you experienced in your younger years, dreamlike memories, visions of shadow things, anything stand out to you?
No, as I got older, I just found myself in strange situations, ones where it almost seemed like I blipped out of reality into, I don't know how to describe it.
Try me.
Like, okay, when I first got my car at 19, it was just a Jeep. It was awesome, but not without its flaws. The idle wouldn't catch sometimes, so at stoplights and such, I would have to also keep the gas going along with the brake. So this one time, instead of possibly have the car die on me if I stopped, I blew through a yellow light. The Jeep was top heavy and it started to tailspin. I went off the road, over the sidewalk, and almost pummeled about 100 feet down into some apartment complex. But suddenly, out of nowhere, one single tree, no more than 8 inches thick, appeared and caught the front of the bumper of my car. That one tree, I swear it wasn't there. It saved my life. And I've been in crazier accidents since then.
Yes, I can see from your file. 3 car accidents and 2 motorcycle. This one included. Can you tell me about another?
Well, there was that time in college when I was 22. My girlfriend and I got into a fight. I was drunk and stormed off, got in my car and drove 20 miles to my apartment. When I got there, I decided to go back to the dorms where she was, another 20 miles. When I got there, her roommates told me she'd gone home to cool off, so I drove to her parents' home, 50 miles away. Once I got to her neighborhood, I decided to cool down myself. I turned my car around and started on the 20-mile trip home. Midway, she texted me asking if I was okay, that she hadn't heard from me in too long. I was worried. I was sobering up at the time, but I was still quite upset.
So, what did you do?
I texted her back, no, but I mistyped and sent N-I, knee. So I went to fix the mistake. While barreling down I-73 at 80 to 90 miles an hour, when I looked up from my phone, I was going over the center embankment. The nose of my truck hit the ground, launched me and the truck sideways. I was rolled anywhere between 4 to 6 times over. When the motion stopped, I pulled myself out of the back window and out the wreck. I was not injured in the least.
You don't say.
Even crazier, the entire thing, whole truck, mashed metal and shattered glass. Only thing that wasn't pulverized was the front driver's side area. It was like it had a bubble around me. Protection.
Seems like a running theme in your life is narrowly escaping severe or deadly situations.
Mari, that's not like even half of it. So many stories.
Like what?
The time when I was 26, I was lost in the desert for 2 days with no food or water, just a hangover on cocaine. Was found by search and rescue. Literally almost died.
Another good example.
And then there was the time last year in Tijuana that I bought coke off a guy who turned me into the police. They pat me down and everything, but I missed the one pocket where the shit was. And then I lost all my money, my wallet, my phone, racked up a bill at one of the bars, couldn't pay, was held at gunpoint for the payment before a fire broke out and I got away.
This sounds like...
Again, when I was 16, my friends and I got into a parkour and I missed a 4-story jump and I only pinched my sciatica.
Schmidt is quiet for 3 seconds.
Or 2 years when I was riding to work and I got T-boned by an SUV and the only thing damaged was my bike.
SCP-7000 and Schmidt are quiet for 7 seconds. Any others?
Well, yeah.
SCP-7000 looks at the far wall past Schmidt.
I tried killing myself twice. Once with an overdose of painkillers and the second time by cutting my wrist.
SCP-7000 turns its wrists over, revealing scars. I'm sorry. I didn't know that wasn't in your file.
It wouldn't be. There were private moments where I decided it just wasn't worth it to continue any further. But I guess I had bad luck even with that. For the overdose, roommate found me and induced vomiting. It took me 3 days to recover. And these, no matter how hard and how much I cut, the blood always stopped. I can't even do that right.
Well, JD, aren't you glad that you couldn't?
Jury's still out on that.
SCP-7000 and Schmidt are quiet for 21 seconds.
Whew. I mean, that's what comes to mind right now. Now that I say it, I've had like the best of the worst luck.
Sounds like you find yourself in compromising situations, often at your own discretion, and somehow luckily make it out.
It's like my bad luck and good luck are two sides of the same coin. A coin flip that miraculously just keeps landing on its edge.
SCP-7000 looks at its drink.
I guess a lot of it might have to do with this, huh?
Seems to be an underlying factor.
Well then, here's to your study.
SCP-7000 finishes the entirety of its drink in one gulp. SCP-7000 looks back at Schmidt despondently.
That's what you want, right?
Not particularly, but it is necessary.
Do you always do what's necessary?
When it's needed.
You're so lucky I like you.
Why is that?
If I didn't have the pleasure of meeting with you like this every month, I'd tell the study to get fucked.
Well then...
I'm sorry, just a little drunk and emotional after all that.
That's understandable. SCP-7000 and Schmidt are quiet for 12 seconds.
You're beautiful, you know that.
Schmidt looks at SCP-7000. JD, you're intoxicated.
And tomorrow I won't be. But Dr. Schmidt, you still will be beautiful.
Thank you, JD. I think we can end here.
Did I say something wrong?
Schmidt smiles. Not in the slightest. You're a charming person, JD. Keep your head up. 1200 hours, 20 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.25. Hume level, 20/20. End transcript. Researcher summary remarks. SCP-7000 seems to have lived a life of extreme risks and constant inebriation. It can ultimately it can ultimately be inferred, I assume that's supposed to mean, that SCP-7000-A has been activated upon in many instances in the past to protect the survival of SCP-7000. SCP-7000 seems to see all the situations he put himself in as a result of bad luck, and their outcomes as a result of good luck. SCP-7000 seems to lack awareness in his conscious autonomy to make decisions, functioning off a combination of instinct and impulse, often only realizing the ramifications of his actions after the fact. The next interview will seek to establish motives and intentions behind decision-making and establish a broader perspective, broader or more broad. I don't think it's more broader. Perspective of SCP-7000's worldview. Interview 3. SCP-7000, May 26, 2020. Open interview transcript. May 26, 2020. 1200 hours, 35 minutes. Location, PER OBR-15. Dr. Mari Schmidt, Morgan Askew Research Assistant, Security Detail Sergeant John Abramov, forward. Dr. Schmidt, deciding that the setting of OCS B-7000 may have been too informal for a proper interview, elected to move the interview back to Site-52. The line of questioning that followed was intended to determine if SCP-7000-A were to fully emerge and activate, what kind of person would SCP-7000 be in maintaining the ability. Begin transcript. 1200 hours 35 minutes, blood alcohol content 0.08, Hume levels 18/24. Thanks for meeting me here, JD.
No problem, Doc. More formal than our last encounter.
Yes.
So, where are we starting today?
Well, let us start off light. You have cut back the drinking, I see. Only coming in today with a 0.08?
Yeah, I feel like I was out of line with you last time and a bit too heavy-handed. I know I got the hots for you, but this is, well, I guess considered a working relationship, and I need to respect that.
That's very self-aware of you, JD.
Yeah, I don't know what waits me on the other side of this thing, but I hope it's a better me.
So do I, JD. So do I. What kind of person do you want to be, JD?
I don't know. Up to this point, I feel like I've just been fucking up so excellently that I just never considered that change is in my cards. It's like I went downhill so sharply, and that when I tried to look behind me, I saw nothing but the sky.
So, do you think you can change?
I don't know. I always wanted to be a writer, a composer, an astronaut, a pilot, someone who does things that make people happy, leaves them in awe. Then there's so many shitty things going on in the world. Global warming, political bullshit, war, sickness. I just thought maybe I'd do something to make all those things not so bad for people.
So what happened? SCP-7000 gestures around the room and then to itself.
This, my dear, drinking, reckless behavior, this whole mess of an existence I call life. I stopped myself in my own tracks before I could get running.
So what would you have done differently?
Not drank, not started down this whole path of existential absurdity.
What do you mean by that?
Have you ever heard of Camus?
Camus the philosopher?
Bingo. I got this thing tattooed across my chest. A man that has basically become aware, has become aware of the absurd is forever bound to it. Basically, the absurd is the dissonance that arises between man's search for meaning in a universe ultimately devoid of meaning. When he becomes aware of it, it's all that consumes him.
So you think there is no meaning in the universe?
None that we're meant to know, just a large black nothingness for us to scream into.
So if nothing matters, why did you limit your drinking to see me today? You could have come here raging drunk, and according to your absurdity idea, nothing would have been different.
Because, as Nietzsche once said, he who fights monsters must take care he does not become a monster himself. For if you gaze for long into the abyss gazes back. If I want to rail against the meaninglessness of existence, the black abyss, I must own myself with the conviction to never become a monster. I care about you, I'm sure, in some of the same capacities my father loved my mother. But once drink is involved, dissolution, drinking is my monster.
SCP-7000 stares at Schmidt.
I don't want to ever be a monster to you.
I don't think you ever could be, JD.
Only time will tell. I guess that's why I've always wanted to do something to change people's lives. I feel like all the bad luck in my life is just karma for being a bad person.
How so?
I don't know. I have all this criminal history, but all this want to be a force of good in the world, wasted potential. Sometimes I just wish I could come across a drowning person, a car crash, a burning house, a natural disaster, and just help. Prove that I'm not just my mistakes. Prove that I'm not lost. Prove that I can still do good in this world. Maybe if I was a hero, people would forget the absolute royal flush of a fuck up I've turned out to be. Sometimes I wonder if I'm a good person.
I think you are. It sounds like you beat yourself up over this quite a bit.
Hence the drinking. It helps quiet the inner voice, the one that keeps trying to tell me I'm better than this, and nothing at all at the same time.
What would you do if you listened?
I don't know. Hey, Doc,
Yes?
what happens after the study? My record gets clean. I have some money in my pocket. Do I just go back to my old ways? What do you think the future holds for me? Good luck? Bad? More of the same?
Honestly, JD, I can't quite say. I think that will ultimately be up to you.
Will you be there?
Huh? I...
When this is all done, will we stay in contact?
JD, I think you and I will be in contact for a very, very long time.
Oh, good. I like that.
SCP-7000 blinks forcefully with both eyes. 1200 hours, 55 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.05. Hume level, 15/69. Schmidt turns away from SCP-7000.
What else do you want me to talk about?
I think I have enough for today, JD. Thank you.
See you next month?
Absolutely. 1300 hours. Blood alcohol content, 0.04. Hume level, 10/111. End transcript. Researcher summary remarks. JD is quite possibly one of the first green-type individuals ever encountered to, 1, by his age not be aware of his abilities in the slightest, and 2, be on the cusp or in the midst of Phase 4 power transition without never undergoing any other Phase 1 through 3 transitions. Regardless of what Dr. Clef may attribute to the concept of the, quote, child god. Footnote, Dr. Clef's excerpts from Physics Division Field Manual 13, Special Circumstances, Humanoid Threat Entities, or anomalous effects SCP-7000-A may have on my interactions with JD, it is quite possible that he might be a force for good, and useful to the Foundation's needs. Formal submission for reclassification to Thaumiel/Sarunos pending approval. To Loeski from Mari, so this one's me. Archived emails, May 28th, 2020. From Mari Schmidt to Harold Loeski. Subject, SCP-7000 reclassification request. Director Loeski. Sir, it has been 2 days since I submitted my request for reclassification of SCP-7000. I think there is clear evidence here for release and use. JD has a strong moral compass, a keen eye and understanding of his faults, and a sense of duty to the world. Should we allow him to develop his abilities, he could be a great asset to the Foundation. Imagine what we could do with a top-tier reality bender on our side. Thaumiel only makes sense at this point. On top of all that, it is clear that we cannot just sedate him and keep him inebriated via sedative means. And to be completely frank, these containment procedures are borderline unethical. To actively force this person to drink themselves to death would be against our creed of cold not cruel. Even more so that if his health starts to decline significantly due to the excessive drinking, the SCP-7000-A anomaly may appear just to protect JD anyway. In that case, he'd be weaker and not in control. A secondary class of Sarunos is necessary. I propose to dissolve Protocol Relapse as well. It was a short-sighted and inhumane solution to a potential problem that I did not fully comprehend at the time. I need your help to push this along. Please follow up with the Council as soon as possible. Signed, Mari.
Great. To Schmidt Mari from Loeski Herald. Subject SCP-7000 reclassification request. Dr. Schmidt, it is with a heavy heart that I must inform you that your request for reclassification has been denied. Vote 5-8. I am also sorry to report that effective immediately, you are to remove yourself as research head on the SCP-7000 project. The Council feels that you have grown too close and too attached to SCP-7000. Some of your research fails to maintain objectivity and proper nomenclature attributes. Data analysis also shows that SCP-7000 maintains a higher level of sobriety before and after your meetings, thus weakening containment protocols. the Council, along with myself, feel that you may be being manipulated by SCP-7000 and SCP-7000-A, either consciously or subconsciously for unknown reasons. I hope this does not deter you from accepting other work on our behalf in the future. Your knowledge and prowess in this field is valued and appreciated. With deepest regrets, Director Harold Loeski.
From Dr. Mari Schmidt to Director Harold Loeski regarding SCP-7000 reclassification request. Director, I begrudgingly accept the Council's decision and appreciate your input. I will, however, elect to hold my personal opinion regarding the matter to myself, as stating so would involve a wide degree of dissenting and disrespectful comments, the vulgarity of which is below me. Consider this my request for a 2-week sabbatical to clear my head. Respectfully, Dr. Mari Schmidt. Incident, May 28th, 2020. Forward. At 0900 hours 13 minutes on May 28th, 2020, Dr. Mari Schmidt arrived at SCP-7000. Dr. Schmidt was still able to use her personal access keycard. Internal investigation has revealed that Dr. Schmidt's continued access to SCP-7000 was achievable by way of systemic policy failure, as Dr. Schmidt had a higher clearance level than the programmer assigned to change her access permissions. Formal authorization inquiries hindered the expediency expected of such a general process. Footnote: current policies and procedures are now pending review. What follows is a transcript of events. Begin CCTV transcript, 2100 hours, 13 minutes, blood alcohol content 0.07%, Hume level 13/89. Schmidt enters through SCP-7000-1 door lock. She's met with a confused SCP-7000. JD, come on, we gotta go. We gotta go now. Come with me.
Whoa, Dr. Schmidt, please slow your roll. Sup?
Just call me Mari. I'm not your doctor, never was. This whole thing is a lie. Come on.
Dude, slow down. What?
No time to explain. Grab what you want and let's go. SCP-7000 gets up and starts looking for personal effects. Schmidt is seen assisting in packing.
Well, you're gonna have to explain.
Listen, I work for a clandestine, above-government agency specializing in the acquisition and containment of anomalous items, locations, and persons. You are such a person.
I don't know what you mean.
Your whole life, the shadow, surviving when you shouldn't have, things happening you can't explain, your luck, that's you. It's always been you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You're what we like to call a green type, a reality bender, my specialty. You can shape and change the physical world around you, manipulate reality.
Oh my god, Dr. Schmidt, who put you up to this? John, that trickster?
John is not your friend and he never will be. He's been the lead on your security detail, in charge of watching your every move.
Come on, Doc.
Call me Mari. SCP-7000 stops and stares at Schmidt.
You're serious?
Yes, please, come on. Schmidt can be seen with tears in her eyes.
So, there is no study?
No, our plan was to keep extending, keep you here drunk indefinitely. Your powers don't work while you have alcohol in your system.
You're kidding me. My whole life.
Let's go.
So none of this was real?
No.
John?
Not real. Come on.
Are you real? How can I trust you?
Because, JD, I care about you. I see greatness in you. If you only knew the power you have.
What is it, this power?
Well, my theory right now is that it exists separately from you, but if you were to harness it and control it.
What?
You know how all creatures have a fight or flight response?
Yeah.
You have a third option. Change. If you could learn to control yourself and your power, you could...
Could what?
JD, if you were sober, if you let your power out, control it, harness it, you could fly, move mountains, you could change the world. This group I work for, they're scared of you. They'll do everything they can to stop. Mobile Task Force 10 Agent Alpha 1, codename named John Abramoff, is seen breaching the doorway in with weapons drawn. The other 6 Mobile Task Force members follow in. Dr. Schmidt, get on your knees. Get down now. Schmidt can be seen crying. I'm so sorry, JD. I'm so sorry. Alpha 1 is seen restraining Schmidt. Delta 1 and 2 escort her out. Command, target is acquired. En route to site. Can confirm OSCB veil has been broken. Please advise. Secure the area and await the new specialists. Revise containment procedures to follow tomorrow. The experiment is over.
John?
Sorry, pal. I think that's supposed to be Alpha 1 and not Schmidt. Sorry, pal. Just another op. No hard feelings. 21 hours, 21 minutes. Blood alcohol content, 0.06. Hume level, 14/75. Alpha 1 is seen departing OSCB-7000-1 along with the rest of the team. Lockdown procedure is initiated, and the walls, windows, and doors of OSCB-7000-A are covered by roll-down, reinforced metallic barricades. The thermal infrared night filter switches on. SCP-7000 appears disturbed and begins to cry. CB, I'm somewhat with this is going, assuming that means containment breach. Level 3 access required. Addenda? I think that's addenda. Addendums, SCP-7000-A. Open addendum. Protocol relapse. Should SCP-7000-A fully emerge, full deployment of OSCP-7000's SRA equipment is to be initiated. While SCP-7000 is incapacitated, a single round is to be discharged into the side cranium by Mobile Task Force Alpha 1 to neutralize the threat. Dr. Mari Schmidt, March 18, 2020. Addendum SCP-7000-B. Open addendum. It is to be duly noted that within 24 hours following the March 18th incident at Long Beach Memorial Medical Center, all 12 of the infants housed within the newborn intensive care unit were no longer suffering from their previously ascribed complications. All infants were given full spectrum screenings, with none having any signs of health concerns. Blood samples and DNA analysis showed no genetic predispositions for any diseases. All infants were released to their parents. However, the Foundation is elected to keep a list of known individuals for future reference in Redacted. Addendum SCP-7000-C. Open addendum. As of April 8, 2022, SCP-7000 remains uncontained with little information to its possible location. Eyewitness testimonies from across the globe have reported a humanoid male figure with strange abilities and powers appearing shortly after disasters, natural, man-made, and anomalous. Witnesses report seeing this figure, often described as emitting a faint blue glow, assist and help in recovery efforts, ultimately leaving before Foundation personnel arrive on scene.
I think you may have missed the collapsible that is the CB.
Oh, there's the CB. Thank you.
Yep.
I was confused. I really felt like I missed something. All right, pardon me. We're going to go back to what caused everything we just saw. Containment breach, June 2nd, 2020. Following the incident on May 28th involving Dr. Mari Schmidt, SCP-7000 was observed crying in a fetal position within the same area of OSCB-7000-1 for an extended period of time. SCP-7000 only ceased crying to get up and write on a piece of paper. It is to be noted, no alcohol was consumed during this period of time. Dr. Schmidt was summarily relieved of her Level 3 credentials and remanded on-site confinement, with Foundation duties limited to Level 1 administrative paperwork and data input. At 10:00 hours 9 minutes on May 29, 2020, 21 minutes before the new containment specialist, Dr. Mallory Name, footnote, PhD in physics and thaumaturgy, a student of Dr. Clef, both proponents in sedation techniques, was to arrive on scene and instruct the team on the next steps. A large blast of energy was felt from within OSCB-7000. Hume readings at this moment reached 0.05 over 556 Humes. On-site alarms were triggered, and CCTV recorded 10 seconds of what transpired before being cut. 10:00 hours 9 minutes. Blood alcohol content 0.01. Hume level 0.05 over 556. SCP-7000 starts to emit a strong blue glow. OSCB-7000 emergency sirens start to sound.
Change the world. Hey, Mari.
SCP-7000 looks at the camera, blinks forcefully, and the feed is cut. At 10:00 hours 10 minutes, SCP-7000 was seen by Mobile Task Force something 10 breaching the roof of OSCB-7000 and levitating momentarily. SCP-7000 had a bright blue luminosity radiating from around its body. Protocol relapse was initiated by Mobile Task Force, and Mobile Task Force attempted to dispatch SRAs, but the units were identified by SCP-7000 immediately and anomalously disintegrated. SCP-7000 was seen smiling before it flew away. Foundation satellite radar measured a small, unidentified object, believed to be SCP-7000 moving at Mach 2.5 in a northwest vector away from SCP-7000, before it vanished over the Pacific Ocean near the coast of Monterey, California. SCP-7000's whereabouts are currently unknown and are actively being traced. See Addendum SCP-7000-C. Recovered file SCP-7000, May 29, 2020. Note left behind by SCP-7000.
Mari, I don't know if you'll ever read this, wherever you are, but one day I'll find you. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for believing in me when the rest of the world had given up. Thank you for understanding my faults, my misgivings, my darkness, my shadow. Thank you for never judging me or holding me in contempt for all that I've screwed up. Thank you for helping to bring me out of my own self-induced stupor. Thank you for making me feel human again, for making me feel seen. Thank you for making me realize that I'm not some black cat with 10 lives, that I am so much more than just the good and bad luck that's existence thrust upon me. If there's one thing I can count myself lucky for, is that I was lucky to know you in our short time together. Thank you for being a friend to this singular weirdo. You're a beautiful one at that. I will go to the ends of the earth to learn how to harness this newfound power turning within me. And when I return, I won't just fly. The rest of the world will fly with me. I won't just move mountains. We will make them. I won't just change the world. We will. Together we will make our own luck. Till next time, winking at you, both eyes. JD.
All right. Overall, first of all, we started with another hour and a halfer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's right on par with Chronex. Yeah.
But, man, I really dig this piece.
I like it a lot. I think there's a few spelling, punctuation, and grammatical errors.
We caught a couple of those going through.
Yeah, with something this long, I'm not surprised. I think it was good. I think it drags a little bit. I don't know, like the master list, how much that's necessary, but I think it's a funny piece of world building, which is fine. I'm glad it's in a collapsible for people that might not want to read that. But I thought the format was great. I thought the characterization was really strong. Everything, yeah, quite pleased with how this one turned out, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The character dialogue did a good job all around. I enjoyed this was a long article, but I never felt like it slowed down very much. I didn't feel like bored as some longer ones get. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I think it's because it changed formats so many times. Like I've never seen this mobile task force form, but I like it as a piece of world building.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wish the master list of the booze had a better formatting. It just doesn't look pretty.
I think so. Yeah. I think that would have helped a little bit too. I guess because
the formatting on the the order form for the task force is really good.
Yeah.
And it's a great precursor to the action scene.
Yeah. I think the master list, if it was in a chart and you had tasting notes, I think that would be funny.
That would give something entertaining during it, not just a list.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe alcohol content or something. Surprised I didn't see any Everclear 190 proof in there. Do you think they're trying to get this guy drunk as possible?
It's a moonshine, baby.
They would give him 190 proof alcohol and then be done with it. But yeah, no, it's very, very well put together.
A lot of great images and charts. I like that chart. I'm a big fan of the Hume to alcohol chart. Big fan of this.
I'm a big fan of charts in general, so I can definitely appreciate that. It's got a full infographic kind of vibe for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Great way to kick this one off, although it took up a quarter of our runtime.
Exactly. All right. And now for the ad break.
Yes.
Real quick, remember that we are here today for a couple of reasons. Number one, and first and foremost of those, let me get the right window here, is our good buddy, Dr. Jeremiah Cimmerian, who attempted murder by tree, has us reading all the 7K entries.
I'm doing this for you, buddy. Despite that tree, specifically. That one tree.
Every donation to Dr. Cimmerian's GoFundMe makes the tree scream. That's why we do this. It's not for helping Cimmerian. It's just petty revenge.
Pure spite.
Yep. We're also going to, today, let's do this for Slow Space. Tell us about Slow Space, Billith.
All right. So my my website that I feature all of my music on, slowgramming.space. You can go and check that out. I always have some promotional materials, links to videos that I've made, and you get some updated information on when I release new content, which I will be soon. Anybody who's paid attention to my content knows that I've been prepping to release an unofficial SCP Foundation soundtrack, which will be a lot of fun. That'll be out within the next week or two. Yeah, definitely.
I had the pleasure of seeing Grigori tweet about your music the other day while I was at the gym, and so I was stretching after my run, and I threw on your one of your songs. I forget which one. It's the one I shared in the tweet, but sure. It's lovely. It's good stuff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It almost felt to me like more intense Stranger Thingy lo-fi, kinda. I don't know how to describe it.
I'll take that. That's good. Yeah, I like that.
How would you describe? That's how I would describe it. How would you tell them what your music is like?
It is experimental, mid-fi vapor bass. I don't know. I try something different. Like with every one of my albums, I try to do something, introduce some new subgenres or whatever. But it's generally experimental, lo-fi, vapor adjacent music. Yeah, I can see the Stranger Things comparison for sure.
And on my end, if you want to support Site 42 and you have a VR headset, you can check out the Callisto VR. It is on early access. The full visuals of the game and the main storyline are complete, and you can play through it. The early access aspect is that they're going to add even more content and different ways to solve the different puzzles. It is a murder mystery on a space hotel. And if you have VR, check it out. I do voice acting in it, and so that's why I'm supporting the game.
Very cool.
That, close the ad window. Take us back to... Hold on. That blew up in my face. I need it over here. And going back to the 7Con. Boom. So our next SCP-7000 is Business as Usual.
Correct. Business as Usual by Bluefoot.
All right.
Take that away.
And why don't you start us up on this one?
Absolutely. Access SCP Mail. You have one new message. To Terry Snelling from Marie Oyane. Subject, assignment for the morning. Hey, Terry. Craig told me that you're the new guy and that you're my new assistant now. Guess I should say welcome to the team, Terry. Craig also sent me some files last night. The Foundation has archived everything we've ever written or said, and I mean everything. The papers go back to forever ago. I'm supposed to delete the unimportant stuff, but I have to read through it beforehand to make sure I don't delete anything useful. So, as my new and rearing to please assistant, I'd like for you to do it. I've attached the files to this message. Just tell me what we should keep when you're done. A bit about it, though. Some of it may seem like it's for the higher-ups to see, but trust me, because of the freedom of information stuff that came out a few years ago and after that big strike, it's fine. After a while, you won't think about it. As far as I know, no one has bothered to read all that stuff yet. Why would they anyway? I know my tone isn't what you'd expect for some uptight government organization, but, well, Craig said that I'm supposed to tell you what and how it is, and just about everyone here talks like me. Just giving you a fair warning. But hey, once you're a full-time work rat, it'll be the easiest $60,000 bucks a year that you've ever earned. From Marie. P.S. I've also attached the 7000 document. Most documents don't mention 7000, but just read it before anything else so you know what it is. Collapsible 7000.revision19.doc. Item number 7000, level 2 restricted, containment class, safe, disruption class, dark, risk class, caution. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is to be contained in a standard containment chamber within a Site-01. No personnel are to enter the space that SCP-7000 serves as an entrance into under any circumstance. Description. SCP-7000 is an ornate mirror. The speculum metal that makes up SCP-7000's center is reflective. However, it is not tangible. This threshold in question serves as a portal into cosmic space. SCP-7000 is present on both sides of the portal effect that the anomaly creates. Although SCP-7000's typical dimensions are 0.5 by 0.2 by 1 meters, it has the capacity to adjust in size to allow objects larger than its typical dimensions to pass through it. And its dimensions have never been recorded to be larger than 3.2 by 6 meters. If any force is applied to SCP-7000 that causes it to move in any way on either side of its portal effect, the corresponding manifestation of SCP-7000 will move at the same rate of speed and in the same manner on the other side. Despite SCP-7000 serving as a portal into space, no vacuum effect or consequence of the large pressure difference between both entrances into SCP-7000 has ever been recorded. The image caption says SCP-7000. A star and several planets have been recorded to be within the close proximity to the area of space SCP-7000 serves as a portal to, though the exact distance to these cosmic bodies are unknown. This area otherwise appears to be unremarkable, although there is a slightly above average concentration of debris in the area when compared to the rest of interplanetary space, such as stone, metal, wood, and synthetic materials that do not naturally occur in space, such as the previously mentioned wood and synthetic materials, are theorized to have been left by humans on previous expeditions into the space. Document created 7,198 years ago. Document list. I think you get it now. Just start looking at these and see what looks important. I left you some notes along the way just to help you understand it. You're the new guy after all. Murray. Document 1 is SCP Mail Response 1.doc. My good friend, Director Simmons. As a representative of the recently formed Foundation Personnel Workers Union, I'd like to extend my deepest thanks for accepting our requests. I'm well aware that the path has been filled with bumps, but I'm very happy that some progression has been made, even if far past overdue. I and all of your other now happy, healthy, and rested employees look forward to the future where we can all work together to build a greater SCP Foundation. Thank you for your time. Alexei Kosnovich. Document created 17 years ago. Memo.doc. Note to employees, July 5th of 9601. Hello, this is Site Director Simmons. Let's just get this done quickly. Really? Seriously? Strikes? What the hell are you on about? I've read your little manifesto, or demands, as you call it, not just your pamphlet. I'm looking at your newsletter as I write this. Undignified workload? Freedom of information? Mind-numbing? Are we living on the same planet? You work possibly the most comfortable job in the world. You spend Foundation time on pushing pencils and stacking files, and you demand to play on your phone as you do it. When I was as young as half of you are, I worked my hands to jelly at the Ryan Shirley steel mill, and you didn't hear a chirp from me. What really gets me is the undignified part. Some great men and women, all better than you or me, have worked till the grave, plus overtime for this place. The Foundation isn't a job. It isn't something you can just strike on. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry that many of you don't feel this way, but that's just your problem, frankly. I understand that our work sometimes feels confusing. Some may ask why we do it, or why we do it in the way we do. I'm not at liberty to totally answer these questions. But what you need to know is that there are those that are no longer with us knew that keeping this place around is important, and the way we do it is just as crucial. If you change a spritz of a big thing, you may realize too late that little piece of the whole held up much more than you thought it did. You people strike when you can't play games at work. You're children. So no, I will not meet a single one of your demands. Stop playing this stupid game before you eat up your savings. Document created 17 years ago. Pamphlet.doc. Strike for Workers' Rights begins March 5th, 9601. Call to action from the SCP Foundation's Workers' Rights Association. This pamphlet has reached your office door, or your computer screen, or your windshield, or anywhere else you may have found it for a reason. That reason is simple. We believe that you agree with us when you say enough is enough. But who are we? We are an association of hardworking, like-brained Foundation employees, just like you. Have you ever organized boxes on one end of a room, and when you're finished, your supervisor comes over and says to move it back? We've done that. Have you ever been given hours worth of old files to read just to skim them and delete them anyway? We have. Have you ever thought that you've just been given a day's worth of busy work? Don't even start with us. The point here is that our work is monotonous and fulfilling. To fix this, we demand the following: increased transparency of reason for action taken by management and higher ranking supervisors. Discontinuation of document classification system as to promote the freer flow of information. More clear managerial instructions. Allow for employees to entertain themselves within reason when their current task has been completed and they are awaiting the assignment of another task. We hope that we can both at least agree that at the end of a day's work, we should all feel as if we've accomplished something. Please join us May 3rd in strike. May 3rd. Oh, I see. May 3rd in strike to help make this change possible. Please contact Superior Researcher Alexei Kosnovich, Computer Technician Rahim Begul, or Assistant Researcher Ken Patterson for more information. Document created 17 years ago. All right. You want me to do Kosnovich and you can do Belgul?
Sounds good.
All right. Foundation talk. Conversation. A. Kosnovich and R. Belgul. Hey, Rahim, could I talk to you for a minute?
Okay.
I'll get to the point. No one talks about this, and I've just been getting more and more heated about it ever since my second month here. What we do for work is the most monotonous, pointless shit possible.
Hold on. Don't you realize this is Foundation talk? The higher-ups can read this chat.
I don't care, man. We both know it's true. What's worse, I've read through whatever records I can, and nothing has changed for forever.
I get what you're shooting at. I'm just not going to go hungry over my work being boring.
Gore, and I thought you had some integrity. I know you. You're not the type of person to be selling your dignity for $30 per hour. How can you stand with us doing absolutely nothing for 8 hours a day for a bit more than minimum wage? Rahim, just think about what you did yesterday. You won't tell me, but I sure as hell know. You're a computer guy, so you probably did more of that stuff. But I wager I'm on my favor. I'm my favor that our days were mostly the same. Yesterday, I waited an hour for my manager to give me some work. A shanked hour. Then he had me help him move his cactus pot from his office to the break area plant space. I thought it was maybe a kilo. He could have moved it himself. Then we moved it back because he didn't like how it looked. Then he dumped a bunch of files on me to read. Useless crap. Nobody could tell me why we archive it all. I remember it being a bunch of cafeteria menus from 150 years ago with some other stuff spritzed in. He gave me an hour to read them and get rid of the stuff we didn't need. I didn't look at a single one and deleted it all after 45 minutes. The manager then came in again. We had some small talk. I tried to bring up some stuff that interested me. SCP-7000 mostly. Any new research being done? Classified. Anything coming from it? Classified. Anything interesting about it at all? Classified. The only thing he could talk about was our new water closet paper and that scratchy, thin, cheap crap. Our job is to be office rats. That's it. We secure, contain, protect, but all we have is 7,000, and we just lock it in a room. Hell, why do we even have 7,000 in the first place? It's the only thing in containment. We have so many questions. Where does it come from? How does it work? I've got no goring clue, and they won't even assign me to find out. They've recruited me as a researcher, but I've yet to see the science being done in this place. Even if I was assigned here, they wouldn't start my research anyway. Why? Classified. There's something going on. I know it. Everything's going classified, but some of the things I read, stuff like old reports and memos, have this weird feel to them, like there's a few missing bricks we need to finish building the house, and I bet it's why this place is so pointless. It's some big money laundering scheme. Is it some big money laundering scheme? Is it some secret government plot? Is it other anomalies? I think the latter. I think about it. Where's SCP-69999? Where's 7001? 5,000, 4,000, 3630, 709. Why do we only have 7,000? All great questions, but people are too busy cowering in fear of falling off the career wagon to ask them. Someone's just got to step up and say, screw the protocols. Anyway, the point is that me and some other guys are planning to strike. Yeah, you heard me. We're going to strike over our job being boring, and we're going to be proud of it. I know you've got connections, and you're good with computers. I want you to help us out. Read my messages, Rahim. Please don't ignore this, man. This is serious. Okay. Budget.doc. This document is actually older than the next couple ones. Usually they're in order, but sometimes the system just tosses them over to us a bit scrambled. Just thought you'd want to know. Murray. SCP Foundation Annual Budget, 7154. The following is a simplified description of overall spending of the $300 million Bakersfield Confederation dollars approved for the SCP Foundation this business year. The following annual budget has been reviewed by the O5 Council and is only to be viewed by personnel holding level 4 clearance or above. 7%, building utilities, electricity, ominous surface, etc. 2%, Site 01 building renovations. 60%, Department of Cultural Guidance Operations, Cultural Study, Societal Influence, etc. 5% to building maintenance. 5% to operations towards maintaining Foundation secrecy. 18%, non-Department of Cultural Guidance Operations, human assets, material resources, etc. 2%, recruitment campaigns conducted in the general public. 0.5%, Department of Cultural Guidance recruitment conducted within the Foundation. 0.5%, Department of Cultural Guidance secrecy operations conducted within the Foundation. Document created 2,464 years ago. Notice.doc. Notice to the Foundation Department of Cultural Guidance. Hello, everyone. It has been an honor serving as head of the Department of Cultural Guidance. And it's been an even greater honor meeting and working with some of the best people I've ever happened upon knowing in my life. However, it is my unfortunate burden to tell you all what I hope is, even if it may sound bad, a blow to your spirit. The Foundation Office of Cultural Guidance is to be dissolved as of August 17th of 8115. It broke my heart to hear the news from Administrator Jackson's, but I have to say that I agree with this decision. We've done our job, people. We've not been the best possible, but we've been mostly successful, I'd say. Do we use dollar signs when describing a value? No. We put one before and after the number. But do you sign your computer mail the same way people did millennia ago? Yes. However, our influence is no longer necessary or effective. Pensions are available to those who have been employed 20 years or more. Those with less experience and those who want to retire later, feel free to request a new position or to explore new opportunities in other fields of employment. Your non-disclosure agreement still applies, however. Do not tell anyone about your time at or about your existence of the Department of Cultural Guidance unless that person holds level 4 clearance or above. Goodbye and good luck. Patrick Rodriguez. Document created 503 years ago. Report.doc. SCP Foundation Department of Cultural Guidance. Cultural Study 399051.D conducted by Agent Markovic on August 22nd of 7693. Media viewed. Incomplete video copy of the 1994 film Pulp Fiction. Important details in the media. The media reviewed is a low-quality video capture of the 1994 film Pulp Fiction. The footage depicts events in the film at a slightly faster rate of speed than most other physical and digital copies of the film in Foundation possession. The recording begins at the timestamp 0.00 in the film and concludes at the timestamp 3403 in a typical copy of the film. Details of cultural importance. At the timestamp of 1338 to 1342 in the media, Jules Winfeld, played by actor Samuel Leroy Jackson, is quoted to say, "I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time." The word fuck is of considerable importance, as the use of the word within this media corroborates with other media that fuck was a profane term in the 20th century. Although fuck carries a sexual connotation in this media, evidence collected from various sources that are dated to be from the general time period where Pulp Fiction carried cultural relevance shows that the word was also utilized as an expletive in entirely non-sexual circumstances. This media supports the common observation made about the profanity utilized from the 16th to 21st centuries, though expletives carrying sexually connotations remained popular until 28th century. And those utilized in the modern day. Common expletives in the former time period often carried sexual connotations, fuck, bitch, etc., and common expletives in the latter time period often carried violent connotations, gore, mutilate, shank, etc. Recommended for future actions. The reintroduction of expletives carrying sexual connotations is to be done via their increased use on Foundation Omninet, synthetic intelligence, or other influencers on various social platforms. Expletives carrying violent connotations are to be stigmatized via similar means and are also to be criticized as vulgar by Foundation influenced public officials. These suggested actions are estimated to have a just a 7% success rate. 7000 revision 18 document. Item number 7000, level 4, secret, containment class, Euclid, disruption class, dark, risk class, caution. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is to be contained in a standard containment chamber within Site-01. No personnel are to enter SCP-7000-1 under any circumstances. Description. SCP-7000 is an ornate mirror. The speculum metal that makes up SCP-7000's center is reflective. However, it is not tangible. The threshold in question serves as a portal into Dimension 0002, which is to be referred to as SCP-7000-1. SCP-7000 is present on both sides of the portal effect that the anomaly creates. Although SCP-7000's typical dimensions are 0.5 by 0.2 by 1 meters.
This is identical to the previous documentation, so I think we can skip down to level 6 clearance.
Perfect. Thank you for identifying that. Let's see. I think we could do the last paragraph here. It's the area of SCP-7000-1. SCP-7000 serves as a portal into resembles space. A star and several planets have been recorded. There will be a close proximity to this area. The exact distance of these cosmic bodies are unknown. Let's see. That's pretty much... Actually, that is identical. Okay, never mind. Forgive me on that one. Let's see. Level 6 clearance required. Security clearance adequate. Access authorized. Addendum.7000.1 SCP-7000 as of April 16th, 2386, served as a portal into an area of SCP-7000-1 that's an alternate version of Earth. SCP-7000-1's alternate version of Earth appeared to have experienced large-scale destruction and environmental damage. The color of the sky during the daytime was a dark red hue. Chemical makeup of testing and individuals who have inhaled the air present in the atmosphere have reported noticeable presence of smoke. Although what appear to be man-made structures are present in the anomaly, no humans native to SCP-7000-1 have ever been recorded to exist. SCP-7000-1's alternate version of Earth was almost entirely populated by sparse plant life with anomalous entities. There were several anomalous phenomena and objects recorded to have been present with SCP-7000-1. Further research into this is impossible, however, as SCP-7000-1's alternate version of Earth was destroyed at an indeterminate time between April 16th, 2386 and July 12th, 2388. This addendum will become unavailable for viewing on August 8th, 2389. Get out of here, cat. Yes, I see you. And the remainder of this document will become unavailable for viewing on a date that is to be determined. Reproductions of any of this document are strictly prohibited under penalty of termination. Document created 7,230 years ago. Great. Chatlog.2.doc. All right. I will be Petrosky, and you can be Vinoli. Data corrupted. And I'm gonna guess this is you. This is Vinoli, first line.
And then I can tell this is some more Foundation talk stuff, but it's still really corrupted. Yeah. When the files get this old, sometimes that happens. Just snub it off to Jeremy once you're done with your reading. He'll deal with it, Marie. So, how the hell do you plan to fix this mess? We've got 4 data corrupted. Explain that. What do we do?
Standard Foundation secrecy measures. Your men knew their families would be lied to in situations like this.
I just never thought it would actually come to this. So what next?
Exploration into SCP-7000-1 has been banned permanently. It looks like data corrupted, destroyed soon enough anyway. As per what cultural guidance has already been saying, it's a danger to Foundation and society. Protocol said to never go through 7000. Now we just have a reason to ban it for good. Well, it's in your department's fault for what happened to those men anyway.
And now that we can't go back into 7000-1, what do you expect to do with this? What do you expect us to do with the information we already have?
Good question. We will have data corrupted, classification of the exploration and the main document, and eventually the idea of alternate dimensions will be forgotten. I have revision 19 of the 7000 document ready to go when it's time, and it will be the final revision. I guess in the meantime, you can help support cultural guidance's projects.
So my department gets screwed over by yours.
I wouldn't put it like that, but yes.
Great. You culture guys get the finishing say again. What are you going to do now? Convince people they should start calling computing machines computers again?
That's how it was before 055 Bakersfield. So yes, it's part of the job description. The one that looks like it will be successful too.
Oh, please.
I don't want to give you the speech again. The Cultural Guidance Department is simply following the founding philosophy of the Foundation, that being that anomalies are socially disruptive. Now that we have no more anomalies, we just handle other forms of social disruption.
Like any sort of change in a 300-year-old culture?
It's what worked. Keeping the boat from rocking is what the Foundation has always been. Data corrupted. Document created 7,232 years ago. Exploration.doc. All right. I guess for this one, let's see, there's three,
calm
1, 2, and
2.
3, and calm. Yeah. So I'll be calm in 1. You can be 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Exploration video log transcript. Date April 16th, 2386. Exploration team, Mobile Task Force, New 13. Date with Destiny. Subject SCP-7000-1. Team lead N13-com. Team members N13-1 through N13-3. Forward. Due to the efforts of SCP-7000's research team and the wider Foundation Research Department towards the authorization of an exploration into SCP-7000-1, the O5 Council temporarily waived the prohibition of entry into the anomaly. This allowed an exploration into SCP-7000-1 to be conducted. All members of the squad were equipped with sample collection drones. Video feed begins as the squad is within close proximity to SCP-7000 within its containment chamber. Beginning log now. 1 minute until insertion, New 13. Great, Command. How are we holding up, guys?
Good, Commander.
Good to hear. Patrick, Dustinek?
I'm ready. Let's get this done.
That's the spirit. Nate? And N13-1 draws his sidearm from his holster, and he loads a cartridge of ammunition into the weapon. He smiles. Let's fuck some shit up. N13-com gestures to N13-1 for him to lower his firearm, which he does. Whoa. I like the enthusiasm, but let's remember our gun safety, okay? All right, Dad. Don't forget that I know the man. If I was your dad, I'd already be giving you a licking for pulling that little stunt you just did. N13-1 snorts, removes the ammunition loaded into his sidearm, and returns it to its holster. 30 seconds to insertion. N13-2 begins to gesture with his fingers as he speaks certain words, presumably to clarify that he is quoting N13-1's speech.
What shit are we going to fuck up anyway?
Not sure. What do we know about this place, Command? Very little, N13-com. The prohibition on entering SCP-7000-1 was only recently lifted, so we've only had enough time to test the air for chemical makeup and pathogens before research team forcibly began the exploration. They said they wanted to conduct the expedition before administration changed their minds. And the air, it's breathable, though not healthy to do so for long. Copy that. So we go in blind. Looks like it, Nate.
This should be fun.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Operation is clear to begin. New 13 and 13-com begin at your discretion. Copy that. All right, let's get moving, guys. No point in waiting. All members of the squad translocate to be within a close proximity to SCP-7000-1's alternate version of Bakersfield, American State. The sky is colored a red hue, and it appears at the same time of day as twilight. All members of the squad pass through the center of SCP-7000 and regroup within SCP-7000-1. Fuck, it is dark in here. Air is smoky too.
Yep. Lights on?
Yeah, lights on, guys. All members of the squad activate their head-mounted illumilights. Let's get our drones home here. All members of the squad edit their sample collection of drones homesteading on their cell phone's SCP Foundation app to allow said drones to return to SCP-7000 if prompted. N13-2 turns to face one of several bright, vibrating lights present in the near vicinity.
Whoa, what are those?
What?
The little lights over there.
N13-2 points at the light he's facing towards. The lights are of varying shapes and sizes and are vibrating in place.
Yeah, what are those? Looks like fireflies.
Yeah, meter and a half long fireflies. Our lights don't seem to make it past, they'll make them less visible either. Command, how should we continue? Site command deliberates for 9 seconds. You should try to make physical contact with the lights. N13-com, but not with your body.
I'll do it, Commander.
All right, Patrick. Don't be too brave, and definitely don't piss them off. N13-3 approaches the nearest bright light to him and raises his rifle. He sees his movement directly adjacent to it and attempts to make contact with the light with his firearm. All attempts to do so cause N13-3's rifle to phase through the light. The light does not react to this.
Huh. The light doesn't even seem to come from anything. It's just flying around.
It is noted, N13-3, regroup and continue. We do not need to advise you to enter from the urban area in U13, as it could be potentially dangerous. Copy that. N13-com gestures with his firearm. This way, guys. N13-3 returns to the location for the remainder of the squad. They begin to move in a northerly direction on the unpaved road. The area is largely a flat, arid, open space with no visible life. The squad continues moving on the road for 19 minutes. No notable events occur. During this time, expired plant life is occasionally visible in the video feed from the ground. This plant life almost entirely consists of an unknown species of vine. The squad then discovers a large mass adjacent to the road and moves into an effective range of their illuminates to illuminate the mass.
What the?
The team ceases movement when they're adjacent to a large mass of desiccated vines. The plant matter that makes up the vines appears to have expired. The size of the mass is unclear, although later estimates show that it is approximately 3 kilometers long, 200 kilometers wide, and about 2 meters high at its highest point. What appears to be a heavily damaged flyplane is visible on the mass.
That's a lot of vines.
What an acute observation.
Well, is it not?
Shoot, man. N13-3 turns to face K13-com. I think that's an error.
What is it, Commander?
Well, it's just, I used to have these vines that grew on my backyard fence as a kid. Cool looking stuff, even if my parents didn't like it. One summer, it didn't rain and those vines started dying. They would shrivel up, pieces would fall off, and it would keep happening until the part near the roots died. And you would just have this little plant corpse. Seeing that and all the little bits of the vines back there, I think that this is the middle and Jesus.
This was just the center of the vines? It used to be way bigger?
N13-com nods his head.
Woof.
It's fine. It's dead now. Just let's keep moving. The squad begins to move further along the road in the northerly direction. Nothing eventful occurs. After 7 minutes and 6 seconds, the squad discovers the carcass of a yellow domesticated dog of the Big Land breed and placed on the road. A human skeleton is directly adjacent to it. The domesticated dog carcass does not show any external signs of decomposition, and the word hell is written into several locations on its coat in large block letters. The causes of death for both bodies is unknown. Nothing eventful occurs for another 9 minutes and 48 seconds. The squad then discovers a large sign made of heavily deteriorated wood placed at a road junction. The words, "They left us and blamed the governor. They can't at least give us food. They can at least give us food. Cash at Site 47. Turn left and go right at next sign," are written on the sign. The squad ceases movement. We're at a fork in the road, Command. How should we continue? Site command deliberates for 37 seconds. We advise that you continue down the left route of the road, follow the signs, unless it's a danger to the lives of you or your squad mates. Copy that. Let's get a move on, guys, and we're going to whatever this Site 47 is. The squad begins to move down a westerly direction along the road. The squad enters a wooded area after 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Nothing eventful occurs for another 3 minutes and 13 seconds. The squad then encounters another sign made of heavily deteriorated wood adjacent to the road, which has the words, "Take a right and keep going, 25 minutes to the site." Let's take that right, guys. Yay, more walking. The squad follows the instructions of the sign and begins to move in a northerly direction.
The squad moves for 14 minutes and 27 seconds, after which point they enter a clearing in the wooded area. The stakes in the ground, fire pit in the center of the area, and temples and small pieces of nylon scattered throughout the area suggest that this clearing was previously utilized as a campsite. There are several pieces of furniture placed in the area, such as chairs, tables, and water coolers, that would be generally considered inappropriate for a typical campsite. There is a sign made of heavily deteriorated wood placed near the area that has the wood hospital camp, Site 47, travelers go around, written on it. There are several heavily decomposed human skeletons in the area, with most of them placed near the edge of the clearing. Each skeleton has experienced some degree of damage in largely unique ways. There are also 3 structures composed of gears and clockwork construction in a humanoid shape in this assembly. N13-2's video feed shows a deteriorated human skull placed at near the fire pit. There are several teeth that appear to have grown into a nasal cavity, eye sockets, and ear canals.
What the fuck? Jesus, Command, we've ever seen something like this?
Pause. No, N13-2. That skull is nothing like any of the medical expert in this room has ever experienced before. Attach it to your sample collection drone and send it home. N13-2 attaches the skull to a sample collection drone and prompts it to return to SCP-7000. The drone successfully transports the skull to SCP-7000. However, when Foundation agents are transporting the skull through SCP-7000 to standard reality, all teeth and roots not located in the typical dental arc demanifest. DNA analysis of the skull show it to be identical to humans. The time of death is estimated to have been approximately 200 years ago. The squad continues in a northerly direction for 8 minutes and 47 seconds, at which point a large concrete structure becomes visible. A concrete wall with sharpened wire placed on its highest section surrounds the structure, although there are several locations where the wall has collapsed.
This must be Site 47, huh?
Looks just like the place I'd want to eat at. N13-2 and N13-com likely chuckle. Well, I hope you like it because we're going in there. Like it? It's just like my grand's place up in Dakota. Just get in there, you. N13-com gestures N13-1 to continue forward, and the remainder of the squad follows him through an opening in the wall. The structure is largely rectangular, concrete building. An entrance area with a wall composed of glass panes is located on the side of the structure the squad is facing, although all of the glass panes presumably previously placed in the wall are shattered. A large Foundation insignia and the words SCP Foundation and Site 47 are ingrained into the structure above the entrance area. A small crude engraving is also visible with the words "Fuck You" engraved on the structure wall. Several large openings in the building's concrete structure and the area surrounding the building are visible. Yep, just like Grant's place. N13-2 lightly strikes N13-1 in the back of his head. The squad then enters the entrance area of the structure. The squad enters a large, dilapidated room. There is no lighting, and the squad entirely relies on their illumilights for visibility. The area is largely undecorated, although furniture attached to the structure itself, including several desks located on either side of the room opposite the squad, are present. There are several water leakages present in the hallway. There's a firefight staircase, a generally used staircase, and several elevators located along the walls of the building, although several elevator doors are open despite the lack of an elevator present on the floor. Yeah, just like...
Shut the fuck up, the joke's over. Definitely. What the hell is up with this place? Judging from the stuff outside, it looks like some old Foundation stuff. That doesn't make sense. Foundation hasn't ever been in 7000-1 until now.
Let's see. I just missed it. Oh, yeah. It's an alternate universe, man. Anything can happen. This looks like a reception area. There's just no place to sit.
Maybe somebody stole the stuff at the camp from here?
We'll find out. Command, how do we continue? Go down the stairwell, New 13. Explore the floor that seems as if it would be the most valuable information. Copy that. The squad moves to the entrance from the general use stairwell. However, the stairwell is inaccessible, as the stairs that make up the stairwell are largely destroyed, making a safe descent deeper into the structure impossible.
Shoot. How do we get down?
Fireflight? Yeah, that actually might work. Let's try that. The squad relocates to the Fireflight stairwell, which is in considerably better condition than the general use stairwell. Nice thinking, Nate. It's the only time you'll ever tell me that. N13 calm scoffs. The squad begins to descend down the stairwell. They descend from 17 flights of stairs. N13 calm ceases his movement, and he gestures for the other members of the squad to do so. There's a doorway labeled Keter Level Containment/Storage C nearby the squad. There is no door present in the doorway. Let's stop here. This should be good. Why do we have to go down all those stupid stairs? Why not just choose level 1 for now? Because there's no one that would keep anything important near the top. We have to go deeper to find the cool stuff. All right, fine. The squad moves through the doorway into a dilapidated hallway, though it is in generally better condition than the surface level room of the structure. The squad moves through the structure for 1 minute and 9 seconds. The area appears to be a relatively mundane office space, including several offices, meeting rooms, cafeterias, etc. The squad then encounters a room labeled SCP-1447, Sample Bay, Object Class Keter. These words are partially obscured by paint, and below the words SCP-498 is written crudely with paint. The room appears to be a containment chamber. The room is secured by large blast doors, though they are not fully closed. Command, we've encountered something that might be dangerous. How should we proceed? Enter the room, New 13, but be cautious. We will look through the records of known languages to see if we can discover what this Keter means. Copy that. Let's check it out, guys. The squad enters the room. There are several freezers, empty glass display cases, and several instruments. But before they're all gathered in a large accumulation on the room's east wall. There is an alarm clock placed on the center of the pedestal in the center of the room. A severely rusted mechanical arm was placed directly adjacent to it. The mechanical arm is connected to a small generator with a cable.
What?
Yep, not what I intended to see. All right, guys, I know. Do we have any record of an SCP-498? No. Huh. I guess they'll want this for samples. And N13-1 picks up the alarm clock. No, N13-1, we better not relay the expedition by forcing you to return to the surface or launch your drone. Take it with you when you're exiting this floor level. N13-1 places the alarm clock on its side and the edge of the pedestal. All right. I think we've seen enough, New 13. Copy that. Let's keep moving. The squad exits the room. The squad then moves further down the structure. There are several openings in the walls and ceiling of the structure. Some of these openings are connected to other rooms, and several of them connect to floors on lower or higher levels. These openings do not appear to be intentionally designated into a structure due to the apparently forceful nature that they were created, as evidenced by their uneven shape and the debris nearby them. Furniture is occasionally seen in inappropriate places, such as hallways. However, there are no noticeable events for 5 minutes and 53 seconds. The squad then ceases movement when they're directly adjacent to the room labeled SCP-5965 Storage. The door of the room is open. Let's check out this one. You think it'll be weirder or no? Let's find out. I'd rather not find out if it is, really weird. Let's see. The squad enters the room. There are several freezers located in the room. The tiles that make up the room have largely caved in due to water damage. The room is in generally worse condition than the rest of the rooms on the level.
This room is strangely familiar. Like deja vu? Nah, not like that. It's just similar to other stuff I've seen before.
You may possibly recognize the similarities between this room and many Foundation mort. The faint sound of an alarm clock is then heard in the general direction of the squad that the squad had just heard from. The sound does not cease. What the fuck is that? No, it can't be that alarm clock, can it?
I don't know. Can it be, genius?
The sound of the alarm clock's alarm becomes noticeably louder. Wait, we walked away from that thing for like 7 minutes, right? It must be super far away now. And how much of the building is between us and it? Command, how loud should that thing be by now? Pauses. To be as audible as it is now, a rough estimate is approximately 100 decibels. The sound of the alarm clock's alarm becomes noticeably louder. No member of the squad speaks for 7 seconds. If it's that loud, and it seems to only get louder, N13 comm takes hold of N13-1's collar. Nate, you fucking idiot. The arm turns the clock off and you've moved it out of the way. We need to get the hell out of here. N13 comm forces N13-1 towards the room's doorway. Move, fucking move, people. All members of the squad exit the room and begin to run as a group away from the sound of the alarm clock. However, the sound becomes increasingly louder as the footage continues. After 1 minute and 41 seconds, the structure begins to be physically affected by the intensity of the alarm's volume. Glass begins to shatter, objects begin to fall from their previous positions onto the floor, and the squad struggles to run due to the tremors of the structure caused by the intensity of the alarm's volume. The squad appears to experience physical pain due to the intense volume of the alarm. After another 1 minute and 13 seconds, the structure begins to collapse. After 16 seconds, a slab of concrete falls through the ceiling, fatally striking N13 comm and N13-3, and also causing the remainder of the squad to be unable to continue further down the hallway they are running through. The remaining members of the squad attempt to retrace their route, presumably in an attempt to find an exit from the structure. Let's see. Blood begins to flow from each of the remaining squad members' ears. It is presumed that their eardrums have been ruptured. After 17 seconds, N13-1 is struck by several smaller pieces of rubble falling from the ceiling, killing him. N13-2 is mortally wounded due to the floor collapsing under him after 35 seconds, causing him to fall to lower levels of the structure. After 1 minute and 6 seconds, the sound of the alarm clock ceases. It is theorized that the alarm clock itself was destroyed as the structure collapsing around it. All camera feeds are of the rubble that have been buried. All camera feeds are of the rubble that has buried the squad members. No notable events occur after this, as the sound members' cameras begin to deplete their battery holds, causing N13 comm's video feed to cease after 6 hours and 37 minutes. N13-2's video feed to cease after another 39 seconds, and N13-1's video feed to cease after another 13 minutes, and N13-2's video to cease after another 8 minutes and 9 seconds. End log. Note, due to the events of this log, further exploration into SCP-7000-1 has been prohibited at an unknown time between between April 16th, 2386 and July 12th, 2388, or I guess this is December 12th, 2388, the date of the second entrance of Foundation personnel into SCP-7000-1. SCP-7000-1's alternate version of Earth was destroyed due to unknown reasons. The anomalous activity on the planet considered to be the most likely cause. Document created 7,232 years ago. Okay. Going back up.
Ooh, quite the log on that
three more.
one.
Yeah, we got 3 more. Announcements.doc, message to the O5 Council. I'm going to guess this is November 10th, 2056. Hello, this is the administrator. I'd like to start off by saying this. We've done well. We figured a way to throw SCP-2460 out of orbit. Operation Candlelight was a complete success. Now the insurgency has a shattered husk of what it once was. SCP-7000 helped us put an end to 871 and a couple other world enders when this all started. But mostly, we've just been lucky. Lucky that SCP-094 has been growing much slower than we thought it would. Lucky that 169 seems like it's dead and is not sleeping. It seems like it's dead, not sleeping. Lucky that 4217 didn't destroy our folks' private yacht when it surfaced near you. Lucky that the Scarlet King hasn't broken through into our reality yet. Lucky that no one knows about the hell we put ourselves through to keep this whole thing together. But in the end, we can't be lucky forever. No matter how much money and men we have at our disposal, there's no way to get around what we've been holding ourselves together with duct tape and bubblegum. And after everything just started falling apart back in March, we knew our time was almost up. And it is. We're done. We've delayed it as long as we could, but it's over. Protocol 055 Breakerfield has been concluded, and it breaks my heart to have so many people behind. And we barely got 5 million in 7000-1, but leaving our men to die in the old world, delaying rebuilding the new, is just a waste now. However, I can't help think something about this whole thing is funny too. The last straw wasn't the mass exposure to SCP-096 or the final chain breaking in SCP-2317. No. Yesterday, 4910 ran through Site 93. Half of the staff was killed, and each of the equipment was damaged, including a lot of the storage area 33. Poor bastards had teeth growing in their lungs somehow, it let SCP-1262, among others, escape. The thing trapped 4910 downstairs. Maybe it's dead. Who cares? Because of this, it had time to grow into the site. Can't even get close to it. And now its towers keep firing on our helicopters trying to look for survivors. SCP-93 or Site 93 and the surrounding area are 1262's territory now, and our men on the ground are scattered with nowhere to go. All right. We lost our main base of operations. We lost Iceland, and by extension, the whole North Atlantic. That's what's convinced me to pull the plug on 055 Bakersfield. It's just a waste of time and lives now. But now, we're in the present, and we look to the future. The Foundation's will stuck around, and even if we have no anomalies to handle, it may seem pointless, but history shows that the world needs us, or everything just goes off the rails. Even if in thousands of years we don't know why we exist, we must continue to do so in the same way as now. 7000 offers us a chance, and now the world is in our terms. We rebuild the society just like how it was before it was gone. Some of you may object to this. I don't know why you would. You may say that putting the world back together like it exactly way is unnecessary. Really, the truth is that the Foundation has always been about control in the purest form, and that's not inherently a bad thing. Our control saved humanity countless times. Luck, chance, probability, they all helped us do to some degree before, but they also tore us apart in the end. Luck made what we have done and what we'll do necessary. What we had works. Leaving the world up to luck is frankly foolish. Let's make it our own luck and control our own destiny. You may say that we don't need to exist because there is nothing to contain. On the contrary, anomalies just got in the way of preservation of society. Any correct understand of how we work sees that as our true goal. We still exist tomorrow, even without the things that keep in boxes and cages. The old unnatural worlds won't be forgotten. It will be buried, and the monsters with it. Only a few of us will know the old, and even then, they will truly bury it too. They will eventually bury it too. It all will be destroyed, and future generations will forget it with time. Eventually, they won't even bother themselves with the old at all. They won't hurt themselves with the toys we put away. We abandon the dark so we may guide the light. Document created 7,562 years ago. So it's going up again. Note to Marie. Hey, Marie, I'm just leaving this message for you. I accidentally put this in between the second to last document. Completely, truthfully, I just don't feel like moving it. I kind of slicked by the strike stuff. I didn't really read the rest. I guess I'm already developing a SCP Foundation attitude. Haha. We will be fine deleting this. It doesn't look like we need it. Terry. Document created 1 second ago. 7000.revision01.doc. Okay, this is all the same. This is all the same. This is all the same. Okay, it's all the same. Let's see. Except for this one paragraph here. SCP-7000-1 is a dimension that is almost identical to the universe as it was on January 23rd, 2009, the first day that a human entered SCP-7000-1. The passage of time in SCP-7000-1 does not occur unless a human is present in the dimension. Humans do not naturally exist in SCP-7000-1, despite the man-made structures located within the anomaly. Let's see. Anomalous objects, entities, and locations phenomena have never been recorded to exist within SCP-7000-1. Anomalous objects and entities that enter 7000-1 from baseline reality demanifest while making contact with SCP-7000's speculum mental center. Anomalous phenomena occurring in baseline reality do not occur within SCP-7000-1, even when SCP-7000 is located within the effective range of an anomalous effect. Amnestics are not capable of function within SCP-7000-1. Level 5 clearance required. Security clearance adequate. Access authorized. Addendum 7000.1. In order to utilize the anomalous effects of SCP-7000, Protocol 055 Bakersfield was developed on May 23rd, 2014. Following is a description of Protocol 055 Bakersfield. SCP-7000 is to be placed in the nearest large population center. As of time of writing, SCP-7000 is located in Site 47, with the nearest appropriate population center being Bakersfield, California. All civilians and authorized Foundation personnel are to be invited to permanently reside at SCP-7000-1. Foundation elements within SCP-7000-1 are to initially organize the settlement of the anomaly's alternate version of Bakersfield, California. Foundation secrecy to be maintained, and all Foundation activities during this time to be publicly attributed to world governments and international institutions. Remaining Foundation resources within baseline reality are to continue current Foundation protocols, relocate civilians to SCP-7000-1, and to combat anomalous elements. Personnel are to inhibit anomalous objects, entities, and phenomena to the best of their abilities from destroying human civilization in baseline reality. Protocol 055 Bakersfield is to be undergone only in the event of a large-scale component failure within the Foundation and subsequent failure of Foundation to avert an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The cessation of Protocol 055 Bakersfield marks the end of Foundation efforts towards the preservation of humanity within baseline reality and the beginning of Foundation efforts towards the building and preservation of human society with SCP-7000-1. Document created 7,609 years ago. All right, and the last one, that's it. That's everything. Whew. So there's a lot happening on this one.
Yeah.
I feel like it kind of dragged a bit, and kind of due in part to the unpolished nature of some of the writing. I like the overall vibe that I'm getting here. I like the idea of the parallel world on the other side of the mirror. However, I find it object which does a thing, which can be hit or miss depending on how it's presented. I think that there's a lot of good stuff here.
I feel like we have an object that does a thing, which, you know, that is a good starting point for a lot of good stories if you roll with it. I feel like they tried to bend the story around this, like, disparate logs to make the reveal of the, I guess, escape to the other reality plan for humanity gone wrong or gone right. I think they broke their back trying to bend this into this shape.
Yeah.
I feel like this could be simplified a little bit and could read a lot smoother.
Yeah. Even if they stripped it down and made it not the object, but a phenomena that affects mirrors, I feel like that could tighten it up a little bit too. Because I just see all these moving parts, and I'm just like trying to see how they all fit together. And what
I get is that in the 7000-1 universe, the Foundation is up and strong and is doing its thing. And that's what everything we had at the opening was about, which is, why do we work at this boring-ass job doing nothing? There's only one anomaly, SCP-7000. What's the deal with that? It's because anomalies don't exist inside SCP-7000-1.
Right.
So,
which I like.
The entire storyline could have been condensed into just, like, I don't know. The aspect of the Foundation having to, like, still exist and still justify itself by curating humanity after the fact. If we can't maintain normalcy because there's no anomalies, we'll maintain normalcy culturally.
Yeah.
There's, like, that thread. There's the boring work, there are no anomalies thread. Then we have our standard Mobile Task Force action scene after a long explanation. And really, they explore for a long time with nothing really happening. And then when it is time for the action, that's when everything condenses and happens really fast.
Yep. I think that I don't know if you've read the one. There's a really good article about a stop sign that's non-anomalous.
Yes, I have. I actually have that coming out on the channel in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I think that's a good example of, like, this that subversion of expectation of, like, oh, you know, something is non-anomalous because it's anomalous. Anomalous things are anomalous because there's no non-anomalous things, and etc. I think that it tackles the topic a little bit more succinctly, as an example of how I would move in this direction. I think that it says a lot without needing to say most of the stuff that it says, but at the same time, it's a good concept.
Yeah, I think I'm a neutral. I'm a no vote on this one. It's not bad, but it's not a. It doesn't make me want to keep it.
I understand that. Yeah.
All right, and that brings us to our ad break. Woo!
Woo!
Number one. Where'd it go? It's here. Boom. So we are first and foremost here for Dr. Cimmerian to fund.
Yes, Samarathon. We have 58 donors. We really appreciate it. That tree is writhing in pain. Absolutely writhing.
Very upset tree. Cursing and Durat, it's failure.
Absolutely. We're actually like the opposite of what is that fundraiser for trees? The one that everyone knows.
Exactly.
We actually, yes, every donation goes to making a tree suffer, specifically one that has ill intent for humans.
We don't chop down the trees and kill them. We still need the oxygen. We just make life very uncomfortable for them.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. All right. I will also go ahead and show off that we are 3 days left on the SCP Anthology book Indiegogo. We have successfully hit $1,000, which is awesome because that means we are in fact publishing it. But if we get to 8,000, then they unlock the perk for the hardcover edition, and I want the pretty hardcover edition. So I would like to get this up to 8,000. There's only 3 days left, but you know what? People usually wait till the last second, so maybe we'll get lucky. Oh, lucky stream. I get it.
Yeah.
So help us to publish a nice coffee table book with a bunch of SCP articles submitted from authors, as well as celebrities and voice actors and other authors. And then we'll be able to, if this publisher likes us as a community, make more with other authors and keep more people going. Just
sounds fun.
Opportunity to keep SCP authorship going. And
absolutely.
Then for Billith's ad, we got the SCP Foundation files. Tell them about it, Billith.
Right, SCP Foundation Files. It's a variety content show, collaborative work that is airing on Roku, on Otherworlds TV, and soon to be on YouTube as well. I'm working with a great group of people. I'm actually helping with the sound production aspects of the show, including providing my own works, but also just the balancing and production nature of the production. So get on down. When we have our new episodes, you can follow us on Twitter, and that's at it's at SCP_FFTV on Twitter. Follow them for more updates on that because that's exciting. And we're really
links to all of this are in the bio of the stream, so you can go down there at your leisure and go check it all out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic
good stuff.
All right, this is my moment, though. I am now very excited because I have been waiting for SCP-7000 Murphy Law in SCP-7000 The Montauk Falcon by Quasi.
Thought you might be interested in giving this one a go.
And Quasi is here in the chat right now, so they get to experience our reaction in real time.
Woo.
I have not read any Murphy Law that wasn't done by Hippo, so I look forward to seeing your take on literally one of my favorite characters on the site. No pressure. But let's take it from the top.
Fantastic.
And the chat was already saying we're going to need a lot of dialogue and a lot of keeping track, so this starts with Director Leary and Robinson. I think you take Robinson, I'll take Leary for the first one.
Sounds great to me.
Begin audio transcript. Call log, July 7th, 2022. 0900 hours, 24 minutes, 77 hundredths of a second. Site 19 Documentation Department, 2. Site 19 Director's Office. Hey, Clarence, what's the issue?
Hey, you ever tell the secretary there, I think she's cute?
Still at that? You know I can't do that, man.
I was hoping this might be the lucky call. Anyway, calling for a handful of reasons. One was to finally give you congratulations now that you're actually in the office. Can't be much more of a pain than Director August, I can tell you that much. The department here is rooting for you.
Well, I appreciate that. Settling in around here has been an absolute mess, what with yesterday's power outage and some things shaking around up top.
Power outage? Where at?
Like the whole building's security cams. There's just no footage of anything from the 6th. Security was really concerned.
Huh. I'm sure we'll be hearing about... Wait, isn't today the 6th?
My watch says it's the 7th, and it's never been wrong.
Odd. I could swear yesterday was the 5th. Maybe I had one too many last night.
Well, that's hardly unusual.
Come on, man. I swear I'm trying to quit.
I know.
Anyway, a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about are more odd ones. I was cataloging a new skip that came up with Patcher down in the investigation department. I think it was slot 7000.
That hadn't been filled yet?
I want to say something was there and I just got moved. Lucky for me, I guess. It makes it easier to find an open spot without pulling up a search or throwing a dart at the board. Anyway, turn the brain off, start tracking away. You know how it is.
Yeah, sure.
I finished the description bit and I'm about to scan the one addendum document. When I look over, I notice the page just filled itself in with addendums.
I thought you hated AICs.
I do, which is why I wasn't using one. I double-checked. I ran the addendums, through the search to see what came up, and there was like 3 or 4 things above my clearance level, and that was about it. I don't know what to make of them. I cut the addendums out so I could finish, but I still have them on a separate document here if you want to take a look at it.
They just appeared there.
Poof, like out of thin air. Nothing on the screen, and then suddenly there's 9 or 10 documents. Kind of odd stuff, too. I didn't really look them over in case there's a brain hazard or something, but a couple glances I took, I don't recognize the formatting.
I mean, I've got a lot on my plate right now, but you've piqued my interest. I'll run them by the folks in Info Hazards and then take a look. Why not?
You want me to email them or fax them over?
Did you know that old place is the only one that still has a fax machine? There's one in the IT department for testing some things, and that's about it. You and the other doc departments are the only people that ancient.
Yeah, let's, I still say it's the best way to send them a sheet of paper. I'll send the email over in a bit then.
I appreciate it. Was there something else?
Yeah, how come the whole building smells like cigarettes and gas station liquor?
Attachment, forward.log. Fade in. Exterior, Mojave Desert, day. A black 1968 GT Mustang rolls across the dry, cracked landscape. In it are 2 passengers, both obscured by the distance and blowing sand. A pair of cotton gloves flips a coin in the air. This is passenger 1. The coin lands in the palm of a glove. Heads. The coin is flipped again, then again, landing heads each time. A pair of hands can be seen holding the wheel of the vehicle. Passenger 2. Placing passenger 1 in the passenger seat. The Mojave Desert passes by in the windshield, blowing sand against the car. Passenger 1 raises a gloved hand, and the car comes to a stop. Both people exit the vehicle, the gloved hands coming to passenger 1's sides. There's a .44 Magnum at passenger 1's hip, sitting in a holster on their belt. A dark leather overcoat covers most of passenger 1's body. The .44 Magnum is raised, and the cylinder is opened, revealing 6 empty chambers. Passenger 1 loads a single round into a chamber, then spins the cylinder. There is a crack of a gunshot, and passenger 2 falls on their back, hands at their side. The sound of footsteps fades into the distance as blood pools around passenger 2. Fade out. Attachment, interview1.log. Fade in. Interior, Murphy Law Detective Agency, day. The hands of a light-skinned man pour a drink of scotch into a shot glass. He lifts the needle of a record player onto a record, then sits back in the chair at his desk, setting the glass of scotch down. He wears a white-collared shirt and tan suspended dress pants, a trademark Trilby hat placed loosely on his head. We can see his own .44 sitting loosely in the shoulder-strapped holster. He lifts a cigarette from his mouth and reaches for the newspaper on his desk, sending a puff of smoke into the air. This is Murphy, and he is ready to give anyone a bit of the business. He's hard and handsome, with a face you could hit with a wrecking ball and bring out unscathed. The slight wrinkling and dark circles show his age and experience in his harsh, unforgiving line of work. He is also our narrator. His voice is a rough growl, as if he just ran sandpaper over his vocal cords and cleaned the cuts with rubbing alcohol. There are some things in this world most folks just don't have the stomach for. In my work, you get a good helping of it all. Bad people, worse lives. These days, everyone's got something to hide. Us people keep falling deeper into that black pit, filled with death, murder, lizards hell-bent on your destruction. The door to the office opens quietly. A pale, red-headed man in a work suit and a driver's cap walks through the door. He's perpetually 20, with a face covered in freckles like the blood spatter of a slash across the neck. This is Fred, otherwise known as SCP-423. The silent observer, a man in the shadows, and yet so unlike the darkness in the office. Sometimes, even surprises. You want to play Fred?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I come in here every day. It shouldn't be like that. Surprising anymore. Drinking alone at 11 a.m. Again, Murph.
Fred sits in a chair across from Murphy, watching as he raises the glass to his lips. Someone has to. For all the bad in the world, Fred is a little too much good. Good man, good company, hiding nothing. But good company doesn't mean so much these days. The world will just keep spiraling, good or bad.
Right. Well, I'm here to bring your mail again. Looks like it's still all ads and bills.
Fred tosses a stack of papers onto Murphy's desk.
You get any new cases yet?
No. Trouble's still out there, calling my name.
Look, Murphy, I'm sorry, but how do you know that anymore? You haven't had a case since the 2018, and that was a side gig, if anything. Before that, your last real case was, what, 17 years ago?
Murphy groans, then looks down at the swirling liquid in the glass in his hands. He sees the professor running into his office. He sees the 1937 Olympia Elite typewriter with 3 bullet holes sitting on her desk. He sees Dr. Tom sitting across from him in the interview room, attempting to snuff him out. He sees the remnants of an android scattered about the sidewalk of the city, sparkling in the rain. The memories fade from the glass, and he looks up. I know because you're here. Wherever you are, trouble comes along. Never part of it, but always there.
I mean...
Fred looks down at himself, lost in contemplation.
I'm just concerned, Murphy, as a friend should be. Your lease for this place is up soon, and I'm worried you can't keep paying it.
Money keeps the world spinning, but it can't buy you justice. The world can keep spinning without that. Maybe the world doesn't need Murphy Law anymore.
That's not what I said. Whatever, Murph. Maybe you're right. Something really will come knocking, seeing as I'm here.
Fred stands from the desk and walks to the door.
All I'm saying is you should look into a change of career. Join the police, maybe. I just got a job as a limo driver. Maybe that's your calling. You can still drive around the city and brood about the filth and something that way.
Murphy looks up at Fred from the seat behind his desk. He watches him intently. Then Fred opens the door. Fred?
Yes, Murphy.
Murphy stares at him, waiting to say just the right thing, the point that proves him wrong. But it doesn't come. Goodbye, Fred. Fred smiles lightly.
See you tomorrow, Murph.
Fade out. Fade in. Interior, Murphy Law Detective Agency. Night. Murphy is asleep in his chair, feet up on his desk. The position is uncomfortable, but he doesn't need comfort. There's a sudden knock at the door, causing Murphy to slowly open his eyes. He draws his piece, aiming it squarely at the door. A letter slides under the door. Murphy sits up, looking at it. My lucky day. Murphy walks over to the door and picks up the letter. On the front is the words, "For Mr. Lawden." Murphy scowls, then flips the letter over. It was the one thing I needed most. The trouble that had been looking for me. It was the inevitability of all things, the bane and purpose of my existence. It was... Zoom in on the wax seal on the back. Camera focuses to reveal the logo of the SCP Foundation stamped into the wax. A case. Title splash. Murphy Law in SCP-7000, the Montauk Falcon. Fade out. Attachment. Discovery.log. Fade in. Exterior, Mojave Desert. Night. Murphy's car drives down the shambles of a paved road, headlights piercing the inky blackness of night. Murphy's hands clench the steering wheel. The Foundation was trouble incarnate. They almost had almost everything under control, even the things you didn't know you needed to worry about. They had an ace up their sleeve for nearly every hand that could be dealt. Murphy's car screeches to a halt. The headlights illuminate a woman standing in the road, her vehicle sitting behind her. She wears a modestly luxurious red coat, the fur of an animal surrounding her neck. She's no older than 45, and she speaks with a hint of German to her accent. This is 13, and thanks to her status at the top of the top in the Foundation, her commanding presence needs no introduction. Murphy steps out of the car. The Foundation knew the flop before the dealer even flipped the cards. 13 opens the door to her vehicle. You want to take 13? Keep it going back and forth?
Certainly. All right. Hello, Mr. Lawden. Please step into the car.
Murphy grimaces at the name. The only group of people despicable enough to call me that name was the O5 Council and those pencil-pushing pataphysics people. And she didn't look like a pencil pusher. My car works just fine, Toots.
You need to swap vehicles to better appear as my partner. Local authorities already opened an investigation. You'll be posing as a member of the FBI along with myself.
You certainly didn't dress the part. 13 opens the trunk of the car and removes an FBI uniform. She takes off her coat and puts the uniform on, then removes a second uniform and holds it out for Murphy. He looks at it, then up at her. I'm already in my uniform. Murphy flips up the collar on his leather overcoat. 13 frowns.
Whatever you need to work, I suppose. You're out of my jurisdiction, but I need help here. Whatever I can do to accommodate you, within reason, let me know. Now please, get in the car.
Murphy steps into 13's vehicle, sitting in the passenger seat. 13 sits in the driver's, and the car maneuvers back onto the road and drives off. But for all the quad aces there were to draw, all the card counting and manipulation, the Foundation always faced the threat of a royal flush. All you can do then is to keep the winner from cashing out. They don't call a guy like me to the Vegas deserts unless they see the nail come into the coffin.
I'm sure you understand from my letter the sensitivity of this case. Concerned I can't even let my peers know I'm investigating.
The car slows to a stop 20 feet from the wrapping of bright yellow police tape. It's a grisly yet clean scene. A single vehicle within the tape, and the victim, passenger 2, still on his back, blood pooled up around his torso from the stream in his head. The top half of the body lays off the road, covered in dust from the surrounding desert. The area is swarmed with police, their red and blue lights flashing in the distance and splashing over the area like light through flavored syrup bottles. Murphy pulls the yellow tape over his head and kneels over the body. A couple of officers run over to him, but 13 stops them before they can say anything. 13 pulls a badge from the pocket of her uniform.
FBI, he's with me. We're commandeering this investigation. Please step away.
We sent for a hearse to haul him off to the coroner and a couple detectives from the station. Would you like us to?
Call it all off. Go home for the night. We'll let you know if we need anything.
All right. I guess he's someone of interest then.
Yes, and that's more than you need to know.
The officers leave. Murphy runs his hand over passenger 2's cold cheeks as vehicles drive off, the red and blue lights leaving with them. Heat's leaving the body. Nothing but the sun for warmth out here, and the feathers of buzzards. Cold body, colder act.
You're getting fingerprints on my body.
Murphy pulls his leather gloves from his coat pocket and puts them on. He turns over passenger 2's arms, then his legs, and inspects his neck. No struggle. Murphy reaches into the pockets of passenger 2's pants and finds nothing. He stands, then opens the door to the vehicle. Smells of vinegar. Murphy runs his gloved hands along the driver's seat and inspects them, then the steering wheel. Entire vehicle's been cleaned and disinfected. No fingerprints, no DNA. Whoever killed him wanted him more than dead. They wanted him dead and gone. Murphy opens up the glove box and finds nothing. He shifts over to the passenger side and opens the pocket. No registration or insurance papers. Nothing up here except for this. Inside the pocket sits a small ball cap, the logo of Sasha's cleaning projects ironed into the front. Murphy pulls it out and turns it over in his hands. Sasha's cleaning products. SCP.
A front company of ours set up a few miles west of here. Luckily, they left that here.
Not luck. You don't clean up this well and leave a mistake like this behind. I don't suppose the hat's the only reason I'm here.
No. The reason you're here is because, as the 13th member of the O5 Council, I have to take threats to our members with the utmost seriousness. You're here because that...
13 gestures to passenger 2, the camera slowly zooming into passenger 2's face.
Is 057.
Fade out.
Da-na-na.
Exactly. Attachment. Interview 2. .log. Exterior. Sasha's cleaning products. Night. Murphy's car drives slowly down a village road, passing by shops and restaurants one by one. The streets are devoid of other life save for the occasional passing car and the streetlights shining by overhead. She had armed me with a special access card and a code phrase, although the steel at my hip was all I needed. Her concerns made sense now. The only person close enough to an 05 to have him whacked would be another 05. This narrowed me down to 12 possibilities. The big question is, why? Murphy stops the car in front of a shop. He gets out and surveys the building. It's empty inside. A single counter surrounded by various cleaning implements, shelves of disinfectants and window cleaners, walls of vacuums and mops, and a display in the front advertising their personal cleaning services, all of which sit dormant in the darkened building. Mounted at the top is a red sign with orange letters reading Sasha's Cleaning Products. Oh. Boop, there we go. Security camera footage. Smaller lettering below reads, "Your mess is our success." Murphy steps up to the door and pulls on the handle, but finds it locked. He sighs, then removes a pack of cigarettes and a Zippo lighter from his breast pocket. He places the cigarette between his lips and lights it, then puts the items back. He pulls a key card from the same pocket and looks at it. Inked in red are the words Level 3 Access. Next to the door is a card reader. He swipes the card and the reader blinks green. The door makes a small click before releasing the locking mechanism. Murphy pushes open the door and steps into the building, smoke wafting up from the cigarette. He steps up to the counter. Next to the register is a small silver bell, a sign stand next to it reading "Ring for Service." He presses down on it, and the bell rings. After a moment or two, a man opens the door to a back room and comes to the front. He wears a purple shirt with the logo of Sasha's on the front. He looks tired, but he becomes alert upon seeing Murphy. This is Attendant.
I don't recognize you. You have 2 minutes to tell me who you are and how you got in here.
Does boop, 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 boop. Attendant squints, then lifts up the divider in the counter, gesturing for Murphy to enter. Murphy steps behind the counter. Attendant opens the door to the back room and Murphy enters. Inside, the room is lit by the glow of blinking lights and computer monitors. Desk and servers litter the room. In the back, a large array of screens stand looming over the room. They each display the video feed of a different camera within the village.
What can I help you with?
Has anything unusual happened around here lately?
Nothing of note, no.
Have any members of the O5 Council been through here in the last few days?
057 came by as a routine checkup night before last, but that isn't unusual.
Does he do that often?
Well, yes, he comes by bi-weekly, and you should know that.
I'm no 05. I'm just with them. An involved party.
Uh-huh.
Attendant side-eyes Murphy as they speak, never losing suspicion. Did 057 do anything unusual?
I don't know. I wasn't in. Hey, Jimmy.
A man sleeping at a desk in the corner suddenly awakens, startles. This is Jimmy.
What? I'm awake. I've been awake. Did 057 do anything off while he was here? Yeah. He dropped off a body bag and then asked to see the order ledger.
Show me the ledger and the body.
I'll have to call downstairs to get the body, but I could print out the ledger for you in the meantime.
Another body. But what's one amongst foundations? Dead people was not unusual for a society such as this one. The Foundation breeds a different class of desensitivity. It's disgusting. Jimmy hands Murphy a couple of sheets of paper, order logs for cleaning supplies from the last month. Murphy thumbs through them. Camera zooms on the names. Margaret Edmonds, Nolan Body, Kevin Alberstram. Nothing of note catches his eyes.
That's funny. Storage says somebody checked the body back out. They didn't leave a name.
Who was the body? Jimmy asked the same question over the phone.
They were instructed not to open the bag, so they didn't. They said it made a whirring sound. I noticed that too, now that I'm remembering it.
Any idea where it came from? Jimmy again asked the same question over the phone.
Well, the bag had a Site 19 storage stenciled on.
Murphy exits the building, tapping the ash off the end of his cigarette on his way out. Attendant turns to Jimmy and grabs his shoulder.
Call the boss. Tell him that call his boss. Tell him there's a problem with 057. I'm going to run downstairs and get Site 19 on the line. Whoever that was, even if he had the code, I don't like the look of him.
Jimmy picks up the phone again and begins calling someone. Attendant opens the door to the bathroom, revealing an elevator shaft behind the door. He presses a button on the lift, and the lift rises to him. He steps in and the lift lowers. Stenciled onto the wall behind the lift are the words, Armed Site 21 Access Lift. Fade out. Attachment, Interview 3 log. Exterior, Site 19, morning. Murphy pulls up his car to a Site 19 perimeter security booth. He stops the car at the booth window just behind the gate. A security agent pokes his head out of the window. He's tired and monotone, but hardly careless. This is Security 1. Site 19 was the most sterile and lifeless place on Earth, but the life they kept here was nothing to sneeze at. One of the few places where the monsters still roam and the broken have a home. Whatever was waiting for me in there, I couldn't possibly imagine.
Facial recognition failed. Name and badge number.
Does boop 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 boop.
Does what? I don't know what that means, sir. Name and badge number or turn around.
Murphy hands the agent his loaned security badge.
Name, sir.
Murphy squints at the agent, as if trying to stare him down. I'm Murphy. Murphy Law. There's a loud buzz as Security 1 swipes the card and inputs the name into his computer. A small red light on the desk comes on.
Excuse me for a moment.
Security 1 picks up the phone in his booth and punches in a few numbers. He begins talking to someone in the background, staring back at Murphy as he does. These sites were just beehives waiting to be kicked. Security 1 finally hangs up the phone, then sighs. He hands the card back to Murphy.
Park in Lot A, Door 1.
Murphy drives the car up to the lot and steps out, then approaches the door. He scans the ID card and steps inside. Another security agent stands in front of the door waiting to greet him. His tone is more warm, but he is much like his first in intention. This is Security 2.
Hello, Mr. Law. I'm here to escort you to your meeting.
Murphy gives him a cold glare, then nods. Security 2 is unfazed. The two walk through the facility, passing by a myriad of locked doors and labeled rooms. Murphy takes a drag on his cigarette. Meeting. If I had $1 for every arranged meeting I'd been to, I wouldn't be doing this job. If I had 2 for every meeting that turned out to be a trap, well, wouldn't I be lucky? Security 2 opens the door to an interview room. A middle-aged Chinese woman sits at the interview table, waiting patiently. She smiles at Murphy as he enters, and he recognizes her instantly. Age has done its reshaping, but it's still the same commanding presence. This is 5, and if we told you any more about her, we'd have to kill you.
Hello, Mr. Lawden. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Murphy winces at the name again. He sits at the opposite end of the interview table, disgruntled. 055. 17 years.
How have you been? Good spirits, I hope. When Site-21 called us and warned that a man in a leather overcoat and a cigarette addiction would be coming by to investigate 057, I knew who it was right away.
Murphy doesn't speak, but looks on in silence. So much for anonymity.
Right. Well, 057 didn't show for this morning's meeting. I assume that's at least what that's what you're looking into. It's the most concerning thing there is around here, and you did ask about him. Here, this is the last sighting of him as he left the facility yesterday.
5 hands Murphy a stack of printouts, each a screenshot of security cam footage showing 057 leaving Site-19. Murphy inspects each image carefully.
I reviewed the security footage at Sasha's. You seem different. Different demeanor, more mellow, less noir. I have to say it's rather disappointing. I was hoping for the site to be converted into a sprawling mansion or dingy dive bar or some such. But no, it's simply the same old place. That's unlike you, unlike your anomaly. Are you okay? Has something changed?
There's a hint of annoyance to Murphy's voice, like just the wrong buttons are being pressed. Where's the bag?
Pardon?
He had a body bag from here when he arrived at Sasha's. It's not here in these photographs. Why? 5 gives Murphy an unconvincing smile.
Well, I don't know. Things just sort of happen around here all the time. It's possible he picked it up in transit.
Like a $500 image of a pixel monkey, I didn't buy it. Fuck you. Good.
Nice.
Everything about her demeanor reeked of lies and deception. She was hiding something. But what? Her hands weren't made for the grip of a .44 Magnum. Murphy stands from the table, adjusts his hat, and turns toward the door.
Please show Mr. Lawden around our facility. Perhaps he might be interested in our investigative department. I hear they're always looking for work. You'd make a great addition, Murphy.
I'll be around. Security 2 opens the door for Murphy, and they both step out of the interview room. Security 2 escorts Murphy back down the same hall, the same array of doors and hatches passing by. She was hiding something. That much was certain. But what? What was in that bag that was so bad that it had to be hidden? Security 2 opens the door to a room labeled Site-19 Investigation Division. Inside, Murphy finds a handful of mahogany desks, the dim lights projecting a slight orange shade onto them. A whiteboard against the wall is filled with blue scribblings about magicians, and a pinboard next to it has the images of people's faces and names of events stacked on and wrapped together in red string. A vaguely Egyptian woman in a lab coat sits hunched over one of the desks, the room's sole occupant. This is Dr. Patra, a woman whose sheer grit and determination to get everything done all the time has swamped her with work. It commends a level of admiration, but the tiredness of her face tells a less happy story. Most Foundation investigators were stuffed in someone's pocket, forging evidence for solved cases, either to prevent panic or to unsolve it indefinitely. However, she was a different case entirely. Murphy clears his throat. Dr. Patra looks up at him, then looks back down at her work. She looks up again slowly and jumps, as if she hadn't seen him there the first time. She pushes her seat back and approaches Murphy. Security 2 steps around him and stands in the corner of the room.
Opening a new case or checking an old one?
Where's the rest of the team, miss?
Dr. Patra, please. They gave us all the day off, actually. I dismissed us all about an hour ago, but I kind of snuck in to grab some case notes and, well...
Dr. Patra looks over at a desk, a single desk lamp illuminating documents and photographs tossed about in a wild mess. She gestures to it weakly.
That happened.
Murphy sits down at a desk. She grabs a chair from an empty desk and drags it over, still staring at some of the notes. What have you been working on? There's a hint of genuine curiosity to his voice, as if a soul finally got off the late train and took him over for a moment.
Well, a myriad of things. There's this group of street musicians that started appearing recently.
What's this? Murphy pulls up a close-up photo of a canvas body bag, the word Site-19 storage stenciled into its side.
That's a bag.
What's in it?
It's part of a classified investigation from a higher-up. I can't divulge anything without proper credentials, Mr. I'm sorry, who are you?
Murphy furrows his brow, tapping the desk. He thinks for a brief moment, then looks up. Does beep, 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 beep.
Oh, I see. My apologies.
Is that enough characters for what I think
No,
it is?
it keeps throwing me off because I know what it's supposed to look like, but there's not enough letters in the second word. Yeah.
Because it's 3444, right?
It should be 3544.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And that is if that's what
If that is what that means.
Yes.
All right. What was in the bag, Doctor?
It's in the box. I just lost my place. Looking up to see if the previous instances of that was...
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Well, you see, we had a rather important anomaly go missing. I only got a brief overview of it myself, access restrictions being what they are. But you gave the code. We think that the anomaly was stuffed in this bag and stolen by the children of the Scarlet King. We were pretty sure they'd been wiped out, but somebody stole it.
Who are the suspects?
I'll see you.
Oh, that was me again. I already know who done it, but the question was why, and why'd it get him knocked? Sometimes you gotta ask the wrong questions to get the right answers.
Well, frankly, we don't have any strong leads other than it's probably someone from the Scarlet King. We've been looking into something else and have this hunch that they're connected. Someone managed to break into the Department of Pataphysics about 10 months ago. Funny thing is, I can't find the department anywhere.
They broke in? People simply don't simply break in around here.
Well, the name was on the entry and exit log, but there's no evidence of them appearing anywhere else in the facility or in any other documents. The only reason I think they're connected is the only other time they appear on the entry and exit log is yesterday, not long after the anomaly went missing.
What even is the stolen anomaly, Doctor?
They told me it was too bad, but not for my eyes. Just that it was extremely important to retrieve it. I assume it's not for my clearance position. Maybe you could ask someone in pataphysics.
Murphy stands to leave.
Oh, sir, one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Fade out. Attachment. Interview 4. Log. Fade in. Exterior. Site-19. Afternoon. Murphy steps out of the building and back onto the asphalt of the Site-19 parking lot. He looks across the lot at the facility next door, the words Pataphysics Department in big bold lettering across its top looming over him. I was hoping to God I wouldn't have to come by this hellish place, but my luck didn't swing that way. It was time for me to have a chat with the people I love most, the Pataphysics Department. They'd almost gotten me once. Murphy put his hand around the gun at his hip. They wouldn't get that close again. Murphy steps up to the department doors. The department's logo is pasted on the front glass, the words Department of Pataphysics and Warning, Narrativo Hazards below it. He swipes his keycard, but the reader blinks red. He tries again, and it fails again. An intercom blows out a blast of static as if coughing back to life. Then a stern voice comes on.
Access is restricted to O5 and members of this department. Please vacate the area.
Murphy looks at the small speaker above the card reader. He presses the button on it. Does boop 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 boop.
Where did you learn that phrase? Why don't you have a level 5 keycard but have the phrase? Hold still.
Call 0513. Tell her Murphy Laws at Pataphysics.
I'm sorry, did you say Murphy Law? Move over. Let me see the cam feed.
The Foundation was already a nightmare of a company, but the way they lock things sometimes made me wonder if they were just trying to slow me down rather than keep anything contained. The door clicks and pops open.
Welcome, Mr. Lawden. My apologies. A member of the site security is on the way to let you through the vestibule and take you into my office.
Murphy groans at the name, but steps through the door. A member of Pataphysics' security team comes to greet him. She's cold, looks distant, and can never seem to look Murphy in the eyes. She wears a pair of odd goggles with green lenses. This is Security 3.
Hello, Mr. Lawden. Put these on and follow me, please.
Security 3 holds out a pair of goggles akin to her own. Murphy doesn't grab them, but instead looks up at her. Keep 'em. I won't be here for long.
The bursts of light from the machinery will burn your retinas if you do not wear protective eyewear. Please put these on and follow me.
Murphy begrudgingly takes the goggles and straps them on. They look awkward and out of place against his rigid, dark demeanor. They step out into a hall. The wall to their left is made entirely of glass, revealing a vast, expansive room behind it. Murphy turns his head to look through the window as they walk. A large electrical mechanical machine takes up most of the space in the room. In the back, a team of scientists in lab coats and green goggles flock around it, while an engineer screws something into an open panel on its side. The engineer closes the panel and gives a thumbs up to the scientists. One of the scientists climbs up a ladder and climbs up on top of the machines, then pulls open a hatch in the top and climbs inside. The hatch closes, and a scientist at the other end of the room pulls a lever. The machine revs like the engine of a monster truck with one too many holes in the muffler. It eventually begins glowing and screaming like a tea kettle, then finally fires off a burst of blinding white light, engulfing everything in the room and through the windows, splashing out into the hall and over Murphy. Steam rises from the machine's hatch, and the scientists clap enthusiastically. Murphy turns to look at Security 3 with a hint of rising anger to his voice. What the hell did they just do to him? Security 3 again struggles to look at Murphy, their vision aimed roughly 5 inches too far to the left.
Subject was transported up a narrative layer. She was not cooked, fried, or otherwise exposed to an open flame or uncomfortable and/or lethal temperature.
Security 3 looks relatively forward again.
We don't know what the steam is from.
Security 3 stops at the end of the hall and opens a large metal door. Inside is a relatively small and very sparse office. It sports 4 gray and featureless walls with a single monitor on a wooden desk next to a couple of cabinets. A pair of green goggles sits atop the desk next to the monitor. In a corner by the door, is a single fake potted plant. There's a single occupant, a man in a lab coat staring straight ahead, eyesight aligned with the top of the door frame, sitting somewhat upright in a black swivel chair. His pupils are splintered into 6 black circles in each eye. He sits upright, a bit more on noticing Murphy and Security 3 stepping into his room, and his pupils collapse into each other to form 2 black masses again. He's warm and understanding, if not a slight distant all the time. This is Dr. Nara.
Murphy Lawden. Apologies. I didn't see you come in. Please have a seat.
A second swivel chair appears across from the desk. Murphy sits down and takes a drag on his cigarette. Hello, Doctor.
Dr. Nara. You can call me Tiv if you'd like.
This place was beyond unusual. It was warped, like a record someone had carved their initials into. They say the world is always changing, but in here, nothing stayed the same. Even if I played this close to the chest, I could be looking at a handful of 11s if I didn't pay close enough attention.
Actually, we do quite a good job of keeping things under control here. Could be far worse if unrestrained.
Murphy squints and stares Dr. Nara in the eyes, but Dr. Nara doesn't seem to notice. Like Fred, he was reading my thoughts before I had even made them into words. Was he an anomaly?
Yes, much like 423, although whether or not we're anomalies is a topic of some debate around here. Side effect of jumping narrative layers, I'm afraid.
Dr. Nara looks up above Murphy, staring deeply into nothing. His pupils split apart and morph together, bending and twisting and floating about every which way.
Can't stop seeing the layer you jumped to.
Dr. Nara shakes his head and looks back at Murphy, pupils normal again.
But anyway, enough about that. I'd like to make amends between our department and the Murphy Law Detective Agency. I realize we've been on rocky grounds in the past, but I assure you that Dr. Thom is no longer under our employment.
He could make all the promises he wanted, but it didn't make a minute's worth of difference to me. What Thom did to me, you can't make up with words.
All right, fair enough. Maybe actions speak louder. What can I do for you?
I'm told your security picked up some peculiarities. An unknown entry on the enter and exit log.
Ah, yes.
Dr. Nara pulls out one of his filing cabinets and removes a folder, the only item in the entire cabinet. He hands it over to Murphy.
Someone got in through the back garage. We have a keypad lock on the garage door. Outdated, I know. That's probably how it happened. Someone finally mentioned it 10 months back, and the request to replace it with the card reader like every other door has been jammed in some bureaucratic hell since.
Murphy flips open the folder and runs his fingers down the page. This person broke in 10 months ago.
Why do you suppose it was brought to my attention?
What did they do while they were here?
Well, it looked as though they rifled through some old documents and then climbed into the narrative jumper. Something shorted in the lever mechanism, and it went off on its own while he was inside. Someone lost their vision for it, poor soul.
I suppose that's why he isn't shown leaving.
That's right. They would have been transported up a narrative layer. I'm sorry, do you know how narrative layers work? Imagine an infinite sandwich. Our narrative reality, everything we know of within the confines of this reality or otherwise, exists within a narrative span.
There's an upper layer that controls this one, and somehow we control a lower one. We don't have the time here for in-depth discussions of the narrative stack. Any idea when he returned?
No clue. I was under the impression that he hadn't for a long time until someone broke in again.
Again? When was this?
Yesterday. I took it to the investigative team at Site 19 after that. Their name wasn't on the log the first time, but yesterday they just put down their name and left. It was Norwich Bali. Weird name.
Murphy flips forward through the papers to confirm and finds the name, Norwich Bali. So how? A woman in a lab coat opens the metal door. She begins talking to Dr. Nara without even noticing Murphy in the room. This is Scientist.
SRA V7 is packed and ready to be shipped, sir. Would you like to... Please, I'll be at the party in a minute. We have a guest here. My apologies.
Scientist looks over at Murphy and freezes, speechless. She then bursts out like a fangirl.
Murphy Lawton? He's back? You're here. Oh my god. Can you sign my arm?
Murphy glares at her, somewhat surprised.
Please, give our guests some space. Oh, of course. Just a picture, maybe?
Dr. Nara looks over at Murphy, who looks confused and shrugs. She squeaks and whips out her phone, then leans down next to Murphy and takes a selfie with him. He looks disgruntled and does his best not to touch her.
Thank you. I'll cherish this forever.
She exits the room, slamming the door behind her.
Sorry, Murphy. You're something of a fan favorite with the younger employees.
Sherman's feeling very called out right now. Murphy rubs his eyes and sets the papers back down on the desk. How exactly did they get past the keypad lock?
We don't know. It's a 9-number keypad with 5 numbers needed. That's for 59,045 possibilities. On the cam footage, they just punch in the number and waltz in. Either they knew it from someone else or they got real lucky, like really, really lucky. They did it again the second time too, even after we changed the code.
Murphy stands up from the desk. He takes another drag on his cigarette. I believe that's all.
Of course. Let me know if you need anything else.
Murphy grabs the door handle, then looks down in contemplation before turning around. There was a document on a stolen skip the investigative team was looking into. Do you know what it is, and do you have the file?
Oh, Murphy.
Dr. Nara's pupils split again, bouncing about his eyes in tiny dots.
I have the files for everything.
Dr. Nara opens his filing cabinet and pulls out a file, the only item in the entire cabinet once again. He reaches across the desk and hands it to Murphy.
You have a good day now, Mr. Lawton.
Murphy winces at the name. Stop calling me that.
Whatever suits you, Mr. Law. Whatever suits you.
Murphy exits the building with the file still closed under his arm, then unlocks his car and sits in the driver's seat. He sets the file down on his lap as he closes the door, then flips it open. He holds up the pages, his eyes scanning through them. Cameras zoom in on his eyes, widening slowly in growing concern until they're wider than ever. Camera then switches to zooming in on the SCP's item number, SCP-231-7. Bum, bum, bum. Also, Crafter claims that is Black Moon Howl, and it's a typo that needs to be fixed.
Gotcha. What?
Attachment, exploration.log. Fade in. Exterior, former site director August's mansion. Late afternoon. Murphy's hands grip his steering wheel with force, flooring the gas pedal and gritting his teeth. The vehicle races down the desert road. SCP-231 was a goddamn disgusting display of human cruelty. I didn't care if it was related to the investigation or not. I had to find out what Procedure 110 Montauk was, at any cost. Most of the procedure itself was blotted out, trying to keep it away from my prying eyes. But I could read between the lines, and what was there was downright terrible. What kind of despicable monsters could put another human being through this suffering? I may be cold towards the suffering of others, but this was something else. Something else entirely. Murphy's car screeches to a halt outside of August's mansion. The once bright, massive building now appears to be falling to decay, with vines climbing up the walls and to the rooftops. The paint on the wood is fading and chipping away, and the concrete steps up to the front door are crumbling apart. The building emits a vaguely stale smell, like a workshop filled with sawdust and cans of pure lead paint. If anyone knew what 110 Montauk was, it would be August. I'd narrowly beaten him at this game once, all that time ago, but this time I gave myself a coin flip chance. Murphy grabs hold of the .44 Magnum in a holster at his side. And this was my lucky two-handed coin. Murphy knocks on the door, but there's no answer. He slams the door knocker against the door, but there's still no answer. Murphy kicks in the door, sending the locking mechanism flying into the room. The interior is just as decrepit as the exterior. All the lights are off, the building illuminated solely by the sunlight streaming through the massive tinted windows. Everything is covered in layers of dust of varying depth. Murphy steps through the door, gun drawn. The mansion is empty. There's not a single soul anywhere in the building. Murphy searches every room. The kitchen, the living room, the billiard room, the pool room, the billiard room, the basement, the wine cellar. He eventually walks up the stairs. August, you bastard! Come on out now! Murphy searches through his bedroom, the bathrooms, the attic, then finally arrives at his office. He opens the door and yet again there's nobody there. The room is lined with shelves and shelves of books, and the single desk in the back of the room sitting directly in the sunlight streaming through the massive window behind it. Murphy turns the lead before he notices a small stack of papers sitting atop the desk. One of the desk drawers is pulled open, and a manila folder sits on the ground. Murphy spins around the swivel chair at the desk and sits, then grabs the stack of papers. A step in the right direction. Little bits and pieces of 110 Montauk are coming out to show themselves. The whole folder is documents from the operation, little notes on staff movements, prisoner schedules. Every time they set that poor woman's mind back a week. Notes and notes on that torture going all the way back a month. What kind of man? Murphy flips to the last page, a small sheet of a larger expense report. Material costs, upkeep costs, bills. Then I found it. The bill that cracked this whole thing open. A single note down at the bottom. A question mark. At the bottom of the page, next to the number for staff costs, $20.3 million. A large red question mark. And an arrow pointing to the number. Murphy turns the page over, and the back is flooded with math symbols. The handwriting getting more erratic as it goes. Finally at the bottom. $20.3 million minus $1,050,000 equals $19,250,000. Was that 1 million? What did it mean? Find more. Find the paper trail. That's how this always goes. Murphy starts searching the room. He pulls open the other drawers in the desk, leafing through folder after folder. He turns his attention to the bookcases, running his thumb over each cover. Each book is covered in dust. These are all nothings. The World Encyclopedia, The Great Gatsby, the Bible. Come on, show me expense reports, record keeping, receipts. Even a love letter from an accountant will do. Murphy's hand stopped just before a single book named The Golden Key. Where all the other books on the shelf were covered in dust and grime and hadn't been touched in years, here there were a couple spots where you could still see the binding clearly. A mark just about the size and shape of a palm. My lucky day. Murphy pulls out the book. It doesn't come out of the case. Instead, the wall makes a clicking sound and the book is pulled back into the shelf. Murphy steps back as the bookcase turns, opening to reveal a wooden staircase in a small, narrow corridor. A small light hangs down from the ceiling, the hall's only lighting. Murphy draws his gun again and steps down the stairs. The bookcase closes behind him and a button pops out of the wall. He turns to watch, then continues down. At the bottom of the steps is a rotting wooden door. Murphy grabs the handle and cracks it open. Another ceiling light illuminates a wooden room lined with metal drawers and cabinets, some pulled out revealing stacks and stacks of manila folders, some dumped out on the ground like a cream-colored sea. There's a wooden desk pushed against the back wall, and a chair in the middle of the room surrounded by tons of slips and sheets of paper. Murphy gets down on his hands and knees and starts grabbing at papers, looking through each of them. Expenses, receipts, all of it laid out in a frantic search for something. By the chair in the center, Murphy grabs a stack of receipts. It wasn't the answer I was looking for, but it was the right answer anyhow. It's what all this meant. Handwriting stretches across each receipt, adding up the values. Last month's new uniforms, food, pay, equipment, morale services, etc. A red pen takes the expenses and adds them up along the side of the receipts, the total coming out to $1,050,000. $20 million sent to staff budgets, and only $1 million of it spent. Where did the money go? What the hell did you find, August? Murphy shuffles through the piles again before pulling out a sheet of paper. It's a Site-19 accounting report. $19,050,000 sent to Site-19, the sender and the reason redacted. Red pen circles the redacteds frequently. The only info left is, quote, to be used for, followed by the words, transfer to council funding. The purpose for that again, redacted. And what does the 05 need that money for? Murphy digs again, at this point crumbling up papers he doesn't need and lobbing them across the dank room. Finally, he finds a memo. The words, "What the fuck," are scribbled in red ink across the top. Murphy's eyes scroll across the memo. They catch a few lines in the center. In the interest of council morale and stability, the 05 council will begin taking rotating vacation periods, with a quarter of the council taking vacation once a month until the next rotation, which occurs on the 28th of each month. Murphy scrambles back for the accounting report. His eyes again scroll down to the 19.5 million. Transfer date, the 27th. Murphy stands up, takes off his hat, and stares down at the papers in his eyes. His cigarette almost falls from his mouth. They give themselves $19 million and then piss off to Kokomo, all under the guise of 110 Montauk, funding the torture of this girl to save the world. Murphy looks around the room in slight distraught before noticing something on the desk in the corner. He walks up to it to find a tape recorder sitting on the top. There's a tape sitting next to it, the label reading, "Listen to me," in red pen. A considerable number of red pens sit strewn about the ground around the desk. Murphy places the tape in the player and hits play.
This is August, former director of Site-19 for the SCP Foundation. I have to assume you work for them too if you're here, listening to this. Otherwise, well, you have found something you shouldn't have, to put it plainly. Anyway, I'm sure you've seen the room. See, 2004, we recovered a number of pregnant girls from a cult called the Children of the Scarlet King. Whenever one of the girls had their kid, something catastrophic happened, like a few hundred people dying, and it got worse with each one. We got down to one onboard kid before we finally worked out the method of stopping her. It was brutal, excruciatingly so, sickening to a lot of people. I can't overstate how awful it was, but Procedure 110 Montauk was necessary for a period. It was just a regular level 4 then. I hadn't been promoted to director yet. We, what's the word? Proposed. We proposed a couple solutions over the years. There was killing the kid in the womb at first. One of the girls had a stillborn and the event still happened, so that was out. Then we proposed dropping her down 1437, disintegrating the entire person, cryogenic stasis. The only thing they didn't turn down was some small efficiency thing. We put forward a proposal to design a machine that attached to the body.
Murphy turns away from the desk and looks out toward the open room. He pulls open a drawer of one of the filing cabinets labeled Machine Projects and flips through it. He flips past a series of folders, each labeled with the name of a different machine, SRA V7, Narrative Jumper, and then finally, 111 Montauk.
It's small, little upkeep. Most we needed was an engineer to oil it every now and then. She probably could have walked with it if, she could walk. Sent the proposal to O5s and they turned it down too. The whole staff was tired. Morale ran dry a long time ago. So they threw a mutiny of sorts, built it anyway, hooked it up, and it worked. It even silenced her and applied amnestic to itself. It made this funny little whirring sound that still plays back in my head all the time. So we just kept on pretending to run things. Faked some documents, made it look real, like we were still doing all that unspeakable stuff to her. I put it in for my retirement about 10 months back. About the same time, they started denying our proposals. Started going through old docs and things just for kicks after I got my retirement approval, and a few months later...
Murphy pulls out a cabinet labeled Personal Memos and flips through it before his hands land on a document titled Notice of Retirement Approval. At the bottom, it's signed Noah D., HR Department.
And then I figured out why they never approved anything. How long they prolonged that suffering just to launder a few million. It's pathetic and disgusting.
The audio begins to sound warped and distorted, as if performed by a robot.
055, 056, and 057 meet at this bar on 34th Street, just about every night after work around 7 p.m. I'm going to take what I know and confront them there. Seeing as they oversee everything at 19, I don't think any of them are spearheading this, but someone's got to say something. I just hope security will see the light when I start talking. Otherwise, well, let's just say that's just my luck, isn't it?
The recording cuts out. Murphy sits in the middle of the room. Camera pulls out slowly. Fade out. Attachment. Interrogation.log. Fade in. Exterior. Montauk Falcon. Sunset. Murphy walks up to the front of the Montauk Falcon, his car parked at the side of the road behind him. The front of the building is washed in pink, purple, and blue light from the neon signs posted on its front. The name of the bar illuminates the road, a massive buzzing sign covering most of the upper area. He notices a limo parked in front and approaches the driver window. A familiar red-headed man in a driver's cap and purple jacket sits in the driver's seat, twiddling his thumbs. This is Driver, and we've already met him before. Murphy taps on the window.
Who? Oh, Murphy. How are you?
Hello, Fred. I don't suppose you drove the O5s here.
This is why you're the detective and I'm not. They're in the VIP room, I think.
Thanks, Fred. I appreciate it. Murphy stands from the car window and grabs the handle to the front door. The Foundation always has the upper hand. Or always had the upper hand. I wasn't sure if I had a hand at all. Ace high doesn't get you very far. Now I'm here just before the gates of hell, with the only person at my side being Lady Luck, and she was a cruel mistress. Murphy pushes open the door. Here we go. Murphy is greeted by a smoky, oaken interior. The building has a warm, inviting atmosphere about it. The bar itself is placed along the left wall, a bartender serving drinks to a couple of men who are watching a football game behind the bartender. Spread out across the room is a litter of tables and chairs, some with patrons at them, all situated to face the stage at the other end of the room. Atop it, a jazz band plays a rendition of Frank Sinatra's Luck Be a Lady Tonight. Various streams of cigarette smoke float up to the ceiling from a number of different people inside, including patrons, the bartender, and the pianist. By the stage, a fire exit door sits with a glowing exit sign. A large window at the other side of the room sits above the stage with two people conversing on a couch. They're both dressed fancy-like, sipping martinis. Murphy recognizes one of them and deduces the identity of the other, 055 and 056. A man in a suit at the front offers to take Murphy's coat, and Murphy tries to shrug him off. He insists, and Murphy begrudgingly obliges. Murphy surveys the room for a moment before noticing an orange and yellow neon sign in the back, over a small doorway reading VIP in blinking letters. He strolls through the room to the door, pushes it open, and steps up a small flight of stairs and into a small purple corridor. The hall is lined with members of a mobile task force squad. Murphy stops and eyes them each individually. At the end of the hall, just past the storage closet, is a closed door. A small plastic sign on the front also reading VIP. Murphy walks toward it. As he passes by the first mobile task force member, the member steps behind him, following him to the door. Murphy turns and looks back at him. What? As Murphy passes the next agent, that agent also steps behind him. Then the next one. What are they doing? Murphy passes the storage closet, which emanates a low hum. Finally, with 5 mobile task force members behind him, Murphy looks over his shoulder and turns the doorknob to the VIP room. This all feels off. Murphy opens the door and it closes behind him. The mobile task force don't follow him in, but the humming from the storage closet does. 5 stands to greet Murphy, accompanied by a larger, balding man. He speaks with a vaguely southern accent, as if he couldn't decide if he was born in Wisconsin or Kentucky. There's a charm to it that betrays his underwhelming figure, as if he could talk his way out of anything. Anything but Murphy Law. This is 6, and if we told you any more about him,
Hello, Murphy. Take a seat, won't you?
6 drags an uncomfortable wooden chair over from the corner of the room and sets it behind Murphy. What? How did you know I'd be here?
You see, Mr. Lawden, there's very little we don't know. I'm sure you understand that much. Little birdie warned us you'd be here. He told us you'd catch on to our little trust fund as soon as 7 hit the dirt. So he whipped up a little something to keep you from getting any further. Those pataphysics folks, they can make you anything if they set their mind to it. The Mark 7 reality anchor is a prime example. That humming, it's the sound of progress.
I don't understand. What about the tapes at August's? The files? That proves everything. Murphy looks on at them bewildered. His face turns pale and his stomach begins to churn.
Oh yes, the information is real. Have you ever drank a mango-flavored margarita out of a hollowed-out pineapple? I still don't know how that place in the Bahamas pulled that off. Was that the trip back in July? I don't think I tried one.
Please, what is happening to me? 5 turns to Murphy with a condescending smile.
You see, Mr. Lawden, at the end of August's recording, the part about meeting here, that was the only part that wasn't real.
Murphy sits upright, jaw open slightly.
You don't honestly believe that we'd meet at the same place at the same time every night, do you? Do you know what kind of safety risk that would be? You have to split them up and scatter them about different places and different times. Otherwise, someone might actually get us.
The setting begins to fade away into a nightclub, the mahogany wood giving way to dark blue walls, the tables disappearing in front of a crowd of people jumping up and down to loud music, and the stage band becoming a DJ at a raised booth.
Now you're stuck here, with that reality anchor in the closet slowly pulling you apart, because you take everything you've given at face value. For someone who's always on edge, looking for liars, you're sure are bad at catching them.
What? Who, where am I? SCP-3143's body language and tone shift drastically, indicating a switch to its original pataphysical person.
You're Murphy Lawden. We're here to help with what's troubling you. We just need you to stay calm. Can you tell us how you feel?
No, I'm not Murphy Lawden.
You wrote It Always Rains, the story featuring a hard-boiled ace detective Murphy Law, didn't you? I'm just the guy you call when everything that could go wrong did.
No, that was someone else. I didn't write that. That wasn't me.
Well, SCP-3143, you've exhibited the same properties that Murphy Lawton has. I would reason, therefore, that you must be Mr. Lawton, unless something's changed.
He wrote the others. Lawton. That's not even his name. He wrote For Murder and The Foundation Always Rings Twice. This one. 056 turns to 055.
Ah, that's what pataphysics refers to. That's what pataphysics refers to 3043 and 3143 as in their notes. Must be an in-house thing.
How have you commandeered my story?
Well, our mutual friend, the little birdie, he had some tips for us. He set us up with this vacation package in the first place. It's a brilliant plan. And he led us towards capturing you.
This can't happen. This can't go this way. SCP-3143 begins yelling. This isn't how this meeting is supposed to happen. This can't go wrong. It can't.
Please, Mr. Lawton, settle down. You're in for a long stay with us.
I am not Mr. fucking Lawton. I have to do this. I have to win this. I have to.
And why is that?
Because it's all I've got. I rip the magnum off my hip and shoot through his fucking skull. This is all wrong.
Oh, shit.
And you too, fucking asshole, eat a fucking bullet. Then those guards outside run in here, but they're not supposed to be here, so they fuck off, and that goddamn humming stops. Out in the dancing crowd, I see that smug asshole looking up here with a pair of binoculars. That birdie they were talking about. Fuck that. I shoot the glass window open and jump out, rolling onto the floor below. I spot him in the crowd as he drops the binoculars and runs. You aren't getting away that easy, I yell, running after him. No, that's not how the formatting works. This is all fucked up. This is all fucked up so bad. God. I run into the crowd after him. I do it. The crowd starts screaming and running for the exits. But the crowd isn't supposed to be here. This is an atmospheric bar. The crowd disappears and the tables return. The DJ booth fades away and returns to a band on stage, still playing the same as the couple of smoking patrons scramble for the door. The saxophone player looks up at the VIP room window and drops the brass instrument midway through Dean Martin's You're Nobody Till Somebody Loves You, sprinting for the door. The song ends in a cacophony of crashing instruments as the band runs off stage. A man in a dark leather jacket and a single glove hand shoves his way through a small running crowd and out the side exit. I run through the exit, but he disappears into the night. I pull the door back open. Fuck. Okay, all right. Get back in character. Search the room. Stop saying fuck so much. No. Murphy takes a couple of deep breaths. He sits down on the ground, shaking. There's a couple of spatters of blood across his white satin shirt. The bodies of 5 and 6 still sit collapsed against the shattered window frame. Something had happened here. Something went wrong in that meeting, but... Murphy opens the cylinder of his magnum, 3 empty shells greeting him. He closes it again. That answers that. But that man with the binoculars, those two didn't shoot 057. So who did? Murphy stands to his feet, uneasy. He takes stock of the room, noting every overturned table and chair. In the middle of the tables, he notices a couple of items on the ground, a pair of binoculars, and a black cotton glove. Murphy kneels down and picks up the binoculars and turns them over in his hands. He then picks up the gloves. He turns them over too, then opens them and checks the seam inside. A small tag sticks out with the words MC&D display only written on them in black marker. I could only think of one person who could check on this for me, but it was a hunch. If I was going to find this birdie, I'd have to be real lucky. Birdie. Why do I keep going back to that? Police sirens blare outside the building, getting closer. They come to a stop outside the front door. A pair of officers throw the front doors open, guns drawn.
Freeze! Nobody move!
Murphy is the only remaining occupant in the room. He stands again and begins slowly walking backwards towards the emergency exit. The officers surveil the messy, distraught building before looking up and noticing the 2 dead bodies of 5 and 6 still laying against the shattered window frame of the VIP room. They look back at Murphy, gun in his hand and blood on his shirt, and finally the situation clicks to each of them. Murphy turns and sprints out the emergency door. Officer 2 moves to chase him, but Officer 1 puts his hand on his chest.
Save your energy. We'll find him.
Fade out. Oh, that was fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Attachment, discovery2.log. Fade in. Exterior, Site 19, night. Murphy burns rubber down the desert pavement, smoke and dust kicking up behind his car. The motor sounds as angry as Murphy, tearing up the road under it. Those sons of bitches had put the cops on my back for good. They set me up. That was the only way any of this made sense. It's only a matter of time before the cops catch up with me, and then the Foundation would have mobile task force units swarming me like bees. I was gonna have to get in and get out of 19 before they caught wind of what had happened. I need more than my 44 to pull this off. I needed luck. I'm a wanted man now. It was only a matter of time. The car screeches to a halt outside of Site 19's perimeter gate. Site Security 1 pokes his head out of the security booth.
Facial recognition failed. Name and...
Murphy shoots him a glare that cuts through his eyes and pierces his soul.
My apologies, Mr. Law.
Security 1 presses a button on the control panel and the gate lifts. Murphy revs the car's engine and blasts down the road. The car pulls into the parking lot as people pour out of the building's doors, leaving work for the night. People in lab coats and various colored uniform shirts all flow out of the exit. Murphy gets out of his car and starts pushing through the crowd. Where is she? Where is she? Murphy keeps pushing through the people before finally grabbing a woman in a lab coat by the shoulder. She turns to him, flustered, then settles down after recognizing his face.
Oh, Jesus, it's you. Look, I'm off work. If you need something from the department, you should come back tomorrow or...
Murphy pulls the black cotton glove from his pocket and holds it up to her. Dr. Patra stands back, distraught. She then narrows her eyes at it. Cut to Interior, Site 19 Investigation Department, night. Dr. Patra begins talking while shuffling through the papers on her desk, searching for something in the wreckage of her workstation.
That logo on the tag would mean it came from Marshall Carter & Dark, the company that sells anomalous items. 10 months ago, someone knocked over one of their delivery trucks, and that truck was full.
Dr. Patra lifts a photo, the truck laying in the dirt on the side of a country road, out of the pile of things on her desk. She flips it over, and the backside of the photo is showing a shot of the truck's interior, where the crates of black cotton gloves had been turned over and dumped onto the ground, likely from the truck flipping over.
These gloves.
Why gloves?
According to MC&D's own paperwork, they let you manipulate probability, make your own luck, essentially. You change the outcome of anything from coin flips to...
Could you change the probability of guessing a passcode correctly?
I mean, I guess so.
What about the chances a lever malfunctions and activates without you touching it?
What?
What about the chances someone else drags a body to multiple locations without raising suspicion, only for you to pick it up, kill them, and get away with it?
What are you saying? What is this about?
Could it be done?
Yes, I guess it could. But I didn't even think that was the important part.
Well, what is?
This.
Dr. Patra pulls a sheet of paper from the pile of things on a desk and slams it on top. It's a photocopy of a sheet of crumpled, worn, and torn-lined notebook paper. Murphy grabs it up off the desk.
The perpetrator left us at the scene. We picked up notes from them before, but never anything solid. Just evidence of minor interferences here and there and some scuffles with anomalies.
Murphy's eyes zip down the page, rolling over the scrawled writing, hunting for a name.
They suffer from an anomaly that causes a lost sense of person, not just themselves, but the world as a whole. Like they're always just face in the crowd. No matter what they do, it must feel pretty empty.
Murphy's eyes finally find the signature at the bottom of the page. Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
A pseudonym, we think. Only description we've ever had is he's middle-aged, vaguely European, might even be multiple people.
Nobody. Why have I heard that name before?
Well, it's a word, so...
No, it's the person who broke into the pataphysics department. That was Norwich Bali. Murphy takes a pencil off of Dr. Patra's desk and slaps the note down, scribbling the name on it. The man who signed August's retirement. That was a man named Noah D.
What are you getting at?
In the ledger 057 checked at Sasha's, there was a Nolan body. No Bali, no Adi, no body, nobody, nobody, nobody.
I don't understand.
Give me your phone. Call Sasha's. Dr. Patra hands Murphy the receiver to the phone on her desk. She dials a few numbers and the phone begins to ring. Jimmy picks up the other line.
Sasha's Cleaning Products. Your messes are a success. What can I do for you?
Your order ledger. Nolan body. Who is he?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not at liberty to divulge
Does...
1 second, sir.
A few seconds pass as Jimmy pulls open a drawer and removes the ledger, then flips through it.
Nolan Body came in yesterday to purchase a few packages of disinfectant and magic eraser sponges.
Did he say anything about who he is or what they're for?
Yeah, he said he worked as a janitor in the Aria, you know, the big hotel in the Vegas Strip.
Murphy hangs up the phone and runs out the door. Dr. Patra runs up to the department door and yells at him down the hall.
Where are you going? What did I miss?
Murphy sprints down the hall and skids to a stop just before the main exit. The exit is blocked off by an entire mobile task force unit. One member stands in front of them, Mobile Task Force Shy 1. She has a booming voice that carries and commands the rest of the unit and an iron will to match.
Murphy Law, for the murders of 055, 6, and 7, you're coming with us. Submit now or face lethal force.
Murphy takes off further down the hall, not taking the time to process the words. The mobile task force come around the corner and take aim, but before anyone can open fire, Murphy throws open the door to a room labeled cafeteria and sprints inside. Murphy leaps over chairs and slides over desks as mobile task force Shy pours in the door. To let him take me now, dead or alive, would be a shame. I still have a case to solve, and by God, I was gonna solve it. I just needed a prayer, a little luck, and an out. Murphy dives over the cafeteria hotbar and into the kitchen as a splatter of bullets fly around him. He runs through the kitchen, past lines of stoves and countertops, while the gunfire behind him knocks over all sorts of cookware. At the back, Murphy finds a single thick window. He shoots it twice, neither shot breaking it, then sprints at it and jumps, turning his back towards the glass and cascading through it. He hits the ground outside and rolls onto the pavement, surrounded by broken glass. He stands, a cut from the glass causing him to bleed from the arm, and scrambles for his car. He jumps in and fires it up just as Mobile Task Force Shy 1 and the other MTF run out the door.
Get the cars? No, I heard his talk with Patra. We know where he's going. Send a few undercover to Aria and get a hold of 21. We'll get him. His luck's gonna run out eventually.
In the distance, Murphy's car disappears over the horizon. Fade out. Attachment, closing statement.log. Fade in. Interior, Aria lobby, midnight. The inside of the Aria Hotel and Casino is expensively furnished and bustling with people. It's lined with Japanese plant life and large plastic butterflies hanging from the ceiling. The walls are covered in shiny gold and massive windows. Outside, the lights of the city shine down on masses of people still moving about, bringing life to the night and illuminating a world of partying, gambling, and sin. Murphy bursts through the front door, taking great strides down the hall as he wraps his arm in gauze. He tears the end of the spool off with his teeth and tucks it into the wrapping, then shoves the rest in his pocket. Murphy pushes past a crowd of people and right up to the woman at the front desk. The crowd steps back and clears a path for him on seeing him. He's a grisly spectacle, shirt soaked in sweat and painted with blood, eyes tired and racing, and an anger upon his face that takes over his whole demeanor. He slams his magnum on top of the front desk, scaring the clerk behind the counter. She's meek, soft-spoken, and Murphy scares her and just about everyone around him. Looking for a man, mid-30s, vaguely European, checked in recently.
I'm sorry, sir. That's about half our clientele.
Shit. Murphy pulls the gun off the counter and slams the countertop in anger. He turns and leans against the counter, eyes surveying the room while he thinks. They scan over the luxurious fittings, people in nice suits coming and going, suitcases probably filled with truly valuable things. Then he eyes the casino. It rings and dings, the sounds of greed and chance beckoning unsuspecting players over for just one more spin. He turns around sharply, an idea coming to him. Has anyone exceedingly lucky come by, perhaps carrying a large bag? Again, would have checked in recently.
Well, there was one man who booked a room yesterday. He won 2 jackpots in a row and then used the winnings to book a room for 2 nights.
What was his name and what room is he in?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not at liberty.
Room and name, lady.
Room 6077, 60th floor. Name was... Oh, 1 second, please.
She saw typing away at a computer frantically while Murphy peers over the counter at her.
Nathan O'Bailey.
N.O. Bally. Nobody.
What?
Murphy takes off for the elevator before she can finish a sentence. He smashes an up button, and one of the 6 elevators around him dings, the spotless stainless steel door sliding open. Murphy steps in, then mashes the button labeled 60. The door closes, and the elevator rises. The ride-up is quiet. Murphy pulls the cigarette from his mouth and takes stock of himself, blowing a puff of smoke in the air as he does so. He checks the wound on his arm, then looks at himself in the reflection of the elevator door. He frowns at his own image as if he doesn't recognize himself anymore. He pulls the cigarette back in its rightful place between his lips and lowers the brim of his trilby, hiding his own eyes from themselves. He opens the cylinder of his magnum, now left with only a single bullet and the rest of the chambers filled with spent shells. He closes it and sets it back in the holster, then pulls the black cotton glove from his pocket. It dangles in front of his face as he considers it. Manipulate probability. To what degree? How much has he changed with just this? All this time he's been right there, just under my nose, changing chances, making his own luck. Always lucky. Just enough to get away with it. But why lead me here? Why leave even scraps of evidence? Why not eliminate every chance of me getting here? What's his endgame? The elevator dings and the door opens again. Murphy stuffs the glove back into his pocket, then steps out into the hall. He stops to read a sign on the wall pointing him towards the room, then turns and walks down the hall toward it. He passes door after door, each farther apart from the last, before finally stopping in the last one before the end of the hall. It sits slightly ajar, the lock situated to hold the door open. Murphy draws his gun and carefully pushes the door open. The room is neatly made, brightly lit, and covered in gold-painted quartz walls. It sports a lavish kitchenette with a full fridge stove and granite countertop. The living room has a massive soft sofa facing a 52-inch flat screen, playing back the '68 USSR versus Italy at European Football Championship qualifier. The wall on the left is covered by a large fish tank planted in the wall, a number of shiny blue and red fish swimming around the water and in and out of plants. On the right is a set of doors, presumably leading to a pretty luxurious bedroom. However, at the far end of the room, outside on the concrete balcony, a set of wrapped bed sheets dangle down from something and tap against one of the windows, grabbing Murphy's attention. Murphy pushes open the doors to the balcony and turns, looking up at the roof where a series of bed sheets tied together are wrapped around a metal pole. Then Murphy sees him, standing next to the pole. He's draped in a dark brown leather overcoat and a black trilby hat. A single black cotton glove on his hand reveals his true nature, the only feature on him giving him a more than average appearance. His face is coldly unremarkable, almost like a black hole of mediocrity, trying to steal the features of everything around it and producing nothing. He pulls a cigarette from his lips and looks down, looking intently at Murphy. He flips a small coin, an audible ring to it with each flip. The coin lands on the same side, heads every time, no matter how high it's flipped or for how long. His voice is unusually calm, almost scarily average. This is nobody, and from Murphy Law now knows, he is also Passenger 1.
Hello, Murphy. I'm so glad to see you've made it. Seriously, genuinely.
Murphy immediately points his gun up at him. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put a hunk of lead in your skull right now.
Even better, I can give you 2. 1, you're a snoop, Murphy. All those questions you have, you need them answered, and I'm the only guy who can do that for you. I get it. I've been a snoop most of my life. It's impossible to ignore. Even if it gains you nothing, even if you know I'm guilty, you just have to know why.
Murphy squints and steps back, evidently offended.
Second, it wouldn't work, probably. 1 in 100 chance.
Nobody raises his gloved hand and waves his fingers.
I flipped a couple of 1,000 coins just to find out. Maybe you'll miss, maybe it jams, maybe it's a dud, maybe it explodes in your hand. I don't know. but it probably won't work. At the very least, join me for a moment before finding out.
Nobody nods toward the bedsheets. Murphy peers over at them, then reluctantly holsters his gun and grabs them. He climbs up the wall and pulls himself onto the roof, the top of which is flat and covered with gravel. Nobody reaches out his hand to help Murphy up, but he refuses to take it. He stands a few feet away from nobody, keeping a safe distance. He pulls the gun from the holster again, but keeps it held at his side.
I'm sorry I couldn't get us a Caesar's Palace, but I think the aria is less stuffy anyway. And who can ignore the view from up here?
Nobody turns to look out at the city, its glowing lights shining up from the ground in a brilliant splash of colors. The world is filled in with skyscraper hotels, palaces, and pyramids, a small Eiffel Tower and a volcano in the distance. The world below sparkles like diamonds, melting the heart at such sight of amazing human capabilities.
One of my favorite places in the world to just stop and look at.
Nobody turns around to see Murphy still standing at a distance.
But I suppose ruminating on the achievements of man isn't your cup of tea. So go ahead, detective. Ask your questions. Snoop.
Who are you, and what do you want? Or wait, is that where it was? Yeah. Nobody sits on the ledge of the rooftop, the light of the world behind him. Who are you, and what do you want? Why kill 057? Why any of this? Murphy swings his arm out, gesturing to the whole of the world.
Funny, all those questions are tied to the same answer. You might want to sit down. It's a long one.
Murphy continues to stand in the middle of the roof, now resting his weight on one leg.
Fine, you listen to me all day and won't listen to me now. Sure.
Answer the damn question.
You ever feel like everyone in the world was made by someone except for you? Like everyone you see out there means something or to something or someone, but on a deeper, visceral level, you never meant anything.
Murphy looks onward, thinking back to all those years he spent sitting at his desk with no cases, no visits, no news from anyone but Fred coming in every day.
Like that, yeah, but deeper, more literal. Like you came out that way, you see, Murphy. I was a real person once. I was a somebody. But one day something happened and then I was nobody. Like I was suddenly unaccounted for in the grand universe's phone book. Thing is, I don't remember what it was like to be a somebody. I don't remember who I was. Maybe I was D.B. Cooper. Maybe I shot Kennedy. I don't know.
Fine, you're a depressed loner, sure. Why shoot 7?
No, it's deeper than that. You can't understand. Of course you don't. I don't know why I thought you might. Nobody does, but nobody.
Nobody pulls a cigarette from his lips and blows a puff of smoke into the night sky.
Maybe I introduced myself too late in the story. That would make sense. I should have put more hints in earlier. Stupid.
Okay, it's deeper than that. You don't know who you are, that's fine too. Why shoot 7?
I'm getting there. It's a loaded question, all right? You see, when you're stuck like this, the only thing you can think about is how to go back. Back to when you were somebody. At least, that's what it's like for me. This longing to have meaning again. I'm constantly looking for new ways to regain that meaning, to break this curse. My last plot fucked up, so I hopped the back of a MCD truck just to see what it had. Lost a page of my notebook somewhere between the scuffle with the driver and the crash.
Nobody opens his overcoat and pulls a small notebook out from inside, a very short pencil stuck into the binding rings.
That's when I found these.
Nobody puts the notebook back and holds up his gloved hand.
A ledger in the truck told me what they were, what they could do. I took them, tested them.
Nobody flips a coin in his hand. It lands in his gloved palm, heads facing up.
Flipped this stupid coin a couple thousand times, like I said, and it worked 99 out of 100 times. So I tracked down the one place at Site 19 I hadn't seen yet, just to see if I could get in with these, the Department of Pataphysics.
You change the probability of guessing the passcode to the garage and use it to answer.
You're quick. Funny thing is, I don't think there's supposed to be a passcode lock, but I looked at it and said, what are the chances of that? That's about when I realized what I could really do.
Why get in the narrative jumper? What good does that do for you? Nobody takes his hat off and hangs his head, sighing.
That's the problem with you detective types. You just assume people have a reason for everything they do. Like I had this whole thing in mind when I jumped in, changed the chance the lever pulled itself, saw the steam cover my eyes. No. I only hatched this when I got back, after I first saw it.
Saw what?
You really want to know what I saw out there?
I asked, didn't I? Nobody stands again, then spreads his arms out.
I saw everything.
Camera zooms in on his eyes. The pupils begin to swirl, spinning and stretching out until his eyes become whirlpools, sucking in the universe around them. They entrance and deceive and twist and turn every which way, turning and turning forevermore.
I saw life, Murphy, and I saw death. I saw the power of the sun, and I saw life among the stars. I saw monsters and mages. I saw soldiers and sailors. I saw kings and I saw queens, and I saw music and I saw medicine and I saw politics and I saw art and I saw dreams and I saw nature and I saw pain and I saw relief. I saw it all, everything that makes up this world. So much of it was from the same point of view, the foundations, but there were some spots from other groups where I saw their perspective. Then I saw you and I saw me.
Murphy takes another step back, putting his hand around his gun.
Then I saw my line. I didn't think anybody still read the things these days, but they read about me and they wrote about me. I wasn't always the same person in every written piece, but we were all the same in our unique problem. One version of me was a young girl with a pink notebook. A few others were much older than me. A few of them were tailed by a man in a white suit, and a few others were tailing other people. Some of them got started in the early 1900s, and others have been around for thousands of years. The one other thing we all had in common was that we were always a mystery. Then it struck me. People like mysteries. People like me. That little ounce of joy I got when I saw the like count on some of those articles. I felt just a smidge of like a real person again. So I had to make a mystery. That's when I found you.
That's what all this is about? You killed that man, dragged me along out here through all this, set up all those little clues just to feel good about yourself? You set me up for that?
I didn't set you up. That was something they did on their own. But what a turn of events it was. What a plot twist. Added some real tension to my story. It did. Amazing.
How did you convince the 05 to do all this shit? Where's the girl?
Hang on. Those are two questions. The 05 was easy. I got lucky.
Nobody waves the gloved hand again.
See, you could do anything with the promise of money and a little luck. That's just how people work. When I saw 231, I saw potential to hide something in all those black lines, more than just her pain. So I took it and hid it, and I gave it to them, and all they had to do was keep using it. They didn't ask questions. You want to know where the girl is? Yeah? Maybe she's in the bedroom you didn't check. Maybe she's in the room across the hall, about to scare some couple on their honeymoon. Maybe she was never real in the first place. Maybe nothing you found in August's old place actually happened. Maybe none of it was real.
What? That...
I know. Take a minute.
Murphy stares down at the ground, trying to collect his thoughts. Above him, a light breeze blows by. The stars in the night sky twinkle and shimmer, a world of magic drifting by above them, both standing alone on the roof so high above the world and its problems. The purple sky washes over them so vividly you could almost drink it. It's indescribably beautiful. You still shot 057. I still have to take you in.
Sure, you can do that, but I've already won. I got what I wanted. That feeling. The feeling of personhood and meaningful existence. It's sure to come back now that I've done all of this. It has to. Any minute now.
No. The two look up at each other, eyes interlocking. That feeling. It won't come back so easy. You know that. That's not how these things work. Not how anomalies work. Some get fixed, others don't. You could have changed the probability that it worked, but it hasn't yet. I think you're stuck with that 1 in 100.
No, It's gotta work. That's how we're like, you and me. We both need this story to work. It's all I've got, too. Maybe that's why you wrote me this way.
What are you talking about?
It needs a finale. That's what it is. One last grand send-off. The antagonist's last hurrah. Put on your glove, Murphy. I want to show you something.
Murphy pulls the black cotton glove from his pocket. He sets his gun back in the holster and stares at it, then looks back up at nobody. Why?
You're going to chase me, and I want an even fight.
Murphy looks back down at the glove, then pulls off one of his own leather gloves and slides it on.
Attaboy.
Nobody takes a couple steps forward, then turns around, runs, and leaps off the roof. Murphy runs up to the edge of the roof and looks over it. Along the road, as nobody cascades toward it, a garbage truck races by, carrying old box spring mattresses in the back. Nobody falls right into the mattresses as it runs by and takes off with him in tow. Murphy looks around, then back down at the ground far below him. A number of men dressed in polo shirts of varying colors throw open the door to the room's balcony and see Murphy leaning over the edge. One of them, Undercover One, shouts up to him.
Murphy Law, you're under.
Murphy adjusts the glove and then jumps from the rooftop. He flies through the air towards the ground, diving past rows and rows of windows on the hotel he just left. Free fall. All this time, just one guy trying to be whole again. A man with a finger in every pie. I've been strung along this whole time, played like a goddamn fiddle. I have to find him. I have to get him. Not just for justice, but for retribution. Exterior, Vegas, night. Murphy falls into the back of an open truck filled with foam block. By the way, just in my brain interruption, that glove was planted for Murphy. It turned out to be a fake. Murphy splats on the pavement. The end. Okay, back to what... But here's what really happened. Murphy falls in the back of an open truck filled with foam blocks. A diving board sits at the edge for jumping into the back. A kid nearly starts crying. Murphy crawls his way back to the top of the pit and finds he just rained onto some kid's birthday surprise. He jumps up and out of the truck just as a limo pulls up.
Murphy?
Fred. Murphy dives over the top of the limo and wrenches the passenger door open. After that garbage truck. Murphy points at the truck full of mattresses as it careens off the Aria property and onto the Vegas Strip. Cars on the road seem to spread out and pull over as it drives by. Nobody jumps over the truck bed and climbs around the driver door, then forces it open and throws the driver out, taking their seat.
What?
Drive, damn it, drive. The limo driver floors it, making the engine roar as it guns out of the entryway, kicking up smoke on the birthday party. It flies out onto the strip, skidding around the turn on the main road, then takes off behind the garbage truck. The city zips by as driver holds the gas pedal to the floor, setting the speedometer winding around, pardon me, like an out-of-whack clock. Murphy grabs the handle above the car door as the vehicle reaches 80 miles per hour. Through the front windshield, they can see the truck in front of them, hightailing it down the road.
What is going on?
The man in that truck set all this up. He killed the suspect and led me on a goddamn goose chase.
Jesus, you've had a day then.
Pull up next to the driver door. I have to get to him.
It's going as fast as it can.
Behind him, the sounds of police sirens fill the air. Red and blue lights permeate the orange glow of the street lamps passing by. A microphone screeches, then a voice comes on over it, broadcasting from the speeding police vehicles now tailing the limousine as they race down the strip.
Murphy Law, you're wanted for the murder of one John and Jane Doe. Pull the vehicle over. You're what?
Murphy breaks open the passenger door and leans out the side of the limo. He looks back at the two police cars tailing him, then forward at the garbage truck. He stands from his seat and hangs out the open door.
Hold on. I just tried to zoom in and now it's moved everything. All right. That was... All right, and then that's... What are you doing?
I have to get on that truck. Keep it steady, damn it.
I'm trying.
Murphy grabs onto the door as it swings and climbs around the other side of it. The door slams shut as he holds on to the open window.
Pull the vehicle over now.
Murphy swings himself up onto the hood of the limo as the driver watches on in amazed horror. It takes all his strength to keep from being blown over the roof by the whipping wind. The limo speeds up slightly and starts moving up next to the truck while Murphy balances on top of it. Suddenly, there's a loud bang and a bullet goes straight through Murphy's trilby, taking it off his head and sending it flying into the road. Murphy turns around. A white van jumps off an exit ramp and drifts around the concrete wall, pulling behind the police cars. One man drives while the other leans out the window with a rifle in his hands. On the truck's side, the orange and red logo of Sasha's Cleaning Products is stenciled on. Ah, shit. The side door of the van opens and the gunner seat slides out. A mounted Gatling gun attached to the platform. Jimmy sits in the gunner seat, a sly grin spread across his face.
You've been quite a lucky bastard, Mr. Law, but you've made a mess. Now it's time to clean up.
The limo slowly pulls closer to the truck, and Murphy raises his cotton glove as Jimmy pulls back on the gunner handles. The gun rips a line of bullets into the back of the limo, breaking glassware and bottles of liquor inside. A hailstorm of bullets fly by Murphy, but each shot seems to narrowly miss him. One of the cop cars rolls down its window, and the officer inside shouts at Jimmy.
I don't know who you are, but stand down. This is a police...
Jimmy pulls a handgun from his hip and shoots out the back left tire of the cop car, causing it to veer left until it hits the back end of the van and spins out of the road, getting left in the dust by the other vehicles. Murphy readies himself on top of the limo as it finally pulls up next to the truck. His dark brown hair blows back in the speeding wind. He quickly leaps off the limousine's roof and grabs hold of a handle on the back of the truck, dangling off the side. His legs can't find footing and they get blown backward by the speed. He hangs onto the handle, his life depending on it. The van behind them rips off another hail of bullets into the truck's back. Murphy closes his eyes for a moment, thinking of the cotton glove. Come on, get lucky, get lucky. A bullet from the Gatling gun takes out the chain holding up the back door of the truck bed, and it drops open, skidding along the ground and sending sparks flying. Murphy pushes his feet off the side of the truck and swings back around the side, letting go of the handle and falling into the bed. He pushes the stack of mattresses out of the bed and onto the road, sending them careening back into the van. A mattress gets caught on the windshield, and the van swerves left and right to try to get it off, hitting the other police car in the process. The car's brakes screech and it comes to a halt, the van blowing by it. The mattress finally shakes off the side, flying back and directly into the gunner seat. The side of the mattress hits Jimmy squarely in the face, and he falls off the seat and tumbles onto the road. Murphy climbs up and over the back of the truck, steadying himself on the roof. He kicks at the windshield with his boots, denting and cracking them with each kick. Behind the windshield, a smile spread across nobody's face as he looks up at Murphy.
Now this is what a story needed. One final fight, the ultimate climactic conclusion. Good versus evil. Protag v Antag.
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with me? What is wrong with you? I told you we were the same here, Murphy. We're both just searching for our purpose, longing to mean something. I just went and did it myself.
The van's gunner seat slides back into the van and the side door closes. The man in the passenger seat leans back out the window with a rifle and fires at the truck. A couple rounds slam into the truck's open backing. Murphy continues ineffectually kicking the windshield.
Look at you going at it. You're different now, Murphy. You're a changed man.
Shut up. Shut up!
Haha, 5 was right. You're new. You're different. I've changed you forever. You're no noir mystery. You're an action thriller now. I made you that way.
The rifleman in the van shoots one of the truck's back right tires. The truck starts slowing down and sliding right. Nobody pushes the gear shift into neutral and throws open the driver door. The limo still rides next to it, a terrified driver still holding the pedal down. Nobody dives from the driver door and onto the roof of the limo, landing on his stomach. The truck slows and the limo pulls forward. Murphy looks back at the van chasing after him as the truck slows and then looks over at the limousine. He jumps from the truck and lands on the back of the limo, just barely keeping his balance. The van's remaining 2 passengers' smiles fade as the truck slows, realizing that they're still directly behind it. The van slams into the truck, the force of the speed crunching it like a stomped-on soda can. Murphy kicks the side of the limo. Stop the car, Fred. We got him. The limo's brakes scream and the tire rubber burns off into the asphalt below. The car lurches forward and finally comes to a full stop on the highway, sending Murphy and Nobody tumbling over the front. They roll onto the road, both of them rolling perfectly and rising to their feet uneasily.
What a thrill. I almost wish it didn't have to end. What?
Murphy runs up to Nobody and slams his clenched fist in the side of his face, sending Nobody back down to the ground. Murphy plants his foot on Nobody's chest and stares down at him with a piercing, icy gaze. Murphy draws his gun from the holster and aims it squarely at the center of Nobody's chest.
What are you gonna do? Kill me? I've already won. I got what I wanted. I spent 10 months putting this together, setting up all the pieces. You think I don't have contingencies?
Nobody raises his gloved hand, pointing at Murphy's chest.
You can't stop what's coming.
Murphy grips the hand and rips the glove off, then pulls back the trigger.
Oh.
There's a crack of a gunshot. Nobody drops his hand to his side, looking at his now bleeding chest in amazement and shock.
This isn't the end. You haven't stopped Nobody. Somewhere out there. Somewhere.
Nobody coughs, spitting blood onto his overcoat. He struggles to speak, speech slowly becoming goggled.
Another pataphysical Nobody will find me, find us. They'll feel that twinge of meaning again. Haven't stopped Nobody. Who do you even think you are?
Me? I know who I am. I'm Murphy Law. A wide smile spreads across Nobody's face.
I'm the guy you call when everything... Oh, sorry.
I'm the guy you call when everything that could go wrong did. Nobody lets out a final chuckle, the laugh laced with crimson chokes.
It's perfect. The end.
Nobody's head finally falls back onto the pavement. The coin drops from his hand and onto the asphalt, tail side up. Murphy steps off his chest and collapses onto the road, extraordinarily tired. He stares up at the twinkling stars of the night sky, admiring each little one as it shines down on him. Camera zooms out to show Murphy and Nobody lying next to each other as if watching the stars together. The limo pulls up next to Murphy. It's battered and bullet-riddled to almost a comedic level. Driver rolls down a partially broken window.
Hey, champ, need a lift?
Murphy stands back up and takes a deep breath. He takes one last look at the body before turning and climbing into the limo's passenger side. Thanks, Fred. It's been a long day. Get me the hell out of here. The limo slowly pulls away from the body, chugging off over the horizon. Fade to black. Begin audio transcript. Call log. July 8th, 2022. 1400 hours, 34 minutes, 86 milliseconds. Site 19 Director's Office to Site 19 Documentation Department. Hey, Clarence?
What's up, boss?
Boss is never going to stop feeling weird, is it?
I can call you something else if you like.
Nah, that's alright. Hey, listen, I sent off those weird addendums you sent me to info hazards. To make a long story short, none of us should have seen those. The both of us are getting scheduled for amnestics in a couple of days. Amnestics department is getting a lot of people in, actually.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, man. A few seconds of silence pass. I figure it's probably okay to read those addendums at this point, right? I mean, we're getting wiped anyhow.
Hey, man, that's a you thing. If I'm not supposed to see it, I'm not gonna see it.
Yeah, well, on that note, the O5s have an extra note they'd like you to add to SCP-7000. I'm going to forward it over to you. Once you do that, send me the final version, would you?
Yeah, sure. Fax or email. I still say it's the best.
End log. Attachment SCP-7000.pdf. Item number SCP-7000. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 instances are to be stored in anomalous item locker 7000 at Site 19. The locker is to be outfitted with a keycard lock requiring level 4 clearance and above. No further procedures are considered necessary. Description: SCP-7000 refers to a collection of 246 black gloves, each made primarily of cotton. The gloves possess no notable physical features save for a single tag on the inside of each, which is stamped with the logo of Marshall Carter in Dark Limited. SCP-7000 can be worn by most persons regardless of hand size, as the material was stretched to accommodate most hand sizes. When an SCP-7000 instance is worn by a person, the person will gain the ability to manipulate the probability of any event occurring. These range from simple probability tests, such as the flip of a coin or the roll of a dice, to larger, more complex events one might not otherwise consider to be dictated by chance. The probability can be altered up to a 99% chance of occurrence and down to a 1% chance of occurrence, though it can never be completely prevented or guaranteed. It is believed that the use of an SCP-7000 instance in this manner will grant the user the ability to affect the fabric of time and space in a manner akin to that of a Level 1 reality bender. Footnote, as at time of writing, no testing has been done on SCP-7000. The information provided here is based off purely on documentation recovered from Marshall Carter and Dark and is thusly subject to change. All SCP-7000 instances recovered to date were recovered from the crash site of a Marshall Carter and Dark Limited shipping truck, which veered off the main road and crashed into a tree 30 miles south of Wetumpka, Alabama on, I guess, July 9th, or September 7th, whichever, 2021. The reason for the collision is unknown, as no prior issues with the vehicle could be discerned on inspection. The driver was found deceased at the crash site as a result of injuries sustained during the crash, although other bruises and abrasions suggest a struggle with an attacker. I have deduced that the original logs are in July, and this is 10 months earlier when nobody got the gloves, so this is September. Although other bruises and abrasions suggest a struggle with an attacker. No other persons were found. One document of note, believed to have been left by the attacker, has been included. See Addendum 7000-1. Addendum 7000-1. Note recovered from crash site. September 7th. Take this one.
Sure. All right. .7. All right. Do you want to do the whole thing?
Yeah, you want September 7, 2021. You want the note.
Sure. September 7th. Am I looking at the wrong thing? I feel like it's Addendum 1 or 2?
Addendum 7000-1.
The recovered note. Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? It's so tiny. I can not
Yeah.
read that font at all. Let me zoom in real far. Okay. Yeah. There we go. September 7th, 2021. Discovered the route of an MC&D truck. Previous idea scrapped. Concept fell through. Subject refused to cooperate. To say that previous attempt was a failure is an understatement. We'll jump truck and investigate shipment. Have a good feeling. Really good feeling. Could be my golden ticket. Too hopeful, maybe. But hope is all there is to have anymore. Have to break this curse. We'll break this curse. Eventually. Surely. Nobody.
Addendum 7000-2. Update July 8th, 2022. Notice from the O5 Council. On July 6, 2021, 055, 056, and 057 were attacked, unprovoked, by SCP-3143 while utilizing an instance of SCP-7000. SCP-3143 successfully managed to terminate each council member using SCP-7000's capabilities. SCP-3143 is considered hostile and must be captured at all costs. This is to be considered a high-level priority by all Mobile Task Force units, and an investigation regarding methods of capture and containment is to be opened by the Site-19 Investigative Department ASAP. We wish 055, 056, and 057 good fortune in the afterlife, and hope that SCP-3143 is brought to justice and containment swiftly and mercilessly. Overseer Council. I smell sequel!
Yes.
And the redacted Easter egg note. Begin audio transcript. Call log, July 8th, 2022. 2200 hours, 36 minutes, 77 milliseconds. Unknown external number to unknown external number. Clarence?
What the hell is this about, boss?
Oh, good. The burner phones work. They shouldn't be able to track the call with these. Look, the update to Skip 7000. Did you read it?
I had to add it to the document, and I'm pretty shaken up by it as it is. This secrecy shit is not helping.
I read the addendums, the ones you sent that just appeared there. None of what the O5 say happened is true. It's all bullshit. They're lying to us.
What?
All of it, Clarence. All of it is bullshit. 3143 didn't kill any of the O5. It was our writer, and nobody. He didn't. Who's at the door? Unknown 1 is interrupted by the sound of wood splintering. Wait a minute. Wait, you don't have to do this. We can... Oh, Unknown 1's line goes silent.
Boss?
A few seconds of silence pass.
Boss.
A few seconds of silence pass.
What kind of shitty prank?
End log. Credits! Passenger 1 Nobody, played by Just Some Nobody. Passenger 2 057, played by Redacted. Murphy Law, played by himself. Fred Driver, played by Fred. 13, played by Redacted. Officer 1, played by Pete McDougal, Vegas PD. Officer 2, played by Charles Burbank, Vegas PD. Attendant, played by Security Agent Michael Connors. Jimmy, played by Security Agent James Falcone. Security 1, played by Security Agent Christopher Malkovich. Security 2, played by Security Agent Michael Keeley. 5, played by Redacted. Dr. Patra, played by Dr. Cleopatra. Security 3, played by Security Agent Laura McNulty. Intercom, Dr. Nora, played by Dr. Tiv Nora. Tape player, voiced by former site director Jeremiah August. 6, played by Redacted. Me, played by Quasi Quafta. Mobile Task Force Shy 1, played by Mobile Task Force Shy Agent Sarah Normandy. Mobile Task Force Shy 2, played by Mobile Task Force Shy Agent Clarissa Kingsley. Clerk, played by Amelia Engstrom. Microphone Cop 3, played by Thomas Wheeling, Vegas PD, with special thanks to Site 19, the Aria Resort and Casino, the City of Las Vegas, and you. Thank you. Look for Murphy Law to return in Murphy Law, Detective at Large. The end.
Woo! That was quite the epic.
Ah, fuck. That was so cool.
I like that a lot. I like the pataphysics stuff. They don't really like. I feel like other ones, like obviously it's a pataphysics skip, but like I feel like they don't really get into the hardcore pataphysics stuff in like Murphy Law.
Have you
in general?
Have you read the other Murphys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like them. Yeah, I mean, of course they like break the fourth wall and stuff, but like this one I think went an extra step further. We're talking about like pataphysical narrative layers and stuff. Like that's cool.
I didn't think we were going to be doing a whole format breakdown like 3143, but it was good to have it back.
Yeah.
Getting into the authors and nobody getting to be the author for a hot second, or at least read them.
I mean, maybe I just haven't read enough nobody stuff, but I feel like I didn't really agree with the characterization of nobody. I always felt like they're like a little bit more like stoic, and this one like made them very human, which I mean like it's fine, like absolutely. But I just conflicted with my own mental image of what nobody is like. But like I said, it might just be I haven't read enough nobody stuff.
As someone who's only read a couple of nobody stories and cannot even grasp nobody like as a concept enough to explain it in a video, it's the only reason I haven't done a nobody explained video for TikTok is because I can't fucking explain nobody.
It's hard to pin down. Yeah.
But at least on my end for that, if someone felt like they were nobody and they had like this reason of wanting to hope to feel something XYZ and then got it, I could see that making you a little enthusiastic.
Yeah. No, yeah, it definitely like makes sense. That like as an antagonist, how they got to that point and all that stuff. So like, like I said, I think that's just that's like a small thing, like not even worth considering in terms of my determination here, because I've definitely I already upvoted it. It's good. It's very
I
good.
gotta press that upvote button.
Yeah.
Lordy.
Woo.
I was a little worried at the beginning. It just felt the first two addendums were a little light and a little slow, and I was like, okay,
yeah, I
hope this like picks up. And I think it was exactly when we hit pataphysics where I was like, okay, we're getting a little weird. And then
I thought the narrative and whoever the other character was that is like very on the nose. Their name is what was it? Cleopatra.
Cleopatra.
the Egyptian employee. I was like, okay.
Actually, that really makes me curious to check the discussion if Quasi Quafter went through explaining the Easter eggs on that one, because I know there's more. Edit. Hey there, Site 42. Oh, okay. I'm getting called out some more. You jerk. You lovely jerk.
That's hilarious.
Oh, when did you edit that? Did you edit that now? No, you edited it. You edited this, what, 7 days ago? You edited it last week for when we were going to read it last week.
He getting ahead of themselves.
So
I see.
yeah, you got me, though, with that frickin', yeah, people like this kind of thing. Okay, sure. Good stuff. Very good stuff.
Very
Crafter.
good. Very good.
I think that this is a worthy addition to the Murphy Law canon.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
Whew. Wait, we only read 3 articles this time? And
that is true, and I think we're going to get a 4th one in if it's the same length as everything else we've done, and we'll be done for the night.
The next one looks relatively short, so
All right, we'll see how it
happy
goes.
for the
I'm
change
not afraid of going a
pace.
little after 10, depending on if we got to end a story.
Fair, yeah.
But
we'll have to see how things line up. Yeah,
real
go ahead.
quick before we move on, you know what time it is. It's time for the ad break. Oh man, as soon as I can find the ad break, where did it go? That's where it went. So, starting up, we are, of course, doing this mainly for Dr. Cimmerian's house falling on him, and we got a $20 dono to that tonight, so we have got success.
Thank you, Jameson. See you in the chat as well. I appreciate you.
Hallelujah, amen. And since this is coming to be our 3rd and final act break for the night, for my side of pimping things, I would suggest everyone who can become a Site42 patron. If we get enough people doing $1 a month, I can just simply quit my day job and focus on all the video games and filmmaker stuff that I'm doing. And I won't have to worry about getting these people to pay me because Site42 will be supporting me. So I can work with them more pro bono or even give them money to help them with their projects so that more of us can direct this. Site42 Studios, it's a thing. Become a patron. And
do it.
On the Billith side, the broadcaster has indicated that this channel is intended for mature audiences. What is this Twitch, Billith?
Well, no, that's to cover my to cover my ass there. But yes, twitch.tv/Billith. We do all sorts of stuff. We got a network of SCP authors and community members on and off site. We play spooky games. We talk about SCPs. We do some fun stuff over there. So by all means, go over and follow me at twitch.tv/Billith. Follow Necrokitten, Nikki Cerise, who's in the chat, NECR0 Kitten. She's another member of the Ghost Bashers, which is our
Ghost Gang.
Yeah, Ghost Gang. Yeah, we're a functionally unique IP from the Ghostbusters. I have to say that. My lawyer has indicated that I need to say that. So we bash ghosts. We don't bust them. We bash them. But yeah, there's a lot of good SCP folk over there, and if you want to support us off-site, that's a great way to do it.
Next time I'll remember to check super chats in between stories rather than saving for the end for this, since there's so many. But I will hit up. We need an Ada for Shadow of 1471, as always, and Survivor System. Thank you for the super chat as well, and I'm just thank you for the compliments, and also happy I could teach you salsa. You're welcome. With that out of the way, remember all of our support links are in our bio, so support Billith, support me, and support Cimmerian and his survival of tree assassination.
Absolutely.
With that ad break out of the way, we go to our possibly last, or more likely second to last story of the evening.
SCP-7000, A Reminder by Penton. Excellent. Item number SCP-7000. Object class Thaumael. Special containment procedures. All usage of SCP-7000 should abide by regulations described in Ethics Committee Protocol Fernflower. Description. SCP-7000 is a Foundation-produced communication method. By utilizing various memetic suggestions through plaintext, SCP-7000 diminishes the retroactive generation of anomalous phenomena in baseline reality. Since SCP-7000's implementation, the general danger and hostility imposed by newly discovered anomalies has decreased by 60%, roughly. Current instances of SCP-7000 do not completely prevent the existence of malevolent and irrepressible anomalies, though most now follow commonly documented anomalous laws. This has made overall containment and research significantly easier. An increase in beneficial and benevolent anomalies, as well as more concisely written SCP documentation, has also been noted alongside these changes. Discovery log. SCP-7000 was created following an increase in retroactive reality alterations detected by the FRCN, which is the Foundation Reality-Wide Communications Network. In 1 week, a higher amount of newly discovered anomalous phenomena were reported, most in some way relating to the concept of luck. The departments of medics were able to produce and successfully employ SCP-7000 during this time. Due to the immense level of harm such ancient entities presented, SCP-7000 was originally intended to neutralize those responsible through lethal memetic hazards. This decision was later revised upon confirming the possibility of a ZK-class reality failure scenario. An alternative non-lethal form of memetic suggestion has been created, which successfully nullified the influence of numerous entities. Despite being approved by a majority of leading Foundation personnel, the Ethics Committee expressed dissatisfaction, opting for a clear psychological evaluation of those entities before any further use of SCP-7000. 2 months postponement was approved, and access to the majority of Foundation documentation for a psychological study was granted. A little bit of a spelling error there. An initial set of newly improved memetic agents were finally produced, using Ethics Committee's findings as a basis. These were intended to reduce hostile anomalous activity whilst retaining favorable standing with these entities until a means of clear communication could be developed. This proposal was finally agreed upon by all leading Foundation personnel after the latest SCP-7000 instances proved the most effective. A log of currently utilized instances can be found below. Warning: potent memetic hazards ahead. Following is a list of SCP-7000 instances that have proven most effective. Access approved. Instance 0004. Message: doing something else will clear your head. Instance 0025. Message: you've done enough today. Instance 0059. Message: ask yourself, is this fun? Instance 0075. Message: forget about it all for now. Instance 0098. Message: go drink some water. That's good advice. Instance 0158. Message: talk to someone. Anyone. Please. Instance 0159. Message: seriously, it's a community. Go make friends. Instance 0241. Message: don't torture yourself. Instance 0436. Message: please take regular breaks. Instance 0615. Message: call your grandparents. Instance 0831. Message: enjoyed this cat. Oh. Anyway. Instance 0972. Message: only a nobody would hurt you for not finishing. Instance 3046. Message: there's a fine line between passion and obsession. Never go too far. Instance 7000. Message: the number doesn't make the article. You give the number value. Don't let it consume you.
Take
That's
the
that.
advice, SCP authors.
I see there's a little meta commentary here.
You know, especially when I was reading the opening of this, when it said we were going to use memetics to mess with the authors of our anomalies who are creating all these, but we changed our minds to do, to affect them instead to make things more beneficial to us. It really reminded me of the one we read the other week with Dr. Cygnus.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Yeah, absolutely. Losing Interest, I think was the one.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah. That was a good one. Also, quite long.
Indeed. This one gets an automatic upvote for being chill, man. You
Yeah.
gave us a short one. Your story was good. I like the gimmick, and there's a cat.
Yep. It's
Yes.
short, sweet, and to the point.
You sold me. I'm happy with it.
Reminds me of which one is it? Is it 6999? Whatever one is the broadcast that they send to their Foundation employees in order to get them to relax a little bit.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Maybe it's 6999. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's Near My God, and then they play it for people to relax a bit or something. It's also quite short. It's got the same kind of vibe. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I gave this an upvote. We don't really need an ad break between that because it was so short. But real quick, just let me shout out Crazy Quafter for the super chat. Thank you for the excellent Murphy Law article. I'm glad you had a fun time with us reading it. I had a blast reading it. I haven't gotten to bust out that narrator voice in like freaking 5 years. My Murphy is nothing compared to the voice actor that I had for the old video, though. If you go back to my video of the audio drama of the original Murphy Laws, God, I had this voice actor work with me, and he was the perfect Murphy. It's so good. And then, Totally Not a Droid, if you're in this chat, thank you for becoming a patron. Shout out.
Woo!
All right, moving on back to the Lucky Clover.
Back onto the long ones.
Oh boy, here we go. Gird your loins. All right, I need to make this on screen a little smaller. There's our sidebar, a little bigger. Right about there. It fits. Good. Tuk. Lovely. SCP-7000, Lucky Clover. Item number, SCP-7000. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is to be contained in a thaumaturgically augmented... What the... Why can't I see the side? Oh, I gotta scroll it. That makes more sense. Now I gotta fix this one more time. Item number right there. Lovely. As I was saying, SCP-7000 is to be contained in a thaumaturgically augmented storage locker located in the storage wing of Site-37. Unless otherwise approved by at least one member of the O5 Council, this locker is to be disconnected from baseline reality at all times to minimize its influence on probabilistic reality. Footnote refers to the baseline probabilities of natural events as per the determinations of the BPAS, Baseline Probability Ascertainment System, Program Simulation. Description: SCP-7000 is a 47-leaf clover that has a constant effect on relative probabilistic reality, resulting in the perceivable existence of good fortune. Footnote: fortune refers to an influence of probabilistic reality. Good suggests that this influence benefits those affected, whereas bad refers to the opposite. As such, effects have been observed as far as 50 kilometers away from the source. An exact sphere of influence is unknown, though it is reasonably assumed to be no further than 100 kilometers. Addendum 1. Discovery. SCP-7000 was discovered in the home of Reuben Walsh, located within a small village in rural Ireland. The anomaly was initial brought to the Foundation attention after Evelyn O'Shannon made a social media posting detailing that her mother had miraculously recovered from stage 4 lung cancer despite being completely bedridden and comatose a day prior. 2 members of Mobile Task Force Pulse 7, we have another typo, codename Your Everyday Citizens, were dispatched to the location under the guise of tourists and, through conversation with locals, discovered multiple other instances of unlikely probabilistic outcomes, including but not limited to, footnote. For a comprehensive list of all documented occurrences, see Senior Researcher Asser Chelsen, head of all SCP-7000 research. But not limited to the following: 3 separate marriages occurring on the same day, at the same church, with all 3 couples sharing the surname Ortiz. A 7-year-old boy falls out of tree from an approximate falls out of tree from an approximate elevation of 25 meters. He sustained no injuries despite the likelihood of simply surviving a fall being less than a 10% chance. During a storm, lightning strikes an elderly woman 7 times. Footnote, calculations suggest less than a 1 in 1 tredecillion 42 zeros, a 42 zeros chance. Similar to the boy, she sustained no injuries. After Dr. Chelzen determined these instances, along with others not listed, to be impossibly unlikely to occur within baseline probabilistic reality, additional Mobile Task Force Pulse 17 members with thaumaturgic abilities were dispatched and, using their abilities, were to enter and investigate citizen homes through use of thaumaturgical persuasion. During this search, SCP-7000 was recovered from the home of Reuben Walsh, who, through specified mnestic treatment, was implanted with false memories of the Clover wilting. Addendum 2. Testing excerpts. Multiple tests were approved by Dr. Chelzen to ascertain specifications and limits of SCP-7000's anomalous properties. While testing was extensive. Footnote. See Senior Researcher Asher Chelzen for full documentation of experiments. Correction. Data is available with the approval of at least one member of the O5 Council. Only important excerpts have been included for documental efficiency. File.test_log 700007.txt. Experiment. D19732 is isolated in a room with SCP-7000. Sealed within a steel box, which is disconnected from baseline probabilistic reality via thaumaturgic seals. Within the room is a table, chair, and 6 decks of cards. D19732 is prompted to shuffle each deck as much as they wish, but not to check the faces of any of the cards. Result. Inspection of the cards revealed that, despite varying methods and time taken to shuffle each deck, all 6 held the exact order of cards, as each shuffle is a 1 in 52 factorial chance, or 8.07 times 10 to the 67th power. The statistical probability of such an occurrence is 1 in 52 factorial to the 6th power, or 1 in 2.75 times 10 to the 407th power chance. Additional notes. This is a statistical impossibility. Truly, if we go off the calculation that there are 10 to the 82nd power atoms in our observable universe, you could turn every atom into its own universe, every atom of those universes into its own, and repeat twice more, pick a random atom, and that's just 10 to the 410th power. That's only 1,000 times less likely than this shuffle. We are dealing with an anomaly that makes the impossible possible, and we need to be careful. Signed, Senior Research, Asher Chelzen. I guess that's might be another typo. Following test log 7007, the following 5 tests replicated the same experiment with 7, 8, 10, 20, and 50 decks respectively. All resulted in the same outcome. All decks held the same shuffle. After the conclusion of test 7000-12, the 50 deck test specifically, Dr. Chelzen submitted the following proposal to update containment procedures to the site director. View proposal 7000-1. 2. Site director Velrium Zerwick from Senior Researcher Asher Chelzen. Subject regarding revision of 7000's containment procedures. So I'll be Chelzen, you'll be Zerwick. Attached are multiple files pertaining to SCP-7000, all of which reflect the urgency with which I send this email. The outcomes of all tests suggest this anomaly controls probability at an unfathomable scale, yet current containment procedures do not reflect this state. A disconnect from our baseline does not ensure total freedom from its influence, but I believe it may be possible to contain even said influence so long as you grant me access to a team comprised of on-site thaumaturges. I believe this anomaly is far more complex than it was initially thought to be. Please reach out soon. Asher.
To Senior Researcher Asher Chelzen from Site Director Velrium Zerwick. Subject requesting revision of SCP-7000's containment procedures. Asher. I have reviewed the files attached and have considered your proposal, but I see no necessity for such concerns. Furthermore, Site-37 is a fledgling site. We cannot allocate expenses towards fields that would serve to waste them. Fretting over a Clover is no way to spend your time, Doctor. Please come to your senses. Officially, your proposal to revise procedures is denied.
Following the denial of Dr. Chelsen's proposal, experimentation continued as it had initially. Test 32. Experiment. D19732 is once again isolated in a room with SCP-7000 that is disconnected from baseline probabilistic reality. Within the room is a table, chair, and a singular coin, alongside a set of instructions to flip the coin 100 times and record results. Result. Despite no column being listed, D19732 wrote in once denoted edge and marked said column 100 times. Following questioning alongside analysis of video footage, said results were confirmed. Research into baseline probability of this result, along with a use of a SPP, simulated probability program, calculated the baseline probability to be 1 in 6,000 chance, whereas the results of testing suggest replicating such a result as 1 in 1.53 times 10 to the 378th power, a result similarly minuscule to that of the test log 7007. Additional notes. Despite multiple other intended tests, I think we perfectly understand what this anomaly is capable of. It doesn't just skew chance, it plays with it. 32 tests disprove any coincidence, and further tests will deny any of even the most skeptic among us. But in the meantime, I highly suggest increasing security clearance regarding SCP-7000. I fear what may happen if it falls into the wrong hands. Signed, Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen. Similarly to tests following test log 7, the following 3 tests after test log 32 replicate the same experiment with 200, 500, and 1,000 coin flips respectively, all yielding the same results. All coins landed on their edge every single time. Additionally, different coins were used throughout to nullify any suspicion that the coin itself may be anomalous. At this time, Dr. Chelsen has also submitted another proposal to the site director, as can be seen below. View Proposal 7000-2. 2. Site Director Valerium Zerwick from Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen. Urgent request to revise SCP-7000's containment procedures. Director, I understand why you dismissed the initial proposal, and I'm not here to argue your previous determinations. However, further experimentation has yielded increasingly concerning results. The results with the deck were probabilistically impossible, yet there is no wrong way to yield a deck. Most people will never see a coin land on its edge in their entire lifetime, let alone hundreds of times in one sitting. Outcomes one never naturally takes into account are regularly occurring to an extent that warrants extreme scrutiny. At this point, what stops it from somehow causing its own containment structure to fail? Each test only deepens my worries. Regardless, I am strongly recommending containment procedures to be heavily updated. Again, with your approval, I can execute most of the changes myself, so long as even one thaumaturge be provided. I am aware of our expense disparity, but the threat this anomaly may impose cannot be reasonably ignored. Surely even you must have seen that now. You must have seen that now. Or you must see that now. Files are attached below as before. Please think it over. Asher.
To Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen from Director Valerium Zerwick. This threat you speak of is a non-emergency, Asher. I've looked over your files, even though it was attached to the first time I addressed these concerns, and my stance has not wavered. There is no threat or danger, or whatever you want to call it. And there is no chance that the current seals upon it fail. Unlike a coin landing on its edge, the probability of all seals suddenly failing is effectively 0. I cannot reasonably justify allocating funds over something as trivial as this. I had faith in you when I raised you as a senior researcher. I deeply hope that faith was not misplaced. I'm placing you in a brief suspension to clear your head. Hopefully you'll stop wasting my time over this SCP when you return.
Just a shout out, the author is in the house for this reading. Good to see you, buddy, and glad you're catching those typos and cleaning them up as we go. That's the best thing about having to say every word out loud, is you find all of them. Following completion of her suspension, Dr. Chelsen filed a secondary request to take over as the lead participant, alongside her current responsibilities as head researcher of SCP-7000. This motion, unlike the prior, was approved due to presumed non-threat of the anomaly. The following tests were conducted under such conditions. Test 77. Experiment. Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen is isolated in a room with 7,000 and is disconnected from baseline probabilistic reality. Within the room is a table, chair, and 3 lottery tickets. Footnote. purchased by Dr. Chelsen using their own personal funds. The tickets were within SCP-7000's sphere of influence. Dr. Chelsen proceeds to scratch each off and compare them to their respective winning numbers. Results. All 3 tickets win their respective jackpots, summing up to an approximate total of $777 million. As a result, the Ethics Committee conducted a brief investigation into the manner of SCP-7000 testing and ultimately determined that, despite the influence of SCP-7000, Dr. Chelsen had a right to the money, though was strictly discouraged from replication of similar testing. Additional notes. I have no use for the money. I want to get that off my chest first and foremost. I split it amongst various charities, put a lot into the Foundation, and even sent some home to my folks, but I kept none of it. This was an example, a perfect one, of how powerful this anomaly is, and how dangerous it is. I will continue testing until someone above me finally believes me. Senior researcher Asher Chelsen filed, that's our research again. Senior researcher Asher Chelsen filed a proposal with the previous file attached in a third email correspondence with Site-37's director. Unlike previous messages, however, Dr. Chelsen's went unanswered for 4 days. Documents of the exchange are below. Proposal 3. To Site Director Valerium Zerwick from Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen. Do not ignore. Urgent revision proposal. This anomaly is far beyond our initial comprehension, Zerwick, and your ignorance will not provide you bliss. You deny my first proposal, fine, I get it. You deny my second, frustrating, but I could gather more data. You even suspend me, then deny my request to be informed on why such a decision was determined. A request which, according to all site procedures, must be granted upon request. But I held my tongue. I let you shove me aside because the anomaly was more important than bickering with you. Consider this my third proposal. Attached are documents I'm sure you won't bother to truly read, but they detail just how much this anomaly twists probabilistic reality. SCP-7000 has been shown to affect reality relative to its influence as much as its own. The tickets I bought weren't within its influence, yet their numbers showed up nonetheless. This is bigger than us, Zerwick. Bigger than the few bucks it would take to provide with what little tools I need to faithfully contain this anomaly. So I ask, no, beg you to approve a full-scale revision of the Clover's containment procedures. It is a vital necessity. With regards, Dr. Chelsen.
To Senior Researcher Asher Chelsen from Site Director Valerium Zerwick. Subject: do not ignore urgent revision proposal. I told you to let this go, Asher. I had faith a break would provide you with a clear enough headspace to realize what a fool you've made yourself out to be. Clearly, I was mistaken. SCP-7000 is safely contained within its box. Nothing will change that, no matter how much you worry your pretty little head over it. Now, not only are you asking me to waste resources on this stupid paranoia of yours, but you're also consistently wasting my time. Consider this your final warning. Remember who it was that raised you to the position you sit so comfortably within, and remember it well. I grow tired of this bullshit you keep laying at my feet, and will hear it no longer. If you're really that concerned about the damn Clover, direct your complaints to Watson. I won't acknowledge them any longer.
Man, oh man. This Valrium's pissing me off, man. He's got that perfect tone of like douchebag. Oh.
Yep.
You arrogant prick. And a little bit of sexism there. Oh.
I didn't like that either. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. All right. I need to see the comeuppance here. That's how this story is going to pay off for me. Following her correspondence with the director, Dr. Chelsen submitted multiple proposals to Assistant Director Sherwood Watson's email. All went unacknowledged. Despite such, Dr. Chelsen reportedly continued researching the effects of SCP-7000. Addendum 3, Incident 7001.
Here we go.
Date 7/7/2000 blank. Forward. Incident 7000-01 occurred approximately 27 minutes after the arrival of 051 to Site-37 for a meeting with its site director. The perpetuator of this incident. Perpetuator should be perpetrator, I believe. Of this incident has been identified to be SCP-7000's head researcher, Asher Chelsen. The following is a concise summary of the incident. Timestamp 0 minutes. Dr. Chelsen can be seen in an experimentation cell, presumably conducting a test related to SCP-7000. Timestamp 3. 051 arrives at Site-37 alongside one member. Due to vital operations elsewhere, only one member could accompany the 05 rather than the traditional two. of Mobile Task Force Alpha 1, codename Red Right Hand, as an escort. Timestamp 4. Site-37's director notifies all staff of Class 4 clearance of the O5's arrival as per standard procedure. 5. Chels acknowledges the notice and appears to grow increasingly troubled over the course of the following 5 or 6 minutes. Timestamp 11. After confirming O51's identity, the site director leads the O5 to his personal office. 17. Despite appearing visibly conflicted, Chelsen continues to and completes her experimentation with SCP-7000 and is seen noting the results. Timestamp 23. The site director can be seen leading O51 throughout Site-37 as per the O5's own request. Timestamp 25. Chelsen completes notation of the results and appears to gather up equipment. A few minutes later, she is seen to be heading towards the site's storage wing, presumably to return SCP-7000 to its containment locker. Timestamp 31. An unexpected breach occurs regarding a non-hostile humanoid anomaly. Due to this, O51 sends their own Mobile Task Force guard to aid in recontainment. The director and O5 continue toward the storage wing due to the lack of danger affiliated with the breach. Timestamp 33. Chelsen enters the storage wing and is seen moving toward SCP-7000's storage locker. Once they notice the site director and O51, however, they freeze in place. Timestamp 34. When O51 is approximately 1 meter away from Chelsen, she suddenly arms herself with her personal sidearm, leveling the gun at the Overseer's head. The following dialogue is exchanged. Asher, what the fuck are you doing? Put the gun down. Lass, I'm not sure what you're trying to pull. I'm not sure what you're trying to pull, but I'm not sure you know who. Chelsen pulls the trigger, but the gun jams. She sighs in visible relief and drops the firearm. I was right. End log. Following the events of Incident 7000-01, Asher Chelsen was immediately detained, questioned, and put through psychological analysis testing due to the sudden irregular behavior. Such tests revealed that she was not only of a perfectly sane and unaltered state of mind, but that her actions were executed with the intent of O51's survival. The following is her own testimony given at the end of her evaluation. Denial after denial after denial. I couldn't take it anymore. All of the inaction. I've spoken with Velrium before. Hell, I considered him a friend. But he wouldn't do anything. Nothing serious, at least. Just a quick denied and he went on with his day. So when I heard an O5 was in the building, I got the terrible idea to put a gun to their head. I wasn't going to act on it at first, I swear, but when we crossed paths, it was like the Clover had brought him right to me. And as luck would have it, the gun jammed, just as I expected. Fuck, I probably wrote my own death sentence, but at least they'll be forced to pay the damn anomalies of mind. Signed, Senior Research, Asher Chelsen. Chelsen's reprimanding is pending. Site Director, Velrium Zerwix. Correction, O51's discretion. Blackout. Access SkipNet email. 1. New message. Suspension notice. 2. Site 37 Director Velrium Zerwick. From O51. Subject, suspension notice. After tonight's incident, I have taken upon myself to look into the operations of Site 37. What I have found has left me rather disgusted at the scale of negligence perpetuated within. Particularly by yourself, Zerwick. SCP-7000's files display over a dozen proposals to update containment procedures, yet all were discarded and discredited without much thought. From what I can see in your own log data, a team of researchers weren't even dispersed to further review the SCP, which is, as you very well know, standard procedure. If you have a justification for this egregious ignorance, I do not wish to hear it. The amount of offenses I could attribute to you from less than a day of reading is grounds for termination alone. Purposeful ignorance, refusal to follow procedure, discounting of documentation, etc. Consider yourself lucky that you are receiving a direct message instead of a removal notice. Going forward, however, you will be placed on indefinite suspension until further notice. Do not fret. The site will be left in quite capable hands. A new director's hands, specifically. Dr. Chelsen will be taking your place as site director. This is inarguable. Did you see the look in her eyes as she leveled that gun at me? The burning flames of determinations within? It was not hatred that drove her to pull the trigger, but desperation. Asher is a remarkably intelligent woman, and after looking into her files, alongside SCP-7000's, I am thoroughly convinced it was your own inaction that drove her to this extreme. I can only applaud her bravery and commitment to the Foundation. It is clear where her loyalties lie. and where your own fall short. I will be in contact with Chelsen shortly. I want you to spend a lot of time thinking during your leave. In accordance to 051's declarations, Velrium Zerwick was placed on immediate suspended leave. Despite her promotion, Asher Chelsen was also placed on brief suspension, period of 2 months per the request of multiple other overseers, despite 051 protests. As such, Dr. Chelsen is currently serving her suspension period of 2 months, following which she will assume the role of Site Director at Site-37. During this period, Sherwood Watson is to temporarily assume this role. Additionally, SCP-7000 was taken into Overseer custody following this incident with the intent of further testing. 056 has assumed role as primary researcher for said anomaly. Addendum 3. 05 Council Consensus regarding SCP-7000. File. Date. July 9th, 20 blank. Forward. Following the events of Incident 7000-1, 051 called a non-emergency meeting of the Council to discuss further procedure regarding SCP-7000 itself. Due to other vital proceedings, however, multiple overseers were unable to attend. As the subject matter was not considered of the utmost necessity, the meeting proceeded despite the absences of 053, 058, 0510, and 0512. 054 enters Overseer Hall and takes her seat, effectively being the last to arrive of the 9 present members. As she sits, 051 activates thaumaturgical wards on the hall, rendering it a reality exclusion zone as is standard procedure. Alright, so we have 1, 9, 2, 13, 11. I see 5, 6, and 9. How about this? How about I take odds, you take evens?
Perfect.
Okay. All are present. A unanimous sound of confirmation is heard from the other 8. Perfect. You've all read the briefing, I'm sure. I read the briefing, all right. Someone tried to take your life, one, and you rewarded her for it?
Did you read the full file? It seems like it was quite expectant that she should fail. She even drafted a hypothesis on it.
And if she didn't, I feel as though, the situation is being regarded far too lightly for an attempt on a council member's life. The way I see it, it's one's life, not ours. If he believes she's to be acquitted, then she is acquitted. It's no skin off my back. Regardless of our own beliefs regarding this Dr. Chelsen, we are not here to discuss such semantics. 1. Thank you. I appreciate your concerns, but the matter at hand here is SCP-7000, not worries regarding myself. 6 and I have taken it upon ourselves to conduct our own research into the anomaly, and the results are interesting, to say the least. 6, if you could. 056 produces multiple copies of the printed file and distributes it to everyone present. File is included below. Please take a moment to read through it, all of you. Test log summary. SCP-7000 is an anomaly capable of modifying any and all probabilities to an extent which that it would not be unwise to consider it a passive reality bender. What is a curious note, however, is the extent to which it seems related to the human psyche. For instance, in an attempt to replicate Dr. Chelsen's 6-deck test, we substituted the human participant with an AI. The results were eye-opening, as no deck shared a shuffle. Once the human component was reintroduced, however, the results returned to statistical impossibilities. Of extreme note, however, are its capabilities to protect said human component, though this seems to come at a cost. With the approval of the Ethics Committee, we conducted several tests which should have harmed the participating personnel, yet in all instances excluding those which would cause minor injuries. Why these are particularly excluded is unknown. A failure always occurred which negated the administration of such harm. Whether this is it's an intentional trait, that's a typo, of the anomaly, or simply its passive effect on probability on a grander scale is unknown. What is known, however, is that situations in which its modification of probability saves lives results in the writing of exactly 1 clover leaf. I'm going to say that again just because I didn't quite get it. What is known, however, is that situations in which its modification of probability saves lives results in the wilting of exactly 1 clover leaf. This was true for both Incident 7000-1 and one of our own tests replicating the same scenario. As such, SCP-7000 may prove to be an invaluable tool, but a finite resource nonetheless. Over the course of approximately 5 minutes, all overseers read through the file.
So, what does this make SCP-7000? Some sort of anomalously good omen?
Or some kind of trick. Who's to say the anomaly won't suddenly decide to skew chance against us?
The original files, which heavily outline SCP-7000's lack of consciousness.
And if that's a trick too? We've seen smart anomalies before. Is it dangerous to trust... It is dangerous to trust one even for a moment. Remember the Falling Dawn incident? 056 visibly shudders. 055 and 0511 appear uncomfortable. We all remember that incident, but I think we should also be keen to acknowledge anomalies which have done us good. 058 is still kicking because of the damn pill, and 053 is more spectral than they are human. That doesn't change the fact that SCP-7000 might be dangerous. I'd argue your continued skepticism is just as dangerous. There is very little point to it over such a relatively trivial matter. Trivial? We're all reading the same document here, aren't we? It toys with probability like a toddler with a Lego. Chaotically. How is this trivial? If you would stop shouting, I'm sure others would love to explain. This is a council meeting. Try to control yourself. 059 glares at 057, but ultimately remains silent. Thank you. Now, if anyone would like to refute, civil-like, mind you. Silence permeates the room for a few moments. Eventually, 0511 speaks. I may be a bit biased, but I see very little detriment in utilizing SCP-7000 as a tool which may benefit the Foundation's functions. We already have anecdotal proof that it has prevented an overseer's death.
I agree. That's quite undeniable. The fact, through all of Dr. Kelsen's 1s and 6's research, there has not been one instance which suggests the effects of this anomaly are negative.
They suggest quite the opposite, actually. With nearly 200 recorded tests, it seems statistically improbable a negative outcome would occur. Statistically improbable. Are you hearing yourself? This anomaly takes probability and twists it into whatever the hell it wants. Statistical probabilities don't exist when speaking of this anomaly. The tests prove that just as much as anything else.
Will you not listen to reason? As much as I hate to agree with 9, they bring up valid concerns, though I do believe paranoia steers them more so than their mind.
Thank you.
Regardless, I think we should take into consideration his points as much so as our own.
Back and forth, back and forth. Very well. Perhaps you misunderstand our intentions for the anomaly. And what are your intentions exactly? I wish to install SCP-7000 into the Overseer Hall directly and not a shot in hell.
9, let's not...
Don't 9 me! The Overseer Hall? Are you stupid? Do you... 9? Really think 9? That I'll just sit here and... Slams his fist in the table, but my table would shake too bad. 9! The room... Oh, sorry. 9! The room falls silent. You're acting like a child. Calm down and remember your station. 9 appears visibly offended, but falls silent, lowering his head. Clearly, this meeting is going nowhere. 1, mind moving on to the official proposal? Yes, of course. This is 05 Proposal 7000-1. I, head of the 05 Council, hereby propose SCP-7000 be installed with the Overseer Hall, with the express intent of utilization as a Foundation failsafe. All in favor? Council vote summary. Yay! 051, 052, 055, 056, 057, 0511, 0513. Abstain. 053, 054, 058, 0510, 0512. Nay. 059. Status. Approved.
So, I like it. I feel like it's a very common thread people go into, which is just thing that is lucky or makes people lucky. It seems to be a common kind of through line for this contest, but at the same time, it's a narrow topic. So, I think that's to be expected that there would be a fair bit of just like stuff that makes you lucky or stuff that is lucky.
And with some of the stretching we've had to see for how exactly we've had to stretch to fit into luck with our stories.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess, it's
rough.
like, yeah, it's rough. But I like this. I liked the whole Kelzin and Zerwick, their interaction, Zerwick getting their comeuppance. It's pretty good.
I really
Um,
like this O5 log. Uh, I like it like a more serious version of what Rad did in the Good
right.
Luck
Yeah,
Charms.
I was reminded of it for sure. However,
I mean, I'm still Team Beyblade, but whatever.
you know what? That one just it felt it felt like a ship post, but at the same time, it was well written.
Wait,
So
there's more? There's more?
there's
What do you
more.
mean there's more?
Wait a second.
What?
Oh, there's at the very bottom. They did a
Oh,
secret.
what?
There's so much.
What?
There's so much more.
Holy, are you kidding me? No. Input overseer credentials. I'm so glad you said something to me. Jesus Christ.
I would have missed that.
All right. Incident 7000-2. On November 5th, 20 blank, Site-01 experienced a major scale attack of simultaneous groups of interest, most of which employed the use of multiple deadly anomalies and anomalous technology. This attack was heavily coordinated and explicitly occurred whilst all O5 council members were on site for an urgent meeting, and nearly resulted in the deaths of multiple overseers during the attack. Meanwhile, however, SCP-7000's containment cell suddenly reconnected to baseline probabilistic reality, despite precautions against such. This effectively intro... What? This effectively intro... However, during the attack of SCP-7000's containment cell, despite being thaumaturgically disconnected from baseline probabilistic reality, failed and reconnected to the baseline, the anomaly immediately taking a large-scale effect over the facility, and following SPM, Simulated Predictive Modules, produced by O513, was credited with preventing the death of anywhere between 3 to 7 members of the Council, along with the capture of multiple hostile agents. Following this incident, Dr. Chelzin contacted O51 with a request to aid in investigation efforts, as she had already served 3 weeks of her suspension. Alongside further testing emphasizing both her concerns and beliefs regarding SCP-7000, she was allowed to return to work and promptly assume position as Site-37's director. The following is an email correspondence between herself and O51 throughout the course of their investigation. I'm gonna peek back over here. Yes, it is quite good without it, and that little bit that you can now remove because it was edited problems, I see. All right. So, 2051 from Director Chelzin. Here we go. Investigation findings regarding SCP-7000. Hello, sir. Firstly, thank you for allowing me to return so soon. I appreciate everything you have done for me so far. Regarding Incident 7000-2, I conducted multiple interrogations of the 3 agents that had been captured and discovered multiple through lines. Firstly, despite wearing uniforms traced to the Global Occult Coalition, the Church of the Broken God, and the Bloodless Martyrs, all 3 willing identified themselves to the Chaos Insurgency. Following acquisition of personal information, we found these claims to be true. Following, maybe? I don't know. Their weapons, however, are a different matter. Most were anomalously modified and reflected those we previously acquired from Prometheus, though they show further signs of modification. We've since traced such to MC&D's markets. However, the prices were supposedly resold for far surpasses traditional expenditures of the Chaos Insurgency. Perhaps you can provide some insight where they may have received the funding? I have attached relevant files. To Ashen from 051 regarding the investigation findings. No need for such formalities. One will do just fine. The Council isn't quite as strict on professionalism as you might think, and you are welcome. Regarding the documents you provided, I had my personnel team look further into MC&D's involvement regarding the Prometheus weaponry, alongside divulgement of funds within the Chaos Insurgency itself. Curiously, our implanted double agents within the organization have no records of such spending, and rather described a sense of confusion throughout the general ranks. Supposedly, no such attack on the Foundation was to occur. My running theory is that of a splinter group. Perhaps those captured can provide more specified insight. Alright then, one. I might have a lead. 2 of the hostile agents were practically useless, effectively peon soldiers utilized for combat and not much else. The 3rd, however, was the team's acting commander who, after some persuasion, was very willing to tell us everything he could. I suspect various Gias made certain information unspeakable. A lot of it was typical insurgency bull, as I'm sure you and your associates have known all too well, but a couple pieces stuck out to me. The group is a splinter as you suspected, but they're even more than that. All of the personnel, though identifying with the CI, are all listed as deserters and have been considered irretrievably lost. They've been acting as some sort of rogue guns for hire, and their claim is this attack was a prime example. Someone outside the insurgency paid them to do this. I have since offered the commander a freedom agreement should they somehow provide us with access to their insurgency's accounts. At this point, we're simply following the money trail. Following Director Chelsen's second email and additional interrogation of the CI Splinter Group, she gained access to multiple documents via account access provided by the group's commander. Such documents included financial data, which provided no names but confirmed that the funder was a private investor, and location data, which Chelsen then presented to O5-1 with a prompt request to breach the location. Further denoted as Hostile 7K. Reconnaissance provided by Mobile Task Force Lucid 13, codename All Eyes, quickly confirmed safety to breach, at which point temporary Mobile Task Force Vex 09, codename Trail Chasers, was quickly assembled, consisting of traditional Mobile Task Force agents alongside 2 combat practice thaumaturges. On September 18th, 20-blank, Vex 9 would be deployed to Hostile 7K, where they would breach without incident, subduing all hostile agents and securing the facility. Multiple files were obtained at said site and immediately provided to Director Chelsen, who would later submit them to O5-1 alongside the following note. Turns out the investor is an old friend of mine. I had always found Site-37's so-called budget concerns a statistical anomaly of its own. Of course, it may have been a problem in the past, but now the Foundation is thriving, and new sites are constructed with a large enough allowance that it could be built 3 times over without little financial damage. Seems these suspicions were correct. The lack of funds originated from a man-made sinkhole, all poured into a group hell-bent on destroying us. I'm not surprised to find Velram Zerwick's signature on some of these documents, though I can't say I'm excited. Of all the agents secured at Hostile 7K, not a single one had knowledge of his whereabouts. I can only suspect he ran when he could. It would certainly suit the self-serving slug. I can only hope he rots in those shadows, but that's wishful thinking. More than one of these documents blames me for his impromptu removal, and I fear he will not let me live that one down. Until then, however, we continue onward. Attached is my proposal to revise SCP-7000's containment procedures, along with built-in precautions to protect you overseers. With all the evidence we have, I have no doubt it will pass. Signed, Site-37 Director Asher Chelsen. Director Chelsen's proposal was set before the O5 Council by O5-1, alongside all relevant documentation regarding its testing, updated containment procedures, and mechanisms for utilization as an Overwatch failsafe. The meeting lasted approximately 14 minutes, at which point it was put to a vote. The results are attached below. Unanimous approval. But what's the proposal?
Supposed to infer.
No, I want to know the updated proposal. Rude. Call him rude.
Now here's the question: does that additional content? Do you feel like that's a better end than what we were assuming the end was before? Because I do think the position of the footnotes is kind of threw me off. I feel like people might not be able to may not see that last collapsible.
So here's the thing to me. There was a situation with the original Murphy Law, actually, 3043, where Hippo made the final Easter egg. The final Easter egg addendum white text. So you didn't know where the link was unless you clicked it, and as a result, almost no one found it. And even to the point where I recorded it, and Hippo messaged me to say, you missed the final addendum, there's more. And I was like, shit. And so you have to deal with that as a cost of making that happen. And you have to measure why it is separate. And so in Hippo's, it was a post-credit sequence. It was meant to be kind of an Easter egg. It wasn't part of the core story. And so with all of that in mind that I just said, I am wondering if it feels like a sequel hook. It feels like we're going to keep dealing with Chelsen And Zerwick, it feels like there's more story here. There's tales to be written about it or something.
Right.
And
Yeah, I feel the same way. It kind of feels like maybe the author didn't necessarily know when to end it, because there's a lot of good stuff here. But it feels like it kind of just peters off a bit at the end. But yeah, maybe if there was a sequel, that would be different. But
so,
it's like that and the spag errors and stuff.
Technically speaking, there are 3 endings here.
Right.
Because ending 1 is Chelsin getting promoted and Zerwick being let go.
Right.
That is ending 1. And I thought, okay, the article's over. Our sexist jerk got his comeuppance. Story's over. Then there was the next ending of 051 wants to do fancy stuff. And we got the really good discussion. And at that point, I was like, I wasn't expecting another ending. And also, I really liked this one.
Yeah.
And so it felt good there. This one being hidden, I don't think it needs to be hidden. I think that is unnecessary to the experience. Based on the content of it. I can take it or leave it because it is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just think that the overseer meeting is a lot stronger. In fact, if you wanted to have this sequel hook here and tell more of, if you want to, first of all, if you're not going to tell the story of Zerwick and them chasing him down and all this extra stuff, I would say cut this entirely. It's not needed. If you do intend to tell more of that story, or if you want people to like chase that thread for you, maybe you inspire them to tell that kind of stuff, I would honestly put this before the overseer meeting.
I agree. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
And thing 1 is we fired the guy. Thing 2 is he came back and had a raid. He doesn't necessarily need to have 7,000 protecting the overseers to not succeed. Although I do see the worth of making it useful that it was there to save them. I do see that. But that's a small price to pay for having this happen and inspire them to use 7,000 in the defense instead. And then we get to end on the high note.
Absolutely.
So that is my advice if I were going to give crit on this article, if you want to make rearrangements on it. But overall, it's definitely a +1 in my book, even as is.
Yeah, I think I'll definitely +1 it, but yes, author, make sure you fix those spag errors. That's all. Regardless of what you decide to do at the end, because I do agree with Sherm here, but I'm sure that there's going to be people that feel all sorts of ways. They be like, "Oh yeah, I don't want it. I want it. I don't." Don't listen to us. Listen to what you want as the author. But I do agree.
Thank you for taking the time to follow us along and fix all the spag errors on the way down.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Yes, that was good.
What is the length of our next article? Because if it's a long one again, Yossi has a 20-minute one that we can finish on. And
the next one is not very long. If it's Unfortunate Events by Conwell, I believe. Let's see.
Jacob Conwell. Let's take a sneak peek.
Kind of gives me about maybe 1,200 words vibes. Maybe less.
Yeah, this is short enough. This is not going to be let me see the update. Yeah, this is easy. So, Yas, we'll get you soon, buddy. We'll get you soon.
Yeah, we will. We'll be doing this for the foreseeable future. SCP-7000. Unfortunate Events by Jacob Conwell. Item number SCP-7000. Object class safe is stricken from the document. Has been replaced by thaw mail. Special containment procedures. All remaining 40 instances of SCP-7000 are currently stored within high-security anomalous document containers within Site-19. All personnel accessing any SCP-7000 instance must have completed Level 4 tactile cognitohazard training and be equipped with standard-issue anti-tactile cognitohazard equipment. Use and/or testing of any SCP-7000 instance requires direct approval of both the Site Director and the Ethics Committee. Update of November 15th, 2010. Due to the increased frequency of containment breaches inside Site-19 since 2000, and the importance of SCP-7000 as a Foundation asset, all remaining 40 instances of SCP-7000 are to be stored within high-security anomalous document containers and temporarily held at facilities on a rolling basis. Upon Elan Vital Energy EVE levels reaching 5 times the regional baseline, SCP-7000 is to be relocated immediately via secure transport. Description: SCP-7000 consists of a set of 4640 playing cards. The cards are printed on in typical cardstock of the mid-19th century using an otherwise non-anomalous combination of inks. No manufacturer label or mark is printed on any SCP-7000 instance. SCP-7000's effects occur when an individual makes direct skin contact with any instance of SCP-7000. Upon contact, causality and probability are altered through an unknown mechanism. Footnote: detectable increases in regional EVE background levels have been noted to occur following SCP-7000's activation, causing the individual to experience increased negative life events. These events include, but are not limited to, occurrence of traumatic/accidental injuries, onset of chronic/terminal disease, significant personal monetary loss and other financial hardships, dissolution of stable social connections and relationship loss, occurrence of natural disasters in areas of residence, or death. The magnitude of this effect is directly proportional to the duration of contact with SCP-7000 and the value of SCP-7000 instance contacted. Instances of SCP-7000 traditionally holding higher value in Western card games, i.e. aces, kings, queens, jacks, etc., have been noted to cause more severe effects. Footnote: a notable exception to this trend occurs when an individual simultaneously contacts the ace of spades, ace of clubs, eight of spades, eight of clubs, resulting in the most severe effects SCP-7000 has demonstrated to date, usually instantaneously. No difference in effect has been noted between SCP-7000's different suits. Additionally, SCP-7000's effects appear to be cumulative. Individuals exposed to SCP-7000 multiple times, or multiple individuals exposed to SCP-7000 simultaneously, have been observed to receive more severe effects. Testing has revealed that anomalies that similarly alter causality are capable of negating SCP-7000's effect. Anomalies tested include SCP-181, SCP-1968, SCP-3460, SCP-redacted, footnote, currently uncontained in Havana, Cuba, believed to be the custody of Fidel Castro's descendants. SCP-redacted, footnote, currently uncontained in Moscow, Russia. Reports indicate the object may have been neutralized following the collapse of the Soviet Union. SCP-redacted, footnote, currently believed to be in the custody of D.C. Al Fine, Under Secretary General of the Global Occult Coalition. Likewise, testing has revealed that the effects of an SCP-7000 instance are transferred to any document in which at least 20 micrograms of an instance of SCP-7000 is embedded, with this effect terminating upon removal of the instance fragment. Proposals to create additional instances of SCP-7000 for testing purposes are currently improved on a case-by-case basis. Addendum 7000-A, Discovery. SCP-7000 was first brought to Foundation containment in 1990 following a series of defections of Pentagram operatives. Footnote: operating name for the United States Paranatural Warfare Command. Recovered documentation from Pentagram records indicates SCP-7000 was originally discovered in Deadwood, South Dakota by ASCI agents in 1879. Footnote: American Secure Containment Initiative, a precursor organization to the modern SCP Foundation. in 1879 following the town's destruction. It is unknown to what extent the ASCI utilized SCP-7000 during the period that followed, as such records were lost during the assimilation of multiple ASCI agents by the Pentagram. SCP-7000 was utilized extensively by Pentagram operatives throughout the Cold War, where it was deployed as a cognito-hazard against U.S. targets both domestically and abroad. The extensive utilization resulted in the full consumption of 6 SCP-7000 instances during this time. Footnote: Aces of Hearts and Diamonds, King of Spades and Hearts, Queen of Hearts, and Jack of Clubs, with only 46 7000 instances surviving upon Foundation acquisition. Attempts to determine which, if any, historical events are potentially due to the United States government's utilization of SCP-7000 are ongoing. Records suggest the highest utilization of SCP-7000 within the Soviet Union and allies that occurred between February 1960 and October 1962, as well as December 1980 throughout April 1986. Successful containment of several SCP-7000 fragments located throughout the former Soviet Union shortly after Foundation's acquisition of SCP-7000 lends credence to these reports. Pentagram records also suggest high domestic use upon political targets within the United States between March 1963 and November 1963, as well as June 1979 through May 1981, though these accounts remain unverified. Addendum 7000-B, Object Class Update. As of March 3, 2010, following successful utilization of SCP-7000 instances by MTF Gamma-13 Asimov's Lawbringers, Delta-5 Frontrunners, and Iota-10 Damn Feds, Lambda-14 One-Star Reviewers, Mu-3 Highest Bidders, and Alpha-1 Red Right Hand within field operations, SCP-7000's object class has been updated to Thaumael. Field utilization has included, but has not been limited to, inclusion of SCP-7000 particles within letters and other correspondence, embedding SCP-7000 particles into business cards offered via front companies, embedding SCP-7000 instances into clothing tags of POIs, deployment of SCP-7000 particulate into GOI building filtration systems. Footnote: This method was noteworthy for use prior to the containment of SCP-1609 and Operation Falcon Punch.
Operation Falcon Punch? Are you kidding me?
It's a link. I don't know what it is too, but I know 1609. That's the chair. Let's see. Operation Falcon Punch is links to a tale, the Blackbird and the Falcon. I'll have to read that one. Due to the increased MTF operative turnover since 1995, training in the tactical use of SCP-7000 is offered on an as-needed basis. Addendum 7000-C, Incident SCP-7000-16. Level 4 access required. Credentials entered. On July 5th, 2016, 12 agents of MTF Alpha-1 defected to the Global Occult Coalition. SCP-7000, as well as 3 other SCP objects, were stolen and brought to the GOC custody, and it is currently unknown if SCP-7000 has been destroyed via standard GOC procedures. Protocols to shield critical SCP Foundation personnel from possible cognitohazard attacks from SCP-7000 are to remain in place indefinitely. Attempts to relocate SCP-7000 fragments released within Foundation facilities as part of former intra-Foundation operations launched by MTF Alpha-1 are currently underway. Proposals for containment and/or neutralization of SCP-7000's lingering effects on SCP Foundation personnel are under review by the Foundation Ethics Committee. Very neat. Very neat. I like the use of this item that does a lucky thing. I like the implication that the Foundation is using it for subterfuge and the United States government as a whole.
I've been getting into Penn and Teller's Fool Us recently, at least the clips you can see on YouTube.
Right.
And it is the stereotype of how often the magic trick is playing card related. Everything's playing cards in the magic world. And
right.
It just so often comes up, and I'm shocked that I think this is the first batch of playing cards we've seen in the luck contest, which I thought would have been a little more.
I'm sure there are more.
There must be. But
there's at least 3 or 4 dice-based lucky SCPs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there were regular playing card decks in the previous anomaly, so I guess that counts.
Yeah. That's true.
This is simple, straight to the point. we have this lucky object. We found ways it was used for stuff.
Right.
We used it. It got done stolen. No crazy formatting. Doesn't take a million years.
Does not.
All right, that's good enough.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. Pretty simple and to the point, as you said. I like it kind of feels like a cliche in a good way, like that they're weaponized playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sleight of Hand would have been a good title. I like it.
Yeah, 'cause basically, this is assassination playing cards.
Yep. I like it.
Gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job, Jacob Conwell.
Indeed. All right. Well, that's that. Let me hit the last super chat we have over here because
Absolutely.
we got a big one from Ear and Ears. You absolute top to bottom, head, shoulders, knees and toes, mad lads. God bless and Godspeed. This ain't easy. Absolutely incredible. And don't worry, I'll match this donation to the GoFundMe. Everyone earned it.
That's quite a yeah, you did. Absolutely. I appreciate that.
Very generous of you, my friend. Very generous.
Very much so.
And that means over the course of our evening tonight, for Cimmerian, that brings us up to 60 donors. We hit 60, right?
Correct, yes.
All right, there's a milestone. That's nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you all for your generosity in joining us for this adventure. Thank you all for your generosity and donations. I hope you're having fun. I had a lot of fun with the voice acting tonight.
Yes, me too.
We got some good voice acting pieces.
Yeah, we did. For sure.
Don't forget to visit the support links in our bio, everybody, in the description. Make sure you subscribe to Billith on Twitch. Go check out the album when it drops. When's that album dropping?
It should be next week. It was going to drop on the 31st, but then 7K came out, and then it was like, oh, okay, everyone wants to work on their articles and stuff. So I'm going to set a tentative date of the 10th, the August 10th.
Sweetness. Go check out the preview songs in the YouTube and the SoundCloud, guys, because it's good stuff from what I hear.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's
be safe, be well, secure, contain, protect. And we will see you all in the next stream.
Absolutely.
Stream ending soon. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun. Until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard.